Montero have been the most consistent throughout the course of the year. Now, when Skubal was healthy, obviously he was very consistent, but he was gone for 6 weeks. These guys have been great. And Troy Melton, again last night.
Skubal who?
Yeah.
So the Dodgers haven't won since the trade, and the Tigers haven't lost since the trade. And by the way, last night's side-by-side is unavoidable. Skubal only throws 85 pitches in a loss.
Yeah.
Troy Melton goes an inning longer.
97.
Throws 97 pitches and pitches a shutout in a win.
Yep.
Skubal who? New ace, better than the old ace. And by the way, on the season, Troy Melton's got an ERA of 1.58. It would be the number 1 ERA in baseball if he qualified. He has pitched phenomenally this season. And the Tigers, there does feel like a renewed energy. Like as I don't know if this is where everybody else is at, but it's just where I'm at right now with this team. I feel like there's a weight off my shoulders. Like, don't let the Skubal fatigue become Tiger fatigue. In fact, I have a renewed energy. I'm excited to see, hey, sell Skubal and sneak in. I think they got a young group. Now it's 7 players, 25 or younger. Let's see what they're made of.
And they are 1.5 back of the wild card. They're 3 back of being 500. That has to be the most important number right now. Get to 500. You get to 500 because right now the Guardians are the team that is right there at the cut line. And where are they? 500, 57 and 57. Mediocrity is going to get you into the postseason in the American League.
Mm-hmm.
And can this team be a mediocre American League baseball team? The answer is yes. Will they be able to do it with, games started by Drew Anderson? We'll find out tonight. I don't. Every time he takes the mound, no matter what time of the game it is, I seem like my blood pressure goes way through the roof. But this is where we are, and now I'm forced to root for Drew Anderson simply because I'm excited about what the Tigers are doing.
Well, they're easier to root for. At least to me, they're easier to root for
because they did the right thing.
They did the right thing, and they don't have to bow out of this race. So now you can say, let's F around and find out. This is not a 0.2% chance like 2024. And they have some cornerstones that they didn't have 2 years ago. Dingler's a much better player now, right? McGonigal's here. Clark's here. Job's coming up over the weekend. To do this with Melton and Job, to me, is going to be more energizing than trying to grind it out with Skubal and Mize. Because, again, it was no gimme they were going to make it with those guys.
Yep.
And now if they don't, oh, well, we're on to football season. But as long as they stay in this race, I'm going to be invested. Like I stayed up last night with the 9 o'clock start. I wanted to make a point to watch this team last night.
I think there's probably more people that were watching last night because it's a West Coast trip. They're on late than normally would be. Just because of that, there's a renewed excitement around the young guys, seeing what the future could look like. And because the American League is so bad, they're not out of it.
And by the way, they're giving us stuff to talk about that's not whoever the old starter was, he who shall not be named. I really wonder if we put like a shot collar on every time we said his name. I think the audience would be in favor of it. Like they don't want us to talk about him anymore.
Oh, are we going to do the embargo? I know the Midday has the embargo on Stafford. Are we going to embargo Skubal?
I just know if we put it to our audience, they would install shot collars. They would. They don't want to hear about him anymore. And I think we have a chance to break free with this young group and see what happens. And last night was a perfect passing of the baton because your night lined up. Dodgers are on. You can hate watch. They lose. Melton's he's having himself a night. He's having himself a season, and the Tigers win. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned the embargo. The Midday Show famously did that with Stafford because it just became nauseating. There's a big difference with Stafford and with JV because people did root for those guys when they left. They left because the teams were rebuilding, because the teams weren't going to be competitive. Those guys didn't do a phony tour. They didn't hide an injury. They didn't ask the team to buy with 1 foot out the door. Like those guys were more likable. I don't think Skubal's going to garner a whole lot of sympathy or support. I think those situations are different.
I think so as well. And I mean, okay, I know there are some people are hoping that, okay, hey, it's 5 in a row for the Dodgers, and they started this losing skid right before. They still have the second best record in Major League Baseball. Like, and we've talked about this. We tried to use this at the beginning of May, saying, hey, every team's going to go through this at some point, and not every team is going to have a May like the Tigers had because they just never seemed to pull out of it until June. But the Dodgers are going to be just fine, and that's what everybody is upset about. But I mentioned it yesterday. Would he be able to go in there and stop their skid? I didn't pitch bad, but he didn't stop the skid. Like, that's what you want your ace to do. And everybody has said, even though they got Shohei, even though they got a great pitching staff, he's going to be the ace of their staff, and he wasn't able to stop that skid. Now, they only scored one run.
We all know that the Dodgers are going to be a force in the postseason, but it did feel nice that for a night, grass wasn't greener.
Exactly.
Well,
I think it just goes to show you. Yeah, well, you never know.
Okay, we got Stan on hold this morning and then some texts from you guys. A renewed energy. Do you feel it with this baseball team? Stan, good morning.
Good morning. Oh, yeah, last night was such an inspiration. I mean, to see these guys go out and hit the ball like they're doing. We have so many great young hitters. We didn't even see Valencia last night. And, my key guy, John, teased me about it because early in the season I said my Tiger was Javi Baez. And John, he said, well, you might be the only one or something like that. And I took it as a joke. But, did you see him turn that double play in the first inning and those other two great defensive plays? Javi is just such a integral part of this team, and I'm so happy he's back. And I think that this team, we don't know. Baseball's random, but it's exciting. We have playoff games in August. Who knows what might happen? But, boy, baseball's the greatest game ever. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, and you are getting the best of Javi right now. Though I know early on when he was here, we were, marking every error in the field because he wasn't hitting, and we wanted to see what he was going to do in the field. He is a fun player to watch. He's got that flair. He's got that it factor when it comes to, sometimes it's clutch moments, and it was that way against Seattle last year in the postseason. But he's just a fun player, and you hear it from his teammates when he walked in the locker room after coming back from the IL. Everyone talked about how awesome it was to have him there.
He's a vibes guy. They've all talked about how that clubhouse loves his presence. And he does a lot of fun things on a baseball field. He's not a great player. He's not justifying the salary, but yes,
he's an entertainer.
Moments. Yeah. Of course he is.
That's all part of it.
There's good vibes.
Yeah.
I don't think this team was going to sulk if they sold. They showed that 2 years ago. And, they've won every game since.
And I don't say this to throw anybody under the bus because both of these guys are rookies. You got great vibes, and you didn't get much from McGonigal or Clark. Like, you got a walk from McGonigal and one walk from Max Clark, and he struck out 3 times. But it's everything else. The lineup is deeper with those guys in it. And the way that, and Valencia didn't play last night, but you have a deeper lineup, and everyone is a pitching duel it's like watching the Super Bowl against the Rams and the Patriots, right? Hey, it's a defensive battle, and I loved it because I love the brain side of it. But when you're watching one of 162, it's always going to be more fun when you come away with 3 home runs. Back-to-back home runs in the 9th inning.
Yeah, those are pile-on runs. I actually think, though, the story was earlier. Their first runs of the night came on a broken bat and heads-up base running.
Yeah.
Like, what's more gritty Tigers than that? What's more, hey, we're just here to mess around and
Well, and that's the way it was in 24.
Yeah.
It was always taking that extra 90.
Yep.
Wojo made the point last night that he thinks the biggest reason why this team could make a run here or stay in it is they're way more athletic.
They are. I mean, Clark made a couple plays in a real major league ballpark out in center field yesterday.
Yeah.
They do have a little bit of that juice to them.
So last night they had top 8 hitters in the starting lineup, plus 700 OPS. That means you're an average player or better. They have 5 guys last night in the lineup, 750 plus, which is considered an above average player.
It's a real lineup. I mean, they'll say like it's a longer lineup, right? I mean, whether it's Dickerson or Benetti, I mean, the lineup feels longer.
Well, and what's exciting about it is okay, everybody loves to watch hits. Everybody loves to watch home runs. But the fact that it's all young guys, can that youthful exuberance carry this team through the rest of the year? And then throughout the offseason, we're going to be talking about this young team that is, hey, they got some confidence. What does that mean moving forward? And it gives you a lot of excitement about what this team can possibly be in the future. And while you're at it, let's just see if you can get in for a third year in a row.
I mentioned they have a bunch of dudes 25 and under, 7 guys. Clark and McGonigal are 21 years old. Hayu Lee, Colt Keith, Jackson Jobe, Troy Melton, Riley Green, still only 25 years old. That's a nucleus they didn't have 2 years ago.
Yeah.
All right, feedback phones 248-539-9797. We're back in the studio today, and we will mix in some football talk coming up at 6:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, you can be a great driver doing everything right and still get hit, and most likely you never saw it coming. That's life on the road, especially with more people out in the nice weather. You got bikes, motorcycles, summer traffic's picking up, and hey, it's orange barrel season. If you're injured, call David Feminino and the Accident Response Team. They're going to help you right away, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. When you're in an accident, get the right team in your corner. Give David a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Wait, there's pitchers on the Tigers that can go past the 6th inning? Wow. And another text, felt so good watching Skubal take the loss last night. Only 85 pitches? Not worth the money. Will Troy Melton's numbers qualify if he rounds out the season? Could he compete and win the Cy Young? I don't think he's going to end up qualifying.
I don't think he'll get enough innings.
You got to have at least an inning per game played. So you got to get to 160 innings. I don't think he's going to get there. Doesn't take away from the season he's having.
No.
Pump the brakes. You guys just beat the A's. Give Melton an 8-year deal now. All kinds of feedback. Tigers won last night. Feels like there's some renewed energy.
There was a little smarm in that one.
Yeah, there was. How about this? Good morning, boys. I think for the fans, that renewed energy, I think it happened because they got rid of a toxic player. I personally started to dislike Skubal when he pulled himself in Game 5 against Seattle after striking out the best power hitter in baseball on a 101 pitch. At 99 pitches for the day, good riddance, go Tigers.
I think that's when a lot of people started to turn on him. And maybe the biggest thing is that just there's the pressure is off.
Yeah.
There's a pressure relief valve, and now all of a sudden it's a sigh of relief because a conversation that we've been having for 3 years of do you trade him, do you not? When do you do it? When do you not? You're going for it, and now all of a sudden, hey, he's gone, Casey Mize is gone, and it's just, hey, the kids are up, the kids are having fun, and we can have fun watching baseball again.
Like when I tell you 7 players 25 and under.
It's exciting.
That's a refreshing conversation. It's a new conversation. Instead of the old conversation, we're talking Clark and McGonigal. We're talking Melton and then Job this weekend. If people miss that news, he's going to pitch this weekend. Suddenly, we're talking about Hyu Lee trying to solidify a role long-term moving forward, right? Like, there are more interesting things to talk about with this team, whether they make the playoffs or not.
Yeah.
And it's not a given or a gimme, and certainly they made it harder on themselves. But I think it's a more fun storyline now.
Job is pitching, what, Saturday?
Yeah, national TV on Fox.
Hey, there you go.
Bring in the big boy.
So I think they have a better chance at competing than they said they did. I know Scott said we're not throwing in the towel, and I think he knew he had to stop there. But he did reference the run, but I think it's the reason why they kept Torres. I don't think they thought they could get anything of value in return versus what he could potentially do for this lineup and deepen it if they made a run. And they knew Job was coming. They know Flaherty's coming, but Anderson has to start tonight. But, you're getting if Ryan is up and they continue to stay in it, they got the Guardians next week coming in. After that, it's the White Sox.
And the beauty of it is, like, let's say they lose the Anderson start today, or they don't beat the Guardians or the White Sox, or the bullpen blows up, has an eruption. We're not going to, yell and scream about it or be, in a bad mood. We know the team has some issues. It just feels like house money.
The
right?
argument's going to be here. If the pitching is just not quite deep enough, it's questionable. Should they have traded Mize? And I think they should have. I don't think he's part of their plans in the future.
No, there was a report that they didn't offer him an extension. I saw some people freaking out about it. First of all, the guy has hardly thrown together complete seasons. There was no reason to extend him early. If they wanted to explore it after the season, they could have. But I'll defend not offering him an extension in season. He needed to show he could stay healthy.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. It was kind of, it was a coin flip. If they kept him, I would have been fine with it and hope that they would re-sign him because it's going to be an affordable price if they set him off. And I think if you take a look at what Scott Harris said in regards to if they didn't trade Skubal, if they didn't trade Mize, they went for it, it would be, in essence, losing out on the players that they got. And I think we look at those players and we see some value, certainly in the ones you got back for Skubal.
Like River Ryan could be pitching this year. Zaire Hope, if they play baseball next year in Detroit long term.
Right. And even the Cash Mayfield for Casey Mize. Like, you see the potential down the road that could be a part of the rotation in the future. Not this year, but in the future. But to your point, Torres, what do you get back for him may not be, it's not the same, it's not apples to apples when you're talking about what you did with Skubal and Mize.
I think Harris sold high on Mize.
I do too.
And I think he held out to the last minute to get the best possible thing that he could. I think a crucial thing to watch here during the rest of the season, how does Mize pitch?
Yeah. Look, it's a good pitcher's ballpark in Petco. They're also in a race. He may have some moments.
National League's tougher.
It is. I do want to say this. It's a pledge and a promise. if they miss by a game, I'm not going to do, they should have kept Skubal, they should have kept Mize. That is a promise I will make to the listeners.
Oh, 100%. Because they did exactly what we wanted them to do.
Yeah.
So Harris said Ryan is expected to be up here in September and contribute. You know what changed on the prospect thing during all this? Max Anderson's ETA is 2026.
Yeah.
They're saying he's coming this year.
I could see it.
So is that the final thing they do for the lineup that
September?
Gets the Vierlings and the McKinstries to being utility players like they should?
Yeah. I could see that as another addition.
I think they think they're in this big time.
Well, look,
But
I mean,
they
how many
just
games?
can't say it after what they did.
No, and Harris said, look, after 100 and what was it, 12 games, something like that, they had seen enough to sell.
But it's also, how did he rephrase it? Is 100, after 112 games, like that's not what this team is.
It's not defined.
It's not defined. Yeah, the 112 games doesn't define this team. It defines up to this point.
And it defines our decision, but they can chart their own course for the next 50 games or so. 248-539-9797. I may have had my best idea on the show. The audience, the Twitch comments, they
all
love
agree
it.
with you.
They love this idea I threw out there to start the show. The shock collar for any Skubal reference.
Yeah.
Did you guys see how Tarek Skubal pitched yesterday?
Yes, and I love the comments. Only if the shot collar is worn by Costa. And then it followed up with, great idea, but you got to give Gov and John the button.
I'm going to veto that. That's just going to end poorly for me.
Yeah.
I'd leave it in the hands of one Heather Park. Let her make the decisions.
Oh,
that could be fun.
Oh. Is it going to incorporate this into the dream world?
Oh,
No.
no.
Torture? No. Oh my gosh.
Please move us to the news, Paul.
That certainly
Why
could
did
be
you make
fun.
it weird?
Good Lord. Anyway, here's the news. The Gordie Howe International Bridge officially opened to the public last Monday. And today, the bridge opens to pedestrians.
Oh.
So the multi-use path for walkers and bicyclists opens today at 8 a.m. It will be open until 8 p.m. every day during the summer. The last entry will be at 7. So make sure you're ready to go. It's exciting. There's people who are going to be lined up. They think on both points of entry, there's going to be lines of people. If you do plan to walk or bike across, there are some things to remember. You still need to make sure you have your proper identification, your travel documents, either that passport, that enhanced ID. Yes, John.
A question. Do you have to enter Canada, or is there a turnaround so you could just... maybe you still have to have the proper ID, but can you go and just turn around and come back? If you just want to walk over the bridge to experience it.
Why wouldn't you be able to?
Well, I don't know, because I mean, if you go across and you try and turn around in a car, I mean, like they bring out the machine guns.
You can turn around, I would imagine, because it's not just obviously there's an incline, so some people might not be prepared for the difficulty of the walk and might say, I came, I saw turning around. I would imagine. I don't have an exact answer for that.
Yeah.
What I'm picturing, though, is people on each side racing because someone's going to be the first to cross.
So, yeah, and there's this man who's already lined up. His name is Justin Belmore. He's from Windsor. He was at the Windsor entrance at 4 a.m. on Tuesday morning, camping out so he could be the first one to cross. He said it started as a joke, like, I'm going to be the first one. And then he said, I kept saying it over and over. And he basically said, now I got to live up to my word that I'm going to be the first one, and I want to make that happen. So he called off work. He is planning to be the first one to bike across. More things to know, though. There's no parking right there. You can't just drive up to the bridge, park, and walk across. In Detroit, you can park at Clark Park and then go from there. There's also an area like that in Windsor if you want to do that as well.
I think it would be cool.
Yeah. They say you should anticipate a one-way 20-minute crossing by bike, 45-minute crossing by foot. Entrance to exit, the path is 1.8 miles long. It does have an incline approximate of a 5% incline, so just be prepared for that. Also, no e-bikes for the first few weeks. Don't show up with one or you won't be allowed to cross. They say just because it is going to be busy. There's going to be a lot of people.
Wait, you said it's 1.8 miles?
That's what it says.
It's going to take you 45 minutes?
To exit, the path is 1.8 miles long.
How long does it take the average
45
person?
minutes?
Well, the average person walks a mile in what, 20 minutes?
Oh,
okay, but then you got to turn around.
15.
15? No.
For a mile?
I
Well,
would think 15,
1.8
but John, we
miles.
got
30 minutes.
John,
It's uphill.
it should be 15, but
But then you got to make your way back.
Oh, a round trip.
I'm thinking this is round trip.
Oh,
It's-
okay.
That's
I
how
thought they
I'm
said-
taking it.
Oh, I took it as it's 45 minutes one way.
Oh, it does say. I did say one way, didn't I?
Yeah.
This should anticipate
I
a
pay attention.
one-way 20-minute crossing on bike and 45-minute crossing by foot. Just saying.
Got some
That's
slow
what it
walkers.
says.
Yeah, we
taking
got some
their time.
meanderers.
Like I said, no e-bikes for the first few weeks, so be careful there. They are going to limit how many people are allowed to be on the bridge right away, just to make sure everything goes smoothly and they get all their ducks in a
Yeah.
row, and there's not too many people on the bridge at one time. Yeah, it's gonna be cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna do it, but I would.
I might do it at some point just to say I did it. That's kind of like
I won't
going to
rule it
Brunners.
out,
You know,
yeah.
it's just something you should do as a Detroiter.
You think?
I think it would be
I mean,
cool
crossing the bridge, sure, by car, but
to walk across it.
every Detroiter should walk across the bridge.
Well, I'm not saying they should. I just think it might become like one of those rites of passage. It's.
Maybe.
I've done the Mackinac Bridge. Why
I-
wouldn't I want to try and do the?
I have not done the
Gordie
Mackinac
Howe.
Bridge either. Anyway, a New Jersey man is facing charges after allegedly scamming a 70-year-old Auburn Hills woman out of several $100,000 on a dating site. So police say this 37-year-old man met the woman online, allegedly convinced her to send him the money over several months. She did. The woman eventually went to the Auburn Hills police to report the alleged fraud, and investigators were able to recover, they say, a small portion of her money. But the man was arrested on Monday, charged with multiple counts of fraud and false pretenses. He was arraigned. He was given an $845,000 bond. If he is released, he'll be required to wear a tether. Finally, one more. Michigan, our winter might not be so brutal this year. So the Old Farmer's Almanac has already released its official 2026 winter predictions
Gospel.
for the U.S. And it's being predicted that Michigan will likely see a warmer and drier winter this year. And basically, it all comes down to El Nino, which is already underway. They say that's going to really play a big factor. But they also look at things like solar activity, ocean patterns, the polar vortex.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, polar vortex.
And ultimately, it shouldn't be like a brutal winter.
Yeah, maybe it'll be a heat dome winter
we can't even get the weather right for next week. How am I supposed to believe this?
because the almanac is always right.
Always right. It's Heather with the news. We've been doing a fan survey. Are you more interested in the Tigers now? Post-deadline, post-Scooble. We'll take more feedback, 248-539-9797. And we got some football talk as we round out the hour here. Jahmyr Gibbs, is he about to get paid like Bijan? What would make it worth it? And who's the most important Lion at training camp? Will Birchfield with an interesting piece on that. We'll get to it. It's 97.1. Shaner Roofing is what I want to tell you about, because if it's time to get a new roof, even if you're thinking we might need a new roof, you should check out Shaner Roofing, mymichiganroof.com. Shaner, over 30 years of trusted service, and it's not just roofing, it's windows and siding too. They got a proven track record, 5-star quality, and the big thing with Shaner, they are not beholden to some private investors or shareholders. This is a local family-owned business that'll treat you like family because they are one. And you see it in the way they do their work and the way they treat their customers. Unmatched reputation, 4.9-star Google rating, the no-pressure promise. Forget about a high-pressure sales pitch. You get a true, honest assessment of what your home needs. If you need a new roof, they'll work with you. If you don't need one, they're not going to sell you a roof. It's just the way they do their business. Peace of mind. Roof is an important project for your home. It could be an expensive project. You want to make sure that that work is quality and they stand by it. Every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. Shaner's locally committed. You got outside competitors, outside investment firms. Shaner's here to work with Michiganders. If you're ready to get started today, mymichiganroof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding, mymichiganroof.com. Some pile-on runs. Dylan Dingler. Riley Green had a homer in the game, too. Gleyber Torres. But it all started broken bat and good base running. The Gritty Tigers have won 4 straight.
It is fun to watch again. There's less stress. It's just you're literally playing with house money.
Weights off your shoulders. You said there's no pressure. Look, nobody says they expect this team to make it. Hell, that's why they sold.
No, but just have some fun from here on out.
But it's a young group, and they're in the mix, and let's see what happens. I said, sell Scooble and sneak in. That's still my mindset, and they've become a more fun watch. I have a renewed sense of energy watching them.
This is the second time you've poo-pooed the pile-on runs. You did it before the show, and then you did a little bit there.
You think that was poo-pooing?
I think it kind of is a little bit. This team needs pile-on runs. Have you seen their bullpen?
Yes, good point.
Like, I almost feel like it's like you're saying garbage runs.
Well, yeah,
they are.
They're not.
They're not. I said, the back-to-back home runs between Torres and Dingler, and this guy goes, they're pylon runs.
I mean, they are. It'd be like scoring a touchdown when you're up 28-0. It still counts. It's good. Everybody likes touchdowns.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, I mentioned it when we came back to the studio, right? I turned the computer on, all the old tabs come up, and I look and say, they were up 7-0 and then lost in 12 innings.
I'm a little
could have used a couple of pile-on runs then, don't you think?
I'm a little confused. Like, I like the team. I like what's happening. You guys are trying to paint me as some kind of negative person.
You do it yourself.
Well, we got so soft. We can't
Words
just call them
matter.
what they are. They're pile-on runs. Don't take offense to it.
And not when your bullpen blows. You need every run.
No lead is safe.
No.
We've learned that the hard way this year.
All right. They win 4 of the next 5. They return 500 against the Guardians, the team they played in the playoffs the last 2 seasons. Probably very close to them in the standings.
Awesome. Be great.
It'd be fun next week.
Yeah, no kidding.
Get some more pile-on runs.
There you go. Let's get to Omar in Clinton Township. Omar, good morning. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, John. Good morning, Costas. How you guys doing this morning?
We're doing great.
All right, so I want to get something off my chest. I want to blast these fans for Scuba hating, including you too, Cookies. Because here's my thing: while Scuba was here, just like Matt Stafford, I felt like both of those guys gave 100% to the effort to try to do what they can to help these teams win. However, the organizations did not give them the proper tool.
Oh,
Omar,
no.
you cut
Omar,
out.
you
there?
still there?
I swear I didn't hang up on him because he called me out. He's still there, maybe. Bad phone? Sorry. You can't
Come on, Costas.
Bob, you can't compare Stafford to Scooble. Scooble's been on a playoff team the last 2 years.
And
The Tigers aren't going through the first stages of a rebuild the way it was at the end of Stafford's time.
And one of the things Omar said there is that, we get on these guys and they gave 100%. I think that's the question that we had about Scooble was when he was pitching, he was dominant. But you go back to that game 5 against Seattle, and do you feel like it was maybe 90% because he wanted to save himself? And
I don't know, man.
Like, I don't know what he's saving himself
I'll
but
just give you the stat. Last 2 seasons, postseason included, 50 starts, only 4 of them he went over 100 pitches. He gave everything he had until about 95 pitches.
Well, and there was a point, I think it was early last season, where I got on him about not pitching deeper into a game. And I'll retract that a little bit in the regular season of, hey, if you're trying to manage the innings and pitches so that you get to the postseason, but when you get to the postseason, you throw out any type of limit. You throw out all of that stuff and you go for the win. It is an elimination game. And so I don't want to, pull a scab off of a wound that's healing, but that's, I think, where a lot of what we're talking about with Scooble comes from.
Paul, is he back?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Omar, I don't know what happened there. Good morning.
Hey, yeah. Sorry, I'm over here by Lake St. Clair, so that tower over in Canada interferes with what's going on. But
Canada's
like
fault.
I was saying, it's a Verizon. I blame Verizon. But anyway, like I said, my thing is when you work for an organization and you give your all and to do whatever you can to help make this organization successful, and you go and ask for a raise, and in return, all they do is give you a coupon for a hot and ready, then guess what? I'm going to be disgruntled and want to leave too. Now, if they would have jumped on Scooble and paid him earlier like they did McGonagall, then maybe he'd still be here. Then we wouldn't have all this drama with Scooble. However, now I heard you say
He didn't want to get
why
paid
am I
early.
comparing
Yeah, the
Scooble
message
to,
was sent that he wasn't going to take anything early.
No, but my thing is, okay, he wasn't going to take anything early, but also the team did not do what I feel was necessary to put people around him so he don't have to go 9 innings over 100 pitches a game and wear himself out so he have a short career. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, as a comparison to Matt Stafford failed disgruntled too. They never put the right pieces around him to help him achieve. So after a while, you're going to be like, okay, well, guess
Right,
what?
but Omar,
if these guys don't care, then I don't care.
But what I'm telling you is Scooble had more support than Stafford, and I don't even know how you'd fight me on that.
No, I'm getting at you for Cookies is this guy. What did Scooble do wrong besides the business aspect of it? He came in, he pitched, he was a back-to-back Cy Young winner. Yeah, I get it. Y'all complain about him not going over 100 pitches and over 9 innings, but
No one's saying it's got to
If we
be.
would have had a
Hold
strong
on.
bullpen, then you wouldn't need your starters going that distance.
Oh, look, I'm not fighting you on the point that the bullpen hasn't been good enough.
Right, or that the bats weren't good enough in the postseason last
I'm not
year.
blaming Scooble for the fact they didn't win a World Series. He's a dominant pitcher. No one fights that the last 2 seasons. But to act like we're supposed to feel like gutted that we lost him, he was leaving anyway.
Yeah.
He was interested in no extension talk with this team. And the other thing, too, is I felt like Stafford and JV were gracious on the way out.
You don't get that same sense with Scooble.
With him, it's like, dude, you hid the injury. You did this phony tour of the Detroit teams. Look how much I want to be here. You insisted this team was buyers at the deadline while you had 1 foot out the door. Like, it's not the same thing.
Well, even during the tour, we all knew that there was not just 1 foot, there were 2 feet out the door. He was not going to re-sign here, yet he's
Trying to
to ingratiate himself to the fans.
I said we get to football talk. We will get to football talk. Jahmyr Gibbs, could he be staring down a deal just like Bijan? What would make that deal worth it? And the most important Lion at training camp? I'll tell you who it is. It's 97.1.
Lately, it feels like the banking world is constantly shifting. There's mergers, name changes, digital-only apps. It's hard to keep up, and they don't know your face or your neighborhood. But in Michigan, one thing's not changing. It's the commitment that First Merchants Bank has to our local communities. I've been banking with First Merchants for a number of years now, and it's about more than just where I keep my money. It's about the impact I see them making every single day. And I'm talking about real boots-on-the-ground work with local nonprofits that keep our cities vibrant and down payment grants that help our neighbors finally unlock the door to their first home. First Merchants provides high-level service delivered by local people, and it's people who live, work, and shop right here in the great state of Michigan. They're not just passionate about banking, they're passionate about helping our state continue to prosper. So why settle for a bank that just sees a zip code? Bank with an award-winning team that truly cares about your community. All you got to do is visit firstmerchants.com today to find a branch near you. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member, FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
a growing optimism that Jahmyr Gibbs will get a deal done, especially after seeing Bijan get paid yesterday. And look, in terms of paying running backs, I have my reservations and hesitations, but I'm seeing the light. The run game has had a renaissance in the NFL. The Lions specifically lean on their ground game. The Lions aren't fighting to be a 500 team like Atlanta. They're chasing a title.
Yep.
You don't want to mess around with one of the big key cogs, the engine of the offense. And Gibbs is more than a running back. Caught 70 balls a year ago. And when you start comparing the elite running backs to what they make, Bijan at 22 a year is right around what Chris Godwin, Cortland Sutton, and Christian Watson make. And you realize maybe the pendulum has swung just a little too far to where running backs can get paid and it's okay.
So the problem is the impact. What is the impact of all those carries? Because it's different when you're running into the line of scrimmage than it is catching a pass over the middle and somebody brings you down by your shoelaces.
It's a career longevity question when you start guaranteeing 4 and 5 years.
Right. And so if you are what Jahmyr Gibbs has done over the last 2 years, 250 carries in 24, just shy of that, 243 in 25. And then you look at the receptions that he had, and last year it was a career year for him, receiving 77 catches. You start looking at that and you say, okay, well, if he's going to be touching the ball 330 times to 350 times a year, this year maybe it ticks up a little bit more because there's no David Montgomery.
Throw in the postseason too. You plan on being there?
Right. And he starts pushing higher into 300s, 365, 70 touches, maybe even 400 if you throw in the postseason. What's the wear and tear going to be? And the question is, what makes it worth it? What type of season does Jahmyr Gibbs have to justify paying him now? Paying him more than the $5 million he makes this year, paying him more than the $14 that he'd be guaranteed next year, and extending him so that he's here through age 28/29, 5 years from now.
When you ask what does he have to do to be worth it, are you looking for like a stat line?
No, I don't know that it necessarily has to be a stat line, but what makes it worth it for the Lions?
Well, but part of the answer isn't what he does this year, because there was never a dispute whether he'd play this year. Like, the answer is, for it to be worth it, what does he look like in
3 years?
In 2030? 3 or 4 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
The short answer is if they win the Super Bowl, it was worth it. The short answer is if he's a 2,000-yard all-purpose back, it's worth it. The short answer is if his body holds up, it's worth it.
See, so in 24, he was just shy of 2,000 all-purpose yards. Last year, just a little bit less because he ran for about 200 less yards, even though he,
career high in
for
receiving
100 yards more.
Yeah.
I honestly would just say he just has to do what he's done the last 2 years.
Okay.
I don't expect more. I think we'll get a season or two out of him, maybe more of 2,000 yards, all-purpose yards. But I would expect that he would be exactly what he's been in 24 and in 25 and in glimpses of 23. We kept asking, when does Jahmyr Gibbs get to touch the ball more?
I remember even last year, though, when we had Dan Campbell on, and we'd ask about Montgomery's role. And at one point, I think he turned to me and was like, well, how would you do it?
Yeah.
And I said, what? More Gibbs. He was a hard guy to take off the field.
Yeah, because he's just so damn productive. And I think you also have to look at not just what he does, but what this offense is with him on the field, because he doesn't have to have the ball in his hands to affect the play. It's basically, hey, you start out in the first, second quarter, you kind of set the tone, you get him going, especially in the first few games. You make him the threat that he is. You make that defense account for him on every single time that he's on the field. So even if you fake it to him, you throw a little pump fake, or you fake it to him in the backfield, he affects the play on every single time that he's on the field. I think that's where it makes it worth it.
Play action works better. All of a sudden, he comes out onto a route in the flat. Linebackers, they have to
account
play
for him.
Up. That opens up something middle. Laporta, Tesla, somebody else in that vacated space can take advantage of it. Here's the other thing, too. He's a home run hitter. And I'm not taking anything away from wearing down a defense, 4 yards a pop, 12 play drive. Those had been, hallmarks of the Lions at their most successful. But John, there's also something to be said for let's not need 12 plays. Gibbs is going to get what's blocked and more, right? All of a sudden you get to the second level and Gibbs can turn a 12-yard run into a
75.
Yeah. So that's it. And in that way, I know he's going to get compared to Bijan, and Jonathan Taylor is going to get a new deal at some point. He's a better home run threat than those guys are.
I agree. And I think he's so the one drawback to Jonathan Taylor is, and he's always tried to add the receiving to his game, he's just not the same pass catcher that Bijan and Jameer is. And I think that's where Jameer has a slight edge over Bijan Bijan is really good at catching the ball as well. That's what makes these guys special.
Don't sell him short, because Bijan last season, he actually caught more passes than Gibbs and had more receiving yards than Gibbs.
Right, but they also don't have the same weapons. And so if we get into this debate of who's better, Bijan or Jameer, and Bijan, his receiving yards, his yards on the ground, I think they're harder earned because they don't have the same weapons. And he hasn't had a quarterback like Jared Goff to be able to operate under.
Yeah, I mean, last season, Bijan had more than 2,000 all-purpose yards.
Right.
And I know some of this is going to come down to like their 1A, 1B, and like everybody's fantasy drafts. Last year, they scored damn near the same number of fantasy points. I mean, these two guys are... Bell cow doesn't do it justice because, again, they catch 70 passes. They're more than bell cows. And I think that's maybe part of this discussion. It's, we don't pay running backs. You've heard that on this station. I know 2 to 6 leads the charge. We don't pay running backs. Unless you do. Because they're more than running backs, and because the market has shifted so far against paying them what they're worth that I can go, yeah, dude, I'll pay him what the number 2 receiver on Green Bay is. I'll pay him what the number 2 receiver in Denver's getting. I mean, why wouldn't you? I think he's worth what Chris Godwin means to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Right, and I don't have their production numbers in front of me, but I guarantee you, if you just lined up Jameer Gibbs as a slot receiver, or you just threw him the ball out of the backfield, he'd have well over 100 catches. And then you'd be talking about, well, how are we going to pay this guy like a Godwin or more?
Yeah. And I think just the key is, how does his body hold up? And you just don't know. I mean, that's the hesitation really in all this. My reservations on paying Gibbs at various points over the last year or two is not because I have any doubts of what he is when healthy. It's just, will he survive a 5-year deal at that position with his role in this offense?
Well, and then it comes down to the sweet spot. What's the usage factor? How much do you hand him the ball? How much? Because you're a better team when he's got the ball in his hands, whether it's throwing it to him or handing it to him. But you also want to make sure that he's there in December, January, hopefully February. He has some opportunity.
248-539-9797. We'll ask you guys, what makes it worth it? There's a growing optimism he's going to get this deal done. We think maybe by the end of the week.
Yeah, I said yesterday I think it's done by Friday.
And you're our Jameer Gibbs insider.
Yes, yeah. I have no insight on this one. I have heard. I'm not making any grand proclamation. That's just my estimation.
When people ask me, I go, look, John's not panicked, so I'm not panicked. This could get done.
It will. It will.
248-539-9797. Who's the most important Lion at training camp? Make a case for that coming up at 7:02. Got the college football coaches poll that's out.
Oh, yeah, the preseason poll, the one everybody looks to. It's finally out.
We'll get to that as
Most
well.
Most irrelevant poll of the year.
God, 97.1.
Brought to you by University of Michigan Credit Union. Last night's 8-0 Tigers victory came on the back of starter Troy Melton, who twirled a 7-inning scoreless gem with only 2 walks and 4 strikeouts. In Melton's last 2 starts, he's combined for 14 innings, 6 hits, no runs, 4 walks, and 9 Ks. He's the only Tigers pitcher to record such a stat line over consecutive starts this season. A.J. Hinch talked about Melton's performance after the game. Offensively, the Tigers had 3 homers in the game from Gleyber Torres, Riley Green, and Dylan Dingler. Colt Keith also had a pair of RBIs to go along with his 3-hit night. Detroit is now 1.5 games out of the wild card. Game 2 against Seattle is tonight at 9:40. And new this morning, Helene St. James of the Free Press is reporting that the Red Wings are using a search firm to hire their new general manager. In the interim, assistant GM Sean Horkoff is handling day-to-day responsibilities, but he will not make any trades. And Tarek Skubal lost his Dodgers debut last night. He allowed 4 hits and 2 runs, which included a 400-foot bomb to Dansby Swanson. The Dodgers have now lost 5 in a row. At the Cornwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, your headline from last night. The Tigers' old ace goes 85 pitches in 6 innings and loses. The Tigers' new ace, Troy Melton, goes into the 7th inning.
97 pitches.
97 pitches, shutout, and wins. Hey, man, there's a little extra buzz now.
Oh, it's exciting. There's less pressure. It's if they don't make the postseason,
Okay.
okay.
And
If they do, it's just, hey, let's just keep this train rolling and see what happens.
weight off our shoulders. I loved sitting down to watch last night, rooting like hell for this team. They did the deadline right, and I'm rooting like hell. Young group, 7 players, 25 and younger. Let's see what they're made of. Text coming in on Gibbs. The extension is worth it for the Lions. Yep, again, they haven't done it yet, but we're assuming it'll be similar to Bijan. The extension is worth it for the Lions because it gives them salary cap flexibility that a tag and a 5th-year option don't. The extension lets them push money around and move it so they can add or retain some of their other talent, Miguel and Milford, which is a great point.
Yes. Yeah. Once you have that contract, and the more years that are there, the more flexibility you have. Now, I don't think they go any more than what Bijan had, so it's going to be 5 from now. It'll be 3-year extension.
Did I see, too, Bijan, it's like 51 guaranteed. It's like roughly half the deal is guaranteed, a little more than half the deal is guaranteed. So that's not like you're screwed if something happens.
Right. And ultimately, a team wants to pay you all that money because if they do, it means you're killing it.
Yep.
But yes, you do have more flexibility because if you go into that 5th year with they pick up the 5th-year option and it's 14, that's a hard number against the cap. And certainly the franchise tag is going to be a hard number against the cap. There's no maneuvering around that. But as soon as you put years on and you've got guaranteed / likely to be earned incentives, unlikely to be earned incentives, some don't even, you could pay them, some of those incentives don't even go against the cap ever. So it's much more malleable to be able to have that type of contract versus a rigid 5th-year option and franchise tag.
Malleable.
Yeah.
Showing
like
off that Michigan degree this morning.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Just don't ask me to spell it.
You don't have to spell anything anymore. You just type it in and then the red squiggly line fixes it for you.
Yeah, that's what my kids tell me. Yeah.
Isn't that? No, well, it's just the way it is. Hey, Lion, that's the most important in training camp. I'd make a case. It's the guy Will Birchfield wrote about yesterday, 971theticket.com. Ennis Rakestraw. Is anybody more important this training camp than a guy who might be a starter, but who hasn't really played much football? I think it's like 48 snaps over the last 2 seasons. John, he could be their starting outside corner, or he could be another in a long line of busts in the 2024 draft. This is a pivotal, important camp for Ennis Rakestraw.
It is, and some of it is just because of he's now entering year 3. Haven't seen him. He's been injured. It's huge for him. It's even bigger for the team because no Terriana Arnold. Now, we do think that DJ Reed will probably be more like he was at the beginning of the season, pre-hamstring injury. So you have one corner where you're like, okay, we're good there. The other one, we don't even know who that's going to be. Is it McCreary? Is it Isian? Is it Rakestraw? And then with the questions in the backfield, the defensive backfield, you want to have 2 guys, at least at the line of scrimmage, playing those corner spots that can not be lockdown corners, but that can do the job as it needs to be done at NFL levels.
There's potential answers at safety if they can get these guys right. There might not be an answer at corner 2. It's Rockyason or Ennis Rakestraw. The other guys you mentioned are slot guys. Isian, McCreary, those guys will play in the nickel. The outside corner 2 is a real question mark for this team, and maybe it's Rockyason by default, but you'd love to see Rakestraw grab that job. Give him a little bit of depth, a little bit of security, someone that can play there, because They don't really have much of an answer at that position right now.
Yeah, and okay, maybe it's Rakestraw, maybe it's McCrary, maybe it's anybody that plays that position. Maybe that's the position that is most important for somebody to step up and play well. But I'm not going to argue. I think there's a couple other cases to be made. If you want this offense to operate at optimum efficiency, and we had a chance to talk to the OC, we've had a chance to talk to Hank Fraley yesterday about the offensive line. I think maybe the most important might be Sam Laporta.
Okay.
A healthy Sam Laporta returning to what we saw in his first 2 years, especially his rookie season, that can really open up this offense. And we just had this conversation about Jahmyr Gibbs. Like the threat of Gibbs in the backfield and being able to throw the ball hit to him anywhere on the field, but especially in the flats. The threat of Laporta in the middle of the field, that opens up so much. I don't know that we have truly unlocked Jameson Williams yet. We always kind of go this, hey, like, he could have this breakout season. We talked, we heard last year, Jameson Williams is going to have a breakout season. Well, you need other parts around him. Certainly, he can just beat everybody down the field. But if you are just dropping everybody back and saying, you know what, we don't want to get beat deep. We just want to make this team go 12, 13, 14 plays down the field. We don't think they can because of offensive line or we don't think they can for whatever reason. So we're going to drop everybody back because Jameson Williams is our home run hitter. We don't want any home runs. We don't want any grand slams.
Yeah, it's the layers of how you attack a defense. J-Mo pushes safeties back. It helps Laporta. It's like an inverse relationship. Like the run game does the same thing, but Laporta can feast.
He can really unlock so much of this offense.
He's a guy, too, like this is anecdotal. We've been out the last couple days, but we're doing a show. You can't always see everything. I try to make a point to walk over and catch the end of practice. I feel like every time I'm looking over, it's Sam Laporta catching a pass.
Yeah.
It's Sam Laporta moving the sticks. He was a 1,000-yard player as a rookie. They missed him sorely last year. I was talking to someone who's plugged in with the Lions yesterday, and they said, boy, I think the tight end injuries last year hurt more than people realize because it wasn't just Laporta. Then they also lost Brock Wright. But they were saying,
well, it's being able to set the edge. It's being able to get those cutoffs in the run game. Those are things that, hey, it's not sexy for tight ends to be able to do that. But when it's done, you don't necessarily, as a fan, as you're watching it, recognize why all of a sudden the run game is so effective or why that cutback lane is there. But now all of a sudden, hey, when that's working, now the play action works. And now how do you utilize that tight end in the pass game to open up other facets of this offense? He might be the key that completely unlocks this offense.
So we'll take some nominations, the player that you think is most important in training camp. Not for the season, but right now in the proving grounds where you got to get some questions answered. Text coming in, the Lions have to sign Branch and Laporta this year. How are we going to sign Gibbs too? He has to play this year on his contract, Adam and North Branch.
Well, take the inverse of that. Why do you have to do Branch and Laporta when
they're expiring?
They're expiring, sure. But it's which numbers are going to be bigger? And how do you manipulate those numbers so that you can actually fit those guys under the cap?
Right, that's part of why they've tried to do deals early. And it can bite you. I think Kirby Joseph's going to bite him. But part of the reason to do it early is you start saving $5 million here, $5 million there. You squeeze an extra player in. That's been part of their strategy.
And we've always talked about the cap being a shell game. Like you move a little bit over here, you move something back here into this contract, you move it around, and all of a sudden, hey, you've got that extra couple of million to pay Laporta.
Well, and some of the answers, we got frustrated. There's more restructuring they can do with Goff Steele. Mm-hmm. They can crack open the vaults and move Sewell or St. Brown money around. We would have liked to see that used to add players to Laporta, Gibbs, and Branch, but they could certainly use it to help pay Gibbs, Laporta, and Branch.
I think the biggest numbers are going to be your quarterback. And yes, there is still more room there. But if they don't want to move that money or years down the road, I think the one that is easiest to add money to years to that is going to be around is going to be Penei Sewell.
Yeah. If you ask me which player on the team right now is most likely to be playing for the Lions in 2036, it'd be Penei Sewell.
Oh, that's a long time.
Well,
2036. I might have said 2031, 2032, and he may be, but
I said most likely. I didn't guarantee the guy's going to play 20 years in the league, but I mean, how many years has he played now? This is 5?
Yeah.
He could be a 15-year pro.
Sure.
Damn, that's a long time from now, Jim.
I said,
I know.
you answer the question.
That's a legendary Hall of Famer.
Is that not the expectation with him? We talk about gold jackets and look what he does and the way he plays the position. Okay, answer the question. Who's most likely to be here in 10 years from the current roster? It's Sewell, right?
Probably somebody from this draft?
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah. Blake Miller.
Yeah. Actually, I wouldn't say that. I got to see him play first.
Okay. But if
Tate
you're going to
Ratledge.
say somebody from this draft, then you just say that for everybody. Well, we got to see how he plays first.
248-539-9797. Classic, let it play out. John, you what did you say about these rankings? We'll get to them coming up at 7:18, but the coaches poll, it's famously
and we love anything that comes out right now about football, college football, pro football, it doesn't matter. But this is the most useless poll that we will see all season long. And I think there's a debate about the poll that comes out after week 1 because you have a whole bunch of teams playing absolutely no one. And now all of a sudden there's this reshuffling. Oh, well, hey, Michigan put up, 50 points on Western Michigan. Well, instead of 16, they should be at 10. No! There should be no movement until you get to about week 5 or 6. But we go through this exercise because what the hell? It's tradition.
Why
we have
not?
it. It's fun.
And you found one thing that's particularly interesting.
yeah.
One storyline from the coaches
And
poll.
it may actually be something that is a positive in the path that college football is going down.
Look at this. This guy's going to sell us positivity with college football. We need more of it. Next, 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, Tigers baseball is in full swing, and there's nothing better than a warm night, a great game, and an ice-cold Surfside. It's iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea, super refreshing and perfect for the season. And as a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers, Surfside is right there with you all summer long. Plus, it's only 100 calories, just 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip all game long. The iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
I heard it in the update, and I did connect the dots. Maybe worth a mention here. So the Wings are using a search firm to fill the Steve Yzerman job. But in the interim, Sean Horkoff is running the day-to-day.
But no trades.
But no trades. But that's different than the press release where they said Yzerman was going to be the day-to-day guy.
Until he was replaced.
Right. So is this...
Well, he's been replaced.
Steve going, hey, man.
Well, it could be that, or he could just be on a sabbatical, too.
Summer vacay?
Yeah, get away. What operations are there?
Right. Someone come in and make sure the printer's still working.
Need more toner.
Calling McClellan every day saying, well, you're the coach for now.
Oh, God.
I mean, seriously, that's part of the equation here.
Yeah.
There's not.
Well, are they going to have they have to have someone in place by training camp, you would think.
Of course.
Right. Yeah, because you got to do something with Dylan Larkin.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that too.
Dylan who?
Yeah. So if he's not going to make any trades, he's obviously not fielding any phone calls. I mean, he's not going to sit there and say, to whoever does inherit the job, well, here's my notes, and here's the teams that have called. Pick your best offer.
They also have to settle Edvinson. He will be on the team next year, but they have to figure that out too.
I mean, what happens? Can't somebody offer sheet him technically?
Yes.
What would happen if somebody did that?
I think most of the money is spent. But yeah, then they'd be put on a spot where an interim has to navigate it. They'd probably just match and figure it out later.
This is insane. How do you don't have a GM in August for a hockey team? And guess what? The GM, the potential GM, they have to talk to Larkin before they take the job, or they have to have an opinion on, I want to keep this guy. I want to mend this fence.
So
right?
I don't remember the date. I know we were out at the ballpark, corner ballpark. Is it 2 weeks?
3 weeks from today.
It was 3 weeks from today. Okay.
Yeah.
And yesterday was 2 months since Larkin demanded a trade. This team, the franchise is in limbo.
Big time.
Remember Inception when they did they had the limbo part?
It's a dream within a dream.
Yeah.
Except this is a nightmare within a nightmare.
Right.
Hey, you're the paying customer.
I was going to tell you. I'll tell you what's not out of sync is making sure that they get the payments every month.
That auto deduct is still being taken?
That is not on an interim figure it out basis. That's still going to collect. Anyway,
he sent him an email. You know what? I renewed my tickets when? March? February?
Oh, before March, yeah. I think it might have been February. They started asking in January.
Do I have a right to be curious why we don't have a GM in August?
Stoney's play was tell them I want to put it on deferment. Like I want to pay for this season, but claim it in a future season.
All right,
I don't want the tickets until I want
You're
the
gonna
tickets.
do the Dodger plan.
Right.
all the jokes aside here, they did the right thing 3 weeks ago.
Yes, they did. And they just need to
make a decision.
Move this along.
Yeah.
College football right around the corner. We got a coaches poll. Michigan 16th. You got a bunch of Big Ten teams. You had a note, though, that stuck out.
Yeah, and here's what's interesting is Ohio State and Oregon are 1 and 2. And I think in most polls, whenever they do come out, you'll probably see Ohio State right there at the top. What is interesting, there's a couple things that are interesting. There are 6 teams that received first place votes. You've got Ohio State 1, Oregon 2, Georgia 3, Texas, Notre Dame, and Indiana rounding out the top 6.
That's reigning champ Indiana.
Yeah, and I'll bring up Indiana in just a moment. But this is a deeper pool of voters putting first place votes on a total of 6 teams. Normally, and if you go back 10 years, right, it was, Alabama gets 40 votes and Clemson gets 8. And then maybe Ohio State got 1. There was always that kind of 1 vote for somebody. Now you're having 6 teams. And I think this is going to be a trend because we don't know what to make because of the transfer portal. What does it mean when you have Josh Hoover as your quarterback coming in and he's coming from TCU? All of a sudden, hey, well, we've seen Indiana do it the last couple of years. Can they do it a third time? We don't know. And so there are more teams that people believe have a shot at the national title. Now, they may only be the big dogs, and I guess we're throwing Indiana in that now since they've won a national title.
They're a big dog.
But then there are, any outliers, but now there are more teams that people believe are in contention. Is that not a good thing?
It is a good thing, and it's a good note. I hadn't realized that. 6 teams with first place votes. It's a record. And I would make the case that while Ohio State has the most first place votes, they shouldn't be the favorite. On paper, I think Oregon actually has the better roster.
Well, I agree. When we talked about, hey, the Cleveland.com poll that came out, it was, they had Ohio State as one, and I think Oregon is the best team in the Big Ten.
There's obviously questions about can Oregon actually finish the job, but on paper, I think their roster is the best in the country. I want to be very careful, though, that I don't Clemson them. So we'll just kind of scoot back a little bit here.
Yeah. Has that been 2 years now, or was that last year?
That was last year. Now, when we're in Vegas at the end of the month, I think we'll revisit and make some predictions.
So the last one, though, is the last point I want to make on this before we get to news. Indiana comes in at 6. They have the second most first-place votes.
Wow, yeah.
And with 14, and you look at Oregon, they only got 6 first-place votes, yet they ended up at 2. What that means is there is a great unknown. There are a lot of people that might have had Indiana as low as, 15, 16, yeah, to lower them that far because they got 14. They got twice as many first-place votes as both Oregon and Georgia, who are 2 and 3 respectively.
Now, you did the can counting on this. There's 8 Big Ten, 9 SEC.
Yeah, so 17 of the top 25 are from the Big Two.
I did get a kick out of Alabama's 11th. Mm-hmm. There are 5 SEC teams ahead of them. If the board finishes 6th in the SEC, whoo, going to be a for sale sign out front.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Or worse, they'll burn his house down.
Poison all his trees.
No. They've done it before, right?
Yes, they have.
Let's go to Heather with the news.
Well, good morning. Election day for the August primary finally reached Michigan, and all eyes are on the state as voters took to the polls to decide a slew of key races, including the nationally watched Democratic primary for the open U.S. Senate seat. So while results are still coming in, we do know who will move on to the Michigan governor's race in November. Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson secured the Democratic nomination, and U.S. Representative John James defeated businessman Perry Johnson in the Republican primary. And then the race has yet to be decided in what's being called one of the most watched Democratic Senate matchups in the country. Abdul El-Sayed holds a small lead over Haley Stevens. Both candidates addressed their supporters after midnight on Tuesday. They acknowledged the tight contest. They emphasized the stakes of November against Mike Rogers, and they called for Democratic unity. So I'll let you know when those are finalized.
Okay.
Yes. Well, the Gordie Howe International Bridge, it officially opened to traffic last Monday, but today that multi-use path that allows pedestrians and bikers to cross opens today at 8 a.m., so just about a half hour.
Yeah, if you're
very
in line,
exciting.
let us know.
And they say people are lining up. I don't know. Well,
I'm sure they are.
Expected to be lining up.
Camping
I know there's
out too, right?
I know one man
On the
in
Canadian
Canada
side, yeah.
was camping out, and he wanted to be the first person to bike across the bridge, and he made sure he got out of work, and he was there, and he was going to be the first one. If you are planning to go, it's like crossing the border with your vehicle. You have to have your correct documentation, so make sure you have your passport or your enhanced license.
So one question. I don't know if you've seen a picture. I haven't looked intently at it.
Okay.
Is because when you're walking in the park, right, you got it's not wide enough sometimes for bikers and for pedestrians, so you're always scooting over. Is there a lane for bikes?
I would imagine.
And one for pedestrians? So
I haven't seen an exact photo of it.
you don't have to ring your bell every time you're coming up with something?
On your left, on your left.
Yeah.
I hate doing that. I hate yelling that
Can
at people.
rollerbladers go?
I don't see why not. I know right now you're not allowed to use an e-bike.
Yeah.
They say skateboards and electric scooters won't be allowed, but wheelchairs and mobility devices for those with disabilities are okay. You can stop and take photos. That's allowed, but you're advised to step or pull to the side so you don't block the path.
Yeah.
Clearly don't stand in the middle of it. Let's use our brains. Opens from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. This is for summer hours only. Then it will go from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. November through March 31st. You know, they're limiting how many people right now just because they expect
massive
big
people.
crowds.
Yep.
And then that will kind of change, obviously.
A lot of people trying to get that Korean barbecue.
They say they anticipate a 20-minute crossing by bike or a 45-minute crossing on foot one way. So
It's a slower pace.
Yeah, yeah.
There's an incline.
Meandering.
there's an
Take your
incline,
time.
5% incline, so just be prepared. Pretty cool. This is interesting. A Florida steakhouse is offering a very unique dining experience for those who are interested. The restaurant is called Class Soiree Steakhouse. It's in Hollywood, Florida, and it is offering nude dining on the first Monday of every month. Obviously, this is not something you just accidentally walk into. Like, you don't just open the restaurant doors and like, whoa, everyone's naked.
Hopefully that time's up for all the women.
They sell tickets specifically for the nude dining experience. They're $250 for men, $150 for women. So more expensive for the
Do you
men.
have to send a picture prior to get the discount?
$300 for couples. No, John, you
So
don't. Anyone is
wait.
welcome.
Oh, okay.
So if you are
Lots of questions.
single man, or I guess you don't need to be single, but you're going by yourself.
Yeah,
It's
but what kind of
$250
creep
bucks.
is going?
There's a minimum
Who
age,
else
right?
is
Yeah,
going-
you say that minimum age is
I
18?
did find on another website, there's a few guidelines. 18 and up, you've got to be 18. Respect and discretion is required. No touching without consent. And then they have the right to refuse service. Now, the chef and the owner says that he came up with this concept as a way to attract new business, to generate some buzz. Here he is, along with a waitress, kind of talking about this.
Are they going to be naked?
No.
All right,
okay.
so I think there should be some more rules. If
The
there's
staff
a
has
minimum,
to be clothed.
if there's a minimum age, I think there should also be a maximum age. We don't want boobs and salad.
Saggy
Yeah,
old people.
Yeah, gravity can be tough.
Not kind.
Are these clear tables? Or
Actually, yeah. So I tried to find pictures of what this
Yeah?
looks like, and I
course you
read
did.
some reviews, and one reviewer says it's cozy, small, romantic, and there are some photos that almost make it look like some tables look like they could be your dining room table that did have a glass top. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Others have the white tablecloth.
because if you're naked and you're going there with your partner, wouldn't you want to be able to have the whole view
I don't know.
versus everything being
Like, look at this table. It looks like it's a glass top, a round table that holds, I don't know, 6 maybe. It looks like it's a glass top. Yikes.
And what type of food do they serve?
Oh, the food
it
looks
seafood?
great. It comes with like a prefixed menu. You're gonna get, I have
Shit, it's a
appetizers,
steakhouse.
hors d'oeuvres,
Oh, steakhouse,
surf and turf
okay.
dinner, and champagne toast for the 20 feasters. So only 20 are allowed in
okay.
their birthday suits.
Oh, hopefully they have.
So
You know,
it's
if
a
there's no
small
touching,
crowd.
you got to make sure that there's plenty of room to be able to walk. If you have to use the restroom, you don't want to
Bump into.
excuse me.
It's for people with a lot of
Do they
self-confidence.
sanitize
Or
well afterward? Like, I'm thinking of, like, let's
the
say I want to
chair?
go the next day, and
What if you have gas?
I'm clothed, and I just want to go in for dinner on Tuesday. How well did you clean the restaurant Monday night?
There must be removable cushions.
I've never in my life been in the steakhouse and thought it'd be great if I was nude right now.
I don't know. I've been in a restaurant with anyone else and said, I think I wish I was nude.
Where did you say this is?
This is in Florida.
Do you know whose hometown it's in?
I'm from Hollywood,
really?
Florida.
You
Yes.
are? Do you know this place?
Oh!
I do not know this place, but I know the community is an older community in that
Are
area.
mom and
so
dad still there? Oh, no. Tell them to go check it out.
Do you have relatives that live there?
Tell mom and dad to go check it out.
I will not be doing that.
Grandparents, aunts,
report.
uncles. Yeah, I mean, they don't need to go on the first Monday of every month. Just go check out the restaurant. See the crowd?
That's Heather with the news.
That's amazing.
The Tigers suddenly fun and exciting. We'll talk about the renewed energy next. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, I'm going to tell you all the reasons why a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are exceptional right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks, and for power, there's really no comparison. I've told you about mine. I love my truck. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8 or the 420 horsepower Hurricane engine. That's the one I chose. You also have a third option. It's the high-output 540 horsepower Hurricane. And for the competition, a simple question. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Good luck with that. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, just do me a favor. Go sit in a Ram, and I promise you're going to feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We got Gov and Paul Sarah behind the glass. I can speak for myself. I'm in a great mood today.
Well, you found a new place to dine. I understand.
You want me to read you a couple of those texts?
Sure.
And then we'll get to the Tigers, because that's actually why I'm in a good mood.
We talked about the menu, but I would assume that there'd be some pineapple upside down cake for dessert.
Oh, boy.
This text says, I bet they serve crabs.
Yeah. No, I was...
1 plate of E. coli, please. I hope they don't share chair cushions, Morgan in a car. I feel terrible for the busboy. He's got to wipe down all those seats.
Yeah.
This is the grossest thing I've ever heard. Does a nude diner order or offer strip steaks? That's from Rob.
Well, I wouldn't think so. I mean, you're already nude. There's no stripping.
Can you sit at the bar fully clothed and creep for a while?
Yeah. Yeah. No thanks.
Yeah. I think
Awkward.
it's who's it for? Like perverts or people with like a ton of self-confidence? I don't know.
Weirdos.
Yeah.
That's it. Just an easy label. Weirdos.
There's a drop for everything.
The hostess apparently can choose to be nude or not, but everyone else, it says to stay within city compliance, the service staff and the kitchen crew must remain fully clothed, but the hostess
Okay.
may choose.
Okay.
I guess that makes sense. I mean,
She's not touching your food.
no, she's not serving you. She's just seating you.
Yeah.
So,
Paul Sarah's hometown. Ladies and gentlemen.
telling you, yeah. You got to send somebody in the family and just report back.
Is Antonio Brown from Hollywood, Florida? Maybe I'm wrong.
I have no idea.
Okay. I could be wrong.
Maybe he's a private investor.
Who knows?
That was a stony question to Paul there.
Well, you know famous people from your hometown, right?
To a degree, yeah.
You thought that was like
just
unfair?
asked questions just out of nowhere,
Yes.
expecting him to have the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're not like on the Chamber of Commerce.
I'm surprised it's legal, actually.
Oh, really? Is it a more conservative town?
Well, no, but
Just
I'm
having naked people.
having
in
naked people in. I mean, I guess it's a private business; they can do whatever they want.
It says local officials have confirmed the practice is fully legal because the restaurant staff remains clothed.
Antonio Brown is from Miami Gardens. How close is that, Paul?
It's not really that close.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Stupid question. Moving on. I'm in a good mood because the Tigers are fun. Because there's been a weight lifted off of my shoulders. The team did the right thing at the trade deadline, and now I have this like renewed energy. Sell Scooble, sneak in, 4-game win streak. We got a new ace who's pitching deeper into games than the old ace.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I speak for just myself or if other Tiger fans will step forward and admit the same thing. They have a renewed excitement around our baseball team. Like, I stayed up last night for a 9:40 game for a team that sold at the deadline.
Yeah, and it's so they sold at the deadline. They were 2.5 back. They're still, 3 games under 500. Like, there's a lot that still needs to be done. And we haven't even talked about, okay, it's been fun, it's nice, it's energizing, but you still have a terrible bullpen at some point. That's might ultimately be what keeps you out of making any type of meaningful run.
And
but
if that's the case, I'm at peace with it. It's kind of a house money effect now.
I think there's a couple of factors of why I think it is playing with house money, that it is fun to watch again. The number one factor is the pressure release valve was hit. And there's no more, like if you kept Scooble, then there was going to be this conversation about, wow, Scott Harris didn't do the right thing, couldn't do the tough thing of trading Scooble and just going to walk at the end, and we're still not going to make the postseason.
You better win the World Series or else.
Right. And now it's just, we've had this conversation for 3 years, going back to 24. Do you trade Scooble now? Do you keep him? And that's before he even won a Cy Young Award.
No kidding.
Every offseason, it was, well, should you trade Scooble? Should you keep Scooble? This past trade deadline, there wasn't much conversation about trading Scooble because of the way the season started. You thought, oh, hey, here we go. But then in the offseason, we know he's not going to sign here. Arbitration. Do you keep him? Do you trade him? It's been exhausting. And I think the fact that we don't have to have that conversation anymore is just a huge relief. Now we can watch the Tigers and be like, this is fun.
Think about it like this. We're able to separate There is Skubal fatigue, but that doesn't mean there should be Tigers fatigue. And while he was a Tiger, they were one and the same.
Yeah.
Skubal fatigue made the Tigers fatiguing. Separate them. Root against them. No one's rooting for the Dodgers. Watch him. He didn't pitch poorly, but he lost. He only went 85 pitches. Troy Melton goes 97 pitches, 7 innings of shutout baseball, and the Tigers win. And it's going to be so much more enjoyable to watch Melton and Job make a run of it than having the pressure of Mize and Skubal to maybe grind out a playoff spot and still feel let down because, well, you didn't win it all. What was the point? It's just a shift in mindset that I find to be refreshing. They have 7 players 25 and under. Clark, McGonigal, let's see what they've got. Job, Melton, Lee, Keith, Riley Green's
Right.
25 years old. Like, give me this group of guys 25 and under and see if they can make some noise and surprise people.
And I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but at the beginning of the season, right? No matter what happened, and especially when things started to go south in May, what did I say? I still tune in because I want to see Kevin McGonigal every time he's at bat. And when he's not at bat, they're background noise. But when McGonigal's up, are you interested?
Yeah, of course I am.
Okay. When Dingler's up, are you interested?
Yeah.
When Riley Green is up? Mm-hmm. How about Max Clark?
Especially with the way he started his major league career.
Valencia?
Yeah.
Hao Yu Lee?
Yeah, you're like naming like a full lineup of players.
Right, and so I mean, I'll throw Colt Keith in there. I don't know that we're necessarily excited to see him at the plate, but he's at least bat the ball some.
His Cole Keith's OPS is at 745, Jim. Been playing really good baseball.
This guy's going to beat me up because I don't like every guy in the lineup.
I know, but he has been productive.
Yeah.
Right. And so then I'll say, when the team, when they're on defense, right, and you got somebody on the mound, are you excited when it's Troy Melton?
Yes.
How about Cater Montero? Mm-hmm. How about the prospect of Jackson Jobe starting on Saturday?
National TV, let's do it.
I mean, it's
great time to get him back.
There are a lot of things to be excited about. None of this means we expect them to be in the postseason. All of it means there can be excitement about the Detroit Tigers, and they can be fun again to watch.
Tom's going to get me to buy a Colt Keith jersey by the end of the season.
You have poo-pooed his performance lately. And
I need to warm up to him. I know.
Yeah. What is it with you with him? I can tell, like, Jim, since I've worked with you.
Well, because he puts on those pile-on runs.
Oh, boy. You got to explain. Jim, okay. That's what Jim called it last night. Kind of, dissing the Tigers' offensive.
You said I didn't mean it as a diss.
So here's
what
how
they were. Those are add-on
runs. The bullpen needs those.
I know.
Here's how it started. In case you missed the beginning of the show, garbage runs, and it was.
I didn't use that word.
I said yesterday in regards to like the team, right? McGonigal didn't get a hit, and Max Clark, first game, he doesn't get a hit, but he gets on base with a walk and 3 strikeouts. But you still have back-to-back home runs in the 9th, and this,
careful
fun governor says, "Oh, well, they're add-on runs. They're pile-on runs. Those don't matter."
Well, factually, they are pile-on. I didn't say they don't matter.
Factually, this was a team that when they decided to finally sell, they had a 7-0 lead on the Baltimore Orioles. 7-1 when your Tarek Skubal leaves the game, and they lose in 12 innings. We'll take everyone in every single inning we could possibly get.
I didn't say they shouldn't score them, but factually, they're pile-on runs. Why is everybody so sensitive about it?
That they're kind of throwaways, the way pile-on sounds. You know what they're called in baseball? Insurance runs.
Yeah.
You know what it
Especially
reminds
with
me
this
of?
bullpen.
It reminds me of last year in the postseason where we said the Tigers had to steal a game. And A.J. Hinch was with the media like, "Oh, what do you mean steal a game?"
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're underdogs. Steal a game. That's the word choice we use. These are tack-on, add-on runs.
This is the word choice we use instead of just you win a game.
How dare we?
I think we're getting him on next week. We're going to ask him if he's doing a good job.
I don't know. We'll see if they're at 500.
But that's the thing. I think everybody's pulling for this team now. As much as we were growing fatigued and sick of the storylines and the season felt lost, raise your hand. Do you feel a renewed energy? 248-539-9797. A weight off your shoulders. We'll talk to Tiger fans next. It's 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like feeling the feeling of holding the keys to your first home. But in today's market, getting to that front door can feel out of reach. And I want to tell you, that's exactly where my friends at First Merchants Bank come in. I'll get this out. They offer incredible programs for first-time homebuyers, and I'm talking about down payment assistance, grants up to $10,000, options with no down payment, and below-market interest rates that keep your monthly payments more manageable. And since 1893, they've been the dependable choice for neighbors just like you and me. And, it's where I secured my mortgage, and I love that they're not just a lender, but rather a community-focused partner that moves with the speed and agility that you need if you want to win in a fast-paced market. Stop wondering what if and start planning. They offer free mortgage consultations to help you map out your journey. Contact my friends at First Merchants Bank today to get started, and you could do that at firstmerchants.com if you want to learn more. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
At Scott Harris sold at the deadline, felt it would be irresponsible not to, but also said, hey, we can define ourselves over the final 50 games of the season here.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of runway for him to do it.
Sell Skubal and sneak in. That was the mantra.
Yeah, and the only reason that this is even a conversation, whether or not they were in the hunt for a wild card, it adds to it, but we are getting a chance to see some of the young players, and they're exciting. They're fun to watch. They've been productive. There's going to be some blips. There's some bumps in the road.
There's going to be a bullpen eruption. Hell, with Drew Anderson pitching today, it could be a loss.
And because the American League is so bad, they remain a factor in who's going to be playing in the postseason.
1.5 games out of a playoff spot today. No promises.
Hard to imagine.
I know, right? And no promises. But just this renewed energy of, hey, they're playing with some house money. Let's see if they can channel some gritty Tigers. You know what's gritty Tigers? A broken bat and a couple aggressive base running decisions, and they're up 3-0 last night. And then they let Melton, future ace, maybe just ace
Current
now,
ace,
go to work, 7 innings. Tex wonders, Melton's been great. Why isn't he in the Cy Young conversation? It's just an innings thing.
Yeah.
He hasn't thrown enough innings.
So I think they think they're in this way more than they let on to the other day. I know we played the not throwing in the towel and the gritty Tigers. I really think they think they're in it. And he couldn't come out and say any more than he said on Monday.
Right. It would have been irresponsible for him to say, yeah, we're still in it. We're still going for it.
And I think the reason is because they didn't trade Torres. Last night's starting lineup had 8 batters with 700 plus OPS. That's pretty good. 700 to 750 is considered an average player. Mm-hmm. So, little things like, I know Torque has been so frustrating, but he's probably playing his best consistent baseball lately. He's up to 220. All we wanted was 230 out of him. Has reached 0 WAR. He was a negative WAR player all year. He's being helped by the lineup being deepened.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
I think it's important, like we said earlier in the show, and Jim, the way you said it, though, you're not going to play Monday morning quarterback on the Mize trade.
No, I'm making that pledge. I'll speak for myself, but John, I think you echo the same sentiment. If they miss by a game or two, we're not going to then turn around and crucify them.
They shouldn't have traded at the deadline.
If they would have kept these guys. No. Look, I don't think it's fair to say that they have to be a playoff team. They sold it was the right decision. They could still be a playoff team, and we're going to embrace that mentality.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that, too, will be how does Mize pitch going forward? Does he help the Padres get into the playoffs? That kind of thing. I personally believe they sold high on him.
I agree.
Yeah. Look, he's a guy that struggled to stay healthy. There was the headline yesterday, the Tigers never offered him an extension. Well, I didn't expect them to. They wanted to see if he'd finish the year healthy, and then they'd figure it out from there. But when the market materialized for him, and you could, quote, sell high, hard to argue when he was an expiring contract.
This thing is setting up. If they can close this road trip, like if they win 4 of the next 5, they return home 500, and they play the Guardians in a 3-game series, the team that allegedly killed their season.
Let's get to the phones. Keith Grosse-Ile, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
I have an interesting fact. I was kind of poking around yesterday looking at records of MLB over the last 60 games, and Tigers have the 6th best record last 60 games, and none of the wild card teams are doing any better except for Boston. So I think the path is clear. I think a lot of the air has been brought back into the room with Skubal leaving the team. That's no longer hanging over like a cloud. I think they're going to let it rip and let these young kids play, and I give them all the chance in the world. There's only one team I expect to win the World Series this year, and it's the Dodgers. Everybody else, who knows?
Right. Mess around and find out. That's kind of the thought process here. Another text says it's the list of enjoyable players is growing. The Tigers are bearable for the first time in years. It says one non-fun piece remains, though. Get Torque out of here ASAP. That's Eric in Traverse City. Skubal is no longer with the Tigers. For love of God, can we please stop saying that name? I think the key is we're able to separate Skubal fatigue from Tiger fatigue now.
Yeah.
And I know I just said his name again, but
that's part of why
fleeting.
they're fun to watch is because that pressure is no longer there. That conversation is no longer there. Now we get a chance to talk about all the young players. We get a chance to talk about, and we said this, even if they traded Tarik Skubal, you look at the rotation, and it's still it's not as good without him, but it's still a good rotation.
And in terms of he who shall not be named, I did float the idea if we could install shot collars, I think the audience would love it. They are sick of Scooble talk. So we're using the Tigers' success and moving on, much as the team will. Without coming out and saying it, I feel like you guys are starting to see the light and the vision of Scott Harris. Partially.
Well,
there's still some questions about his ability to add at the pro level.
Yeah, but it's so if you go back a couple of years, what the conversation was, we don't want to block the young guys. Okay, well, give us some exciting young guys. And he has.
Yeah. It's a huge part of the equation, but it's only part of the equation.
Right, yeah. Now, okay, can you put together a bullpen?
Right.
Not this year, obviously, but
and really at no
point has he been able to.
And the offense has come up short in the postseason, and they've ignored it in terms of external additions. He's got some homegrown position players that I'm excited about and many fans are excited about. I'll always be a Tigers fan, but I love to hear the Renew energy. When the Tigers lose 7-1 tonight, people will be pulling the plug on the season. It's crazy. No, here's the thing, because there's not this high expectation.
The expectation is not, competing for a World Series. The expectation is not even really making the postseason. It would be fun. It would be exciting, but I don't think that's the expectation.
The Tigers added by subtraction. Scooble was too big for the locker room. Do you agree with that?
I don't know if he was too big for the locker room, but I do think that there was a black cloud hanging over this team that whether it was Scooble having to answer questions, it was the team having to answer questions, it was AJ, all the questions revolved around how are you handling Tarek Scooble? Mm-hmm. What's going on with Tarek Scooble? Tarek, do you want to be here?
Even our last conversation with AJ Hinch, I feel like near half the conversation was Scooble or Scooble adjacent.
What's the bet you made with him?
That we wouldn't bring up deadline next time he's on.
That's right. He said, I bet you will.
It's 97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers defeated the Mariners 8-0 last night to mark their fourth straight win and second straight shutout. Troy Melton threw 7 scoreless innings while the offense went 13 for 38 with 3 home runs. The Tigers also got some solid defense, what A.J. Hinch called a near-perfect game. Detroit is now 55-58 and 1.5 games back in the wild card race. The second game against Seattle is tonight at 9:40. And some interesting Red Wings news today, courtesy of Helene St. James in the Free Press. League sources say the Wings are using an outside search firm to find their new general manager after Steve Yzerman was promoted to senior advisor 3 weeks ago today. St. James also says assistant GM Sean Horkoff is handling the day-to-day hockey duties in the meantime, but that does not include trades. The Red Wings originally said Yzerman would man the day-to-day operations until a successor was named. That was when they announced the leadership transition. Tarek Scooble made his Dodgers debut last night and was on the hook for a 5-1 loss. He threw 6 innings with 4 hits and 2 runs allowed, including a homer to Dansby Swanson. Zaire Hope came over in the Scooble trade, and he made his Double-A debut for the Erie Seawolves last night. He went 0 for 3 with a walk and a couple lineouts. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We are back in the studio this morning. We training camp again tomorrow. Today's kind of a walkthrough day for the Lions. We'll talk training camp, most important Lion coming up at 8:35. But Heather, this weekend was eventful for you.
Oh, it was a really busy weekend. I feel everything we did centered around the kids. There was kids events, kids sporting events, birthday parties. And as of late, we've been going to a bunch of birthday parties. A lot of kids are born in the summer and they have these summer parties. And now that my kids are in school, daycare, they've got friends that are inviting them to birthday parties. And we've been to a bunch lately. All summer we've been going. And I'm noticing a trend. I'm going to call it a trend because it has happened at every birthday party we've been to so far. We've been to 4 this summer. Kids are not opening their birthday presents at the party. They're taking them home and opening them later.
In private.
Yes. And it really bothers me. it bothers my daughter. Brooks is too young. He doesn't know yet.
So Emily says, "Hey, I got a present. I want to see him open it. I want to."
Yes, and she talks about it. Like, I wonder what else she's going to get for her birthday. And I really include the kids in the present shopping. So we'll go to the store, and for this last birthday, we walked up and down the toy aisle, and we talked about who the party's for. You got to think about them. It's cool to see stuff you want. We'll remember that for your birthday.
Yeah.
But what would your friend like? And we'll put stuff in the cart, and then she'll go through and make the decision. Like, this is it. I think she'll like this. We pick out a card, and then we go home and she signs the card. We wrap the gift together. So, like, she's really included in this. So it's a thing, and she's excited for it. And then we go to these parties, and the gifts are never opened. And
They just load them up and take them away.
I'm understanding a little bit. I can tell what happened at the last party, why they weren't opened. Just timing. It was timing. We're doing more extravagant parties, and people are renting rooms in these places, and you only get them for a couple hours, and then you got to be out of there. And it was a timing thing where it was like, oh, it's already 4:00. We got to be out now. And all the gifts were just collected and raced out the door. And Emily did ask. She's like, I really want her to open her gift. So I said, okay, let's go ask. But you need to ask, because she's very shy. So this is also what I like about the gift opening, is that it allows her to say you're welcome, and the
other kid has to,
there's
gives
social
the thank you.
interaction,
Yeah.
and it encourages that. So she did go up to her friend and ask if she could open her gift. I was there to make sure it was all okay, and she watched her friend open it, and she was really excited about it. And in fact, we were leaving, and she heard someone say, let's go open gifts. And she's like, wait, they're opening presents. I was like, no, at home. She's going to open her gifts at home. And my daughter was really bummed by it. Colin thinks no big deal. Like, let them do their gifts whenever they want. It doesn't affect him at all. But it makes me feel like, oh, I shouldn't have put in the effort I did with my daughter to go pick out. I should have just signed a card myself.
Right. There's no payoff. There's no lessons. There's no nothing. But
I still think it's important for me, whether she sees it or not, to teach Emily about, and Brooks about, how it's not really about necessarily the actual item, but it's about thinking about your friend and giving them this gift and watching them be excited about it. And I'm bummed it's not happening. And maybe it's not a trend, but it's happened at the last 4 parties we've went to.
Well, we can ask if this is a trend, if the parents are seeing this, but also it's a fair or foul question. And
what's happening is that there's no thank yous, which I know you don't need a thank you. However, I don't know at the other 3, because I did watch the little girl open hers last weekend, but I don't even know if they got it, because we're not hearing like, we're getting a thank you for coming. Yeah. We're really glad you're here, but no thank you for the gift. And it kind of makes me feel a certain way. Like, I kind of get a little upset by it.
I don't think you're wrong to feel that way. Look, ultimately, you're giving a gift for them, not for you.
Of course.
But I think, like, social etiquette is they open the gifts for you, so everybody can see all the fun things they got, and it's a moment of togetherness.
Yes, it brings the kids together. Also, it teaches them gratitude as well from the...
Well, there's that social interaction. It's always teaching them, and it's patience of the kids having to sit there and open mind. It's hey, shut up, your turn will come.
Yeah.
But it's interesting too, because I've told you guys, Teddy's going to turn 5 in September. We're going to have a birthday party. It's going to be after school on a Friday, because it works best for family situation, Teddy's school, and kids from the class. You guys are going to be invited as well. At least Brooks and Emily, I suppose you and Colin have to come too.
Yeah, we'll probably be there. Unless you want to watch them. I mean, free daycare, sure. I'll drop them off and
Chuck
go.
E. Cheese, and so, hey, we lock the doors. All the kids are in. Hey, have your run of the place. The issue that we're going to have is you have to, first of all, everybody gets there. There's going to be pizza.
Yes.
There's going to be a lot of games being played and fun. And then all of a sudden, because there's a time limit on how long the party can be there, plus it's a Friday night, so we're then going to be shuffling Teddy and our family to Jack's football game on Friday night. Like there's a hard out time.
Yeah.
And so we may run out of time. And I did tell Lisa, I'm like, hey, no matter what happens, like I don't want to be on the news.
You better open Emily's.
You're going to have to open Emily and Brooks' present. You're going to have to do it in front of them.
It ultimately does not matter, right? It's about celebrating the child's birthday.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. But we put in so much effort, and I talk to the kids about, gift giving, and we talked about a lot of things, and we go through this whole process of finding exactly which one they think these kids will like. And we wrap it together, and we make these big cards, and they're signing it, and then they don't get to see it open.
I think there's a matter of respect.
She feels bummed a little bit too. Like she looks forward to it. She's excited to give her gift, and then when she doesn't, she hands it to him, and nothing happens. She's just like, "Oh,
there's no payoff."
Okay,
Yeah.
she, like you can see that she's like, "Oh, all right, I guess that's what it is."
Yeah.
Feedback on the texts and the phones. The parents are the ones to blame because the kids want to open the presents.
Oh, sure.
Hearing Heather talk about how she took her daughter to pick out the gift made me feel like a bad parent. I'd never have the patience to do that.
I have seen, we had obviously a fourth birthday party for Emily, and there were just parents who handed over a card or picked out the gift. But I think it's fun to go shopping for somebody else. And I want her to see that, and Brooks to see it's not just about getting gifts, but it's fun to give things to other people. It makes you feel good. It makes them feel good. So, and I also am off of work at 10 a.m., right? Like my schedule is a little different than other parents. So I'm not trying to shame people that aren't doing that. My schedule allows for it. So I'm able to go shopping with them.
Only women would think this is a big deal. Men don't give a rat's ass about that crap.
That's what Colin said. He's like, it's no issue. It doesn't matter.
Good old Heather making some kid's birthday party about her and her kids instead.
I don't necessarily think it's that. I agree because when we went to Emily's birthday party, that was one thing that Teddy wanted to be able to do. He wanted to give the gift and he wanted to see it open.
Yes.
And you guys were able to do that. And it was a well-scheduled event so that there was time left for
it was a little
food
rushed, but yes.
But to also open the presents.
Yes, there was food and presents to be opened.
George Ann, fair or foul? What do you see? Is this a trend? It's 97.1.
I completely agree with Heather. I have a grandson who's 11 years old, and I've been going to a lot of his birthday parties for years, and I totally see it as a trend. And even when the kids are a little bit older, they love watching the birthday person open their gifts. It doesn't matter how old you are; they still like it. Mm-hmm. And I think I don't like it either.
Yeah, everything, like not just birthdays, other holidays, Christmas. I love watching people open their gifts. Like I like getting something that I think is personalized for them, and I love watching them open it. And it also teaches, I guess, the gift getter, if they don't like it, how to control their emotions and learn to say thank you no matter what.
I always wanted socks. Thank you. Matt in St. Clair Shores, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. I just called in to maybe provide a different perspective. So myself, I grew up in the foster care system. And so every time my kids have parties or anything, we try to make a chance to include all their friends. And some of their friends have families that can't afford big gifts. They can't afford lavish parties. Some people don't even show up to their parties. So what we've done, and this is not for everybody, I hope this is not a trend that's happening, but we tell them we're not going to open the gifts or things, and because we don't want the other kids feeling, I hate this word, but less privileged or things of that nature, because they shouldn't feel guilty just because they don't have a lot of money or they don't have a lot of friends. So what we try to do is just try to take care of the family and try to take care of the other kids and parents that can't provide that type of situation. Now, the kids could ask my kid to open it, and we would allow that situation to occur. But I don't know. There's a lot of disadvantaged families out there that can't afford parties, and they don't have a lot of friends. And that's just our perspective. And I hope this is not a trend, but that's our perspective. Thank you.
I totally get that. It's I don't think about that necessarily, but I I can understand that for sure. But I would imagine that the family or the kid that's getting all these gifts would open them later and then send a thank you card. My kids would. If I opened all the gifts later, I would send thank you cards.
Yeah, and I think it's a fair point.
Or text at the very
acknowledgement.
least. Yes.
That's a fair point. And it's also a fair point. Like, if someone's dropping $250 on a kid's gift and then you come up with a $25 gift, you might feel.
Or even less than that.
Right.
I
Yeah, the gift doesn't have to be a competition.
No.
Oh, look at the one we gave.
No, but I can see maybe
You're
how
talking
kids
about
could feel that way if they watch,
Yeah, but
and
kids
it
don't
could
know
be-
the value of a package.
Well, if somebody's getting, let's say grandma's there and they bought this new remote control Hot Wheels car, right? That those ride-on ones, and then you've got
but that's a grandma
coloring
gift
page.
versus the gifts that are
Just saying,
coming from other kids.
But she's
I
saying
can
like
see
a
that. I can
5-year-old going, well,
understand, I
mommy,
guess.
daddy, why didn't we give him something that nice?
Yeah.
I can see it. I understand. I understand that perspective.
Because we're not blood relatives.
Okay,
No, I know.
maybe a poor
yes.
example on my end, but
Yeah, no.
I do understand.
Or because we don't got it like that.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, look, I think that's a consideration. We got a bunch of phone calls to get to. 248-539-9797. Some Lions football training camp storylines to watch, including the most important Lion. We'll do that later in the hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, when I leave the house, doesn't matter what it's for, I know that my house is well protected because Guardian Alarm came out, installed cameras. They're monitored by real professionals. I can control our thermostats. Doors lock automatically, so it doesn't matter if the kids leave and they always forget to lock the door. It always happens. They've been protecting Michigan families since 1930. It's nearly a century of doing it the right way. If you want real protection, don't do it yourself. Call Guardian Alarm this summer. Score big with a security system for your home installed at no cost by the pros at Guardian Alarm. For 0 down, 0% interest, call 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
Heather's noticed a trend.
Yes, at kids' birthday parties. And I call it a trend because it has happened to us at every birthday we've been to this summer. We've been to about 4. My kids are 4 and 2. And now that they're in daycare or school, they're getting invited to more and more birthdays. But I'm noticing that kids aren't opening their presents at the party. They're opening them later, or they're taking them home if the party's at a venue, and they're opening them on their own.
It robs you of the big reveal.
It does.
And we want to know if you've noticed the trend out there, parents, young kids, and fair or foul. Is this the way it should be?
I think it context, as we talk in sports, does matter. If there is a facility time limit and the kids are having fun, when do you call the kids in and say, hey, stop having fun?
But why do you say opening gifts is not fun?
Oh,
because
no, I'm not
Emily
saying it's not
looks
fun.
very much forward to the gift open. She wants to see all of the gifts. She wants to know what her friends are getting. She looks forward to that. So
you have
that to her is fun.
Picking out the gift, which is important. Think of what your friend would like, thoughtful gift giving. And now, not that you give gifts for your own satisfaction, but it is nice to see the other person.
I agree.
Both
receive the gift.
ends should feel good about giving and getting a gift. I think it goes both ways. And it doesn't even need to be an extravagant gift. Emily loves to color, and she'll color pictures and give them to her friends, in the card. So she wants to see them get, the coloring page she colored. But she'll tell me, this one's for so-and-so, and this is going to, and she's doing it for them. So it doesn't need to be it's an extravagant gift. That's not the point. It's just about giving something.
I have no skin in the game, but I don't like hearing this, because I do think it robs us of a good moment. Parents, kids, everybody. Gift giver, gift receiver. Let's get to the phones and hear from some of you guys. Adam in Berkeley, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how are you? So I wasn't a huge proponent of this idea, but my wife introduced it to us this year, and this is our first year having our daughter at kindergarten, inviting all her friends to come over, right? So then you start packing up your whole house, right, with your big family. My family's pretty big. So I wasn't keen on the idea of it, but when we did it, an hour and a half in, right, the kids are kind of calm, but an hour and a half in, they start going crazy, and they filled up, those plastic little playhouses?
Yeah.
They filled it up. There was 10 kindergartners just jumping through the windows of those things. It's that little plastic playhouse you throw around in your yard while you're trying to mow around it. But what we did, just like you said, Heather, the learning experience of saying thank you, you're welcome. What we did was every time someone left to go home, we had our daughter personally say thank you to them, hand the kids or their guests their goodie bags, right? And then they would leave. But the following day at school, she would bring in a card for all her friends just to give them that personal moment where she hand signed it, acknowledging the gift that they got them.
I love that. Touch. And to me, that's okay. I like that. It still is encouraging her to say thank you, acknowledging that their friends brought her something. And maybe that's what I'm missing. And maybe it's not happening because my daughter's only 4, that they're thinking oh, thank you notes are just for older kids.
Oh, no, I think they're for all ages.
I do too. No, I like that. I think that's I think that's fine.
It's a compromise for sure.
And things do get chaotic, and I understand that. Things get crazy at a little kid's birthday party, and maybe it is too stimulating to open gifts and open a lot of gifts if there's a ton of kids there. So I do understand it. I think it's maybe just I don't know. Is it thank you that I'm not that I don't know what it is, but
it's the moment, like Cookie said. It's the moment that you and your kid are robbed of. You put in the effort of whether it's coloring a picture, or it's getting a coloring book, something that your daughter thought would be exciting for little Charlie to receive.
Right.
Well, and I think ask yourself this, especially I feel like as I've gotten older, Christmas. I look forward to seeing people get the gifts than what I get.
Oh,
and that's, you're not getting that with these birthday party trends. Lexi in Fenton, you have been part of this trend. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I've thrown a few birthday parties for my young daughter. And when I invite her classmates, I specifically ask for no gifts. Instead, I say right on the invite, instead, if your child would like to write a card for my daughter, that would be wonderful. And she likes it. She's actually kept all the cards in her drawer, and she'll just go through them sometimes, even from 2 years ago. And I do it for two reasons. One, I don't have enough room in my house for 20 children to bring my daughter a gift. And number two, I don't, like a previous caller said, I don't want people to feel obligated to bring my child a gift. I also don't want them to feel like they can't attend the party because they can't afford a gift. Everybody has a piece of paper and a pencil, and they can encourage their child to write my child a card. But not everybody has $25 or $30 or $40 now, because a single Barbie toy is $32 at Target. And I like it. I like that it's not a big deal for gifts anymore. It's more about the experience compared to the gift.
I like that too.
Yeah.
That's a good way of putting
Yeah.
it. Make it less
Have a
about the
great day, guys.
transaction. Thanks,
Thanks, you
Lexi.
too.
We got a couple texts that say this actually has extended to wedding showers.
Oh.
Multiple texts saying they've been to wedding showers and the gifts get shipped to the house. They don't even open them at the wedding shower.
Okay, so that I've noticed because it's switched a lot because of online shopping, right? Like people do their
But you register and it gets shipped
let's say
to.
you use Amazon, okay, and then you ship it right to their house.
Yeah.
I've definitely seen that, and I have had it happen where I've shipped things to people's homes, and then whether it's a baby shower, a wedding shower, and I may not actually attend the shower, and I don't hear anything from them. And sometimes I go on my account, and I'm like,
Did it actually get
they
delivered?
receive it?
Right.
Yeah.
Or should I be resending? Like, because I'm not
Because you
receiving
don't want to
it.
be the one that didn't get a gift. Because if it got delivered to the wrong address, because we're having this issue, we talked about it a few weeks ago. Nearly half of the packages that get delivered to our home are going to a neighbor that is like four houses
yeah.
down from us.
Yes.
It happened again this weekend. And so, yeah, that you want to make sure that it does get to them.
And you don't want to be like, oh, Susie, did you get my gift?
Because then it almost feels like you're like asking for a thank you.
Right. But you want to make
Acknowledgement.
sure they get it. But yeah, that is happening. I've definitely seen that happen.
So real quick, John, are you like going down and knocking on their door?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I go down. It's usually once or twice a week. I walk down and I know they're not. I now know when they're home and when they're not home.
Oh my gosh.
Because if I go down during the day, no one's home.
But if it's just on the porch, you're just grab it.
Oh, if it's on the porch, yeah, just grab it.
Yeah, but if they brought it in.
Yeah.
We just got this text. You guys also need participation trophies after you go to a birthday party.
Well, some people are not with you on this, Heather.
Oh, I believe it. Oh, I know. My husband's not with me on this, so I understand.
But they're coming for you. If you need a payoff for celebrating a kid's birthday, maybe you shouldn't be at the party. And another says, here's the problem. My daughter wants, my daughter likes, my daughter. It's not your daughter's birthday.
No, I know that. And
But it's what your daughter thinks. What she likes is also probably what she thinks her friend is going to like as well, because they're friends.
It's all about celebrating the birthday person and having a good time and making sure that they are feeling loved and well, it's about the birthday girl or boy. But I do think, I want my daughter to want to give people things and want to give gifts, not necessarily huge items, but give people things because it makes her and the person giving them feel good. And when she's not, or another little kid, maybe Teddy, isn't receiving that, like the acknowledgement of their effort, it's going to make her feel like,
why bother?
Why am I giving somebody something?
Sure.
See, I think the reason you open is because it just adds to the festiveness. That's what it's supposed to be all about.
Yeah, it's a party.
And the mess.
Yeah,
the wrapping all
paper.
papers all over the place and the kids playing with that stuff and ripping it. And so what if you got a big mess at the end? That's kind of part of the deal.
Yep. How about this note? If you're worried about money and people maybe don't have as much, you could put a gift limit and say
Sure.
25 or under, something like that, so that there's not one family showing up everybody else or one family feeling like we don't
always
have
will
enough.
be, though.
I know. How about this? I was shocked at my nephew's birthday. No gifts were opened. This is about cleanup time, attention span of the little kids, whatever happened to the birthday party at home with friends and family smacking a piñata around. I want to compliment the station, not just doing good sports talk, but being open to spending time on life stuff, restaurants, birthdays, etc. It doesn't happen enough on talk radio. It's great community building. Thanks, Charles and Gladwin.
Sounds like they really enjoyed that restaurant conversation we were having.
Might come up again later. Yes.
Now, one little reason not to open is if you're the person that let's say this happened with Anna, I remember. And I don't remember the people that did it, but she got this Bratz doll. And then like 3 presents later, she opened the same Bratz doll. It sucks being on the end of that.
Yeah, the second one after, yes, for sure. She's like, oh, great, another one.
But then
It is tough.
The kids got to learn the skill of, even if you don't love the gift, how do you on the spot?
Thank you.
Well, they learned
make
that they
the
have to
other person
return
feel-
something then.
Yeah. What?
Because I got duplicates. So they learned that you have to return something, which is part of life. So.
Yeah. Life lessons. We're being robbed of them at these birthday parties, Heather. We'll get to your news and we'll get to the Lions. We were at training camp a couple days this week and some storylines start to emerge. The most important Lion for training camp. We'll talk about that. And we got a baseball team that's won 4 games in a row. We won't get too far away from that conversation. It's 97.1.
Hey, you got to get over to Planet Fitness, and they got some great deals going on right now. $1 down, $15 a month gets you in the door, and every single level of membership, doesn't matter if it's a base or it's a black card, you get free fitness training along with it. And so, hey, if you're a newbie, if you're just not sure how it is you want to get things done, stop in. They'll walk you through things. They'll help you at any point. Doesn't matter. Here's the other thing you're going to notice when you walk in, and it is what I personally love about Planet Fitness. It's clean. No matter where you go, it's the locker rooms, it's the strength equipment, the cardio equipment. Everything is clean. They do a great job of sanitizing everything. And here's the other thing: if you do get the Black Card membership, over 60 locations in Metro Detroit, and they've got 20 in West Michigan. So no matter where you are in the state of Michigan, no matter where you are in the country, there's always a place to work out. So many things that you could do. And if you want to find out more information or sign up, you can do it in club, online, or in the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Oh, hey. Let's see. Taco Bell is hoping to win fans back with big discounts and lettuce-free deals. So obviously, the fast food chain kind of took a hit after the whole poop parasite outbreak and their name connected to the lettuce. Anyway, so they've rolled out a string of deep discounts, including a fan favorite, the Mexican pizza for $1, as it's hoping to recover from the decline in traffic. They're also going to offer, or they're doing this not like a full-time menu option is the way I'm reading it, but like selective days. They're offering the Mexican pizza, the enchiritos, and the nacho fries for $1. And also, you know, like the Taco Bell CEO is like, We've removed all of this lettuce from Taylor Farms. We are doing what we can to try to like make people feel comfortable eating there again.
Yep.
This is interesting. Lake sturgeon in the Great Lakes may be living a whole lot longer than scientists previously thought. So there's this new study. It involved the Michigan DNR, Michigan State University, Michigan Tech, also the Wisconsin DNR. And it found that some lake sturgeon could potentially live more than 400 years.
Awesome.
So researchers did this big study. They studied like 5 Great Lakes sturgeon populations, and then they tracked these fish over a period of 44 years, and they measured how quickly they were growing. Things like, you know, they were just doing a lot of different investigative work, and this is what they found. The estimates in age range ranged from 90 to 279 years for males and 99 to 427 years for females.
Wow.
And that's potentially 277 years older than the oldest lake sturgeon previously recorded. So that's
awesome.
wild.
They're prehistoric fish.
They are. They're known as the living dinosaurs of
dinosaur
the
fish.
Great Lakes. Yeah.
And they kind of look like dinosaurs
Pretty
too.
wild. This is interesting. There's a man in Minnesota who was arrested after he created a homemade spike strip that he placed in his yard earlier this year to keep the neighborhood children from stepping on his grass.
From stepping on his grass or riding their bikes on his grass?
Both.
Oh.
So a mom called the police to report that this man was yelling at her kids. And when they showed up, they saw this long piece of thick plastic set on the lawn with about 40 3-inch screws sticking up from the plastic. And apparently officials say that kids were using his yard as like a cut through to the park, a shortcut to the park. So there were bike tracks. Yes. The man did admit that, okay, I put this here to keep kids off my yard. He told police he didn't mean to injure anyone. He only wanted to scare them. But police say they aren't so sure because he seemed frustrated that the device was not effective. So he was arrested. He was charged with a misdemeanor, and he could be looking at 180 days in jail or a $1,000 fine.
They can get off my lawn to a whole new level.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
seriously.
you think if, okay, you got a 3-inch screw sticking out, just go through the thought process. A kid steps on that and gets it impales his foot. Come on.
Let's talk about this steakhouse in Florida that's offering a very, very unique dining experience for those, I guess, brave enough to
looking for
attend.
something new.
Class Soiree Steakhouse, this is in Hollywood, Florida, is offering a new dining experience on the first Monday of every month. So they're offering, you have to buy tickets for the event, $250 for men, $150 for women, and $300 for couples. And the chef and the owner basically says he came up with the concept as a way to attract new business, generate some buzz. He talked about, every steakhouse can have a good steak. You can have good food, but what's going to make you stand out? And apparently, new dining was his, solution.
Get really excited about some steaks. So do they ask the question, would you like that ribeye bone in or boneless?
Oh, God. Who is this for? Who does this appeal to? Who's thought,
I want to go...
Is there a nudist colony
naked?
near? But also, I don't think it's helping your regular patrons. Like, me hearing this isn't saying, you know what, I really want to go check this out on a Wednesday night.
On a Wednesday, yeah, after somebody sat on that same chair naked.
Right. You know what I mean? Like, it's not helping business, I don't think, in general.
I
but
for the other 6 days or the other 30 days of the month.
It's an intimate experience. Only 20 people, so only 20 seats are available.
They got to spread the tables out.
It's a small place, so it's not like there's only so far you can spread the tables out.
A couple points, too. It's expensive.
It is.
It is expensive. And I would say if there's going to, certainly there should be a minimum age.
18.
There should also be a maximum age.
What would that be, John?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's a...
No, John doesn't want an age. He wants to measure the level of sag and then make the determination that way.
Yeah. I mean, if your boobs are flopping into the food...
That could go for men and women.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Your boobs or your moobs.
I think it's hilarious that it costs $100 more for men.
Yeah.
What's that say about men?
That's for all the single dudes.
Yeah, if you want to show up and gawk at naked people, you pay extra. I don't know, man.
Yuck.
Gross. Finally, KFC and Oreo have teamed up for what might be one of their strangest cookie flavors yet. You know, they always do this. They release these like odd flavors. This is a fried chicken flavored Oreo.
Huh?
So it's a limited edition cookie. It was launched in China just recently, July 31st. So it's the chocolate Oreo wafer.
Yeah.
And then the cream filling is replaced with a flavor designed to recreate the salty, seasoned taste of KFC's original recipe fried chicken.
So they don't change the cookie flavor? It's still chocolate
That's
with
what it says.
That's odd.
fried chicken?
Like I was envisioning maybe if they made it more like a chicken and waffles type of
or
deal.
like a chicken, like a more I don't know, a biscuit or like
But like if it's like a mapley flavored.
Oh,
wafer.
maybe. Yeah, that could be good.
That would work.
Yeah. I mean, it's
what this
basically the same
says.
as putting a little, chocolate drizzle on top of your fried chicken. Like,
It
what? Ugh.
Was
I don't think
also
so.
launched alongside another flavor called retro popcorn.
Retro popcorn. How do they do that one?
It's like movie theater popcorn.
It doesn't say because it
Oh,
was
buttery
well,
maybe.
if it's still chocolate with the popcorn flavored inside, I could understand that.
I've seen like
it's a
drizzle.
little bit out there, but I could experiment with that. I'm not going to experiment with the.
The only
fried
good
chicken.
news is that this is not available here in the U.S. So.
okay.
Well.
But you can probably find
Special order
somewhere.
only,
Yeah. You can find some way to ship it.
All right, that's Heather with the news. We've been out at training camp the last couple days, gearing up for football season. We'll be back out tomorrow too.
Mm-hmm.
Today's just a walkthrough, so we're back in the studio. Will Birchfield, 971theticket.com, has an article talking about how important this camp is for Ennis Rakestraw. And I would make the case he's the Lion who is having the most important training camp. He's either a starter or a bust. Right, this is year 3, and he's hardly played. It's 46 career snaps. He could be a starter on the outside if he grabs this job and has a good camp, or we could be talking about him as another casualty of that 2024 draft class. Is he the most important Lion in training camp? And I'll throw it to you. We want to hear from our listeners. We'll be back out there tomorrow. We may keep an eye on some of these guys that you call and text about.
So when we first did this, I talked about Sam Laporta and the importance of unlocking the offense, but that's more of a, for the season. You're talking about right now. And so if that's the parameters of what we're talking about, I'll second, I think Ennis Rakestraw probably is, because you've got to find out who's going to be that starting quarter. And maybe that's the most important position battle. I'd also say left guard.
Left guard because of the importance of the offensive line.
Right.
With the corner two, though, it's even more specific. They've got some guys that can play the slot corner, the nickel corner, right? They brought in McCreary, and they have Izzian, and there's going to be a guy's trying to replace Amik. Terrion Arnold was not a good corner two last year. They don't have, maybe it's Rocky Scene, but the idea that they could upgrade, it falls squarely on the shoulders of Ennis Rakestraw. Barring an outside addition, the only upgrade at that spot comes from Rakestraw stepping in to be the player they thought they were getting out of Mizzou.
Yeah.
But you guys can answer it however you want. Look, if you give us a couple names, we can keep an eye out for a couple guys when we're back out there tomorrow. 248-539-9797. And last night was fun for the Tigers. It was also a fun night to hate watch.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get to that in the 9 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, I'm going to give you a few reasons why I think a Ram truck should be right there at the top of your list. Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer right now are phenomenal. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks, and for power, there's really no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you like the Hurricane engine, which I do, I chose the 420 horsepower, and I absolutely love it. You also have the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Just not going to get it done. Full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, and Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, we all love our comfort. I promise, just go sit in a Ram, and you're going to feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are exceptional. So are the financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today, and when you do, tell them I sent you.
Good article on 971theticket.com. Will Birchfield talking about Ennis Rakestraw and this training camp and how important it is for him. He says an opportunity beckons for Rakestraw. The Lions have a void at corner after releasing Terrion Arnold. Rakestraw is in a camp battle with Rock Yassin to fill it. Rakestraw has split reps with the first team, and he's been around the ball a lot. Will writes his coverage in team drills has generally been tight. He hasn't made many plays on the ball. He's been on the wrong side of some contested catches and was burned by JMO in some one-on-ones, but who hasn't been? He's rebounded with solid coverage in team drills. Campbell has said he prefers Rakestraw on the outside and has praised his feet, his hips, change of direction, ball skills, natural ability you feel is conducive to playing on the outside.
I think it's make or break for him. I think it's also make or break for, I don't want to say make or break for the defense, but I think it's vital to the defense who's going to be playing that position. And the better he plays, the better I think the defense is going to be. And to answer this question, I would also look and say, okay, where are there other position battles that could really affect the outcome of games?
It's certainly near the top of the list. Some texters have thrown out some other names, too, because we said, give us some guys. We're going to be out at practice again tomorrow. The players that you think training camp specifically is really important for. Blake Miller, getting a lot of love. That's a guy this is his first go-round.
Yeah.
Got to get ready to play. Could be a week one starter, should be a week one starter. Says he's a guy that has an important camp ahead of him. John, I know you feel the same way.
Yeah, and so for Blake Miller, it's about, there's a lot of things going on, right? It's about playing to the level that you need to play at in the NFL, facing the pass rushers, and it's not just pass rushing, it's can you be effective in run blocking. I don't think the technique or the performance is going to be the issue, but it's about getting up to speed mentally and getting comfortable playing next to Tate Ratledge, understanding the motions and the formations, what it does to the defense, all of those things that will be developed not just in training camp, but throughout the course of the season. It's going to be entirely a year of learning process for him.
Rookies, it's a given. This is an important time for them to ramp up. I also think it's important for guys that have missed considerable time. So that's Rakestraw. He got 46 snaps as a rookie and then got hurt in training camp last year. We got a vote for Hassanen, the Boise State DN that got hurt last year, and people were excited. The need to always have more pass rushers. And a Twitch comment says, how about Levi Onwuzurike? Can this guy get healthy and put together a good stretch of football this season?
We haven't heard anything from whether it was Kelvin Shepherd, and I didn't listen to every single minute, but I don't know that he talked about Onwuzurike. I don't think Dan has. Haven't heard much, good or bad, about his contributions early in camp.
But they're surprisingly thin at the D tackle position. They got the starters. We feel good. Hey, this is going to be a big year for Aleem McNeil. It's got to be.
Yeah.
And Tyleek in year 2. But then look at the depth behind him. No DJ Reader, no Roy Lopez. There's going to be a question about the depth at that position, and I'd hate to bank on Levi, but it's an opportunity for him.
And maybe that's the best spot for him to be playing in a backup role instead of last year. I know he was being counted on for major reps without Aleem McNeil, and maybe he just can't take the wear and tear of, if he's was going to get 40 to 45 reps a game, and now in a backup role it's 15 to 20. Maybe that is just better suited for him physically.
248-539-9797. Texter wonders, could Rakestraw play some safety given the questions at the position? Well, if they're going to do it, I think they'd be repping him in right now.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. They're not going to take a guy that is just simply trying to find his position that he played in college, trying to get comfortable in that. He hasn't even had enough time in practice, let alone game reps, to get comfortable playing corner in the NFL. Then you throw in a position switch.
Meyer in Southfield says Tesla. He's the player who has an important training camp.
Yes and no. I think he's going to get more balls thrown his way. I think he'll get more time on the field. But I think what we saw from him last year in regards to, working more into the offense, he runs good routes, he's got great hands and body control. I don't know that it's as vital for him as it is for a guy like Rakestraw. And I'll still talk about Christian Mahogany, who's had a lot of injuries. Miles Frazier, heard a little bit from Dan about how well he has played early in camp.
I don't think I've really picked your brain on the left guard position battle. I know Hank Fraley was honest that they'd only had one padded practice when we had talked to him, but open competition. And there's 3 names in play. So Mahogany was a guy that didn't show up in as good a shape as they wanted, right? I think I read he was the only guy that failed the conditioning test, but has since, hey, you got to pick up the pace here. Barch is the guy they added from the Niners, but is he?
He's been injured.
Yeah, and then the sleeper who you just mentioned in Miles Frazier,
but there's also Juice Scruggs.
Also a good point too.
4 guys that are competing for one spot, and it could just simply be, hey, you're not going to keep 3 backup guards.
So one of them's going to be gone,
probably. So it's somebody's fighting for their professional survival.
Yeah.
But it's also who's going to be that starter, who's going to be the guard that swings, left or right, and who's also going to be the guy that they're counting on for some backup spinners. I know Michael Neese is there, but can any of those guys fill that role as well?
Do you have a preference?
I don't really have a preference right now. If really disappointed that Mahogany came in out of shape because there was, a late pick. He was hurt, and then when we saw him 2 years ago, late in the season, there was some encouragement there, and then got hurt again last year. So I don't really have a preference. I guess if I was to just on what we've seen on film, Miles Frazier, I would be a little bit more excited about seeing him in that position. But again, there's a lot of unknown there.
Well, may the best man win. That's the whole point of competition. Is someone's going to grab
Somebody's
this job
got to rise up.
it.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. I was smiling because I looked down and I saw this text. Huge season upcoming for Marcus Davenport.
At least we don't have to have that conversation anymore.
Did he sign somewhere? What's he doing these days?
Don't think so.
Okay.
No, I think he's quietly going into retirement. But there will be competition throughout the course of the year. I don't think there's much competition during training camp for that edge opposite Hutch. I think it's going to be DJ Wanham, especially with Derek Moore, out for 7 to 10 days.
Yeah, I'd like to get him back in here, especially as a rookie, and start getting him.
There's some importance there, but I think you nailed it on the open in terms of Ennis Rakestraw. For him individually to be able to show what he can do just to make this team and stay healthy, but then for this team, they need him to be a major contributor.
Yeah, it's the biggest weakness or question mark on this team, and it's a starting spot that's up for grabs. So I know when we're out there, we'll look for number 2, Rakestraw, see what he can do.
Mm-hmm.
You know who else isn't on a team? It's Pascal.
Yeah, that was weird last year. Like, did we ever find out why he was out? Like, what was the surgery that he had?
No.
And so I don't know if it was like whatever the injury was it a career ender? Or is he healthy now and he's just
the demand's not there?
Not good enough.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because there's not much film to look at.
Hey,
so
we'll be back out there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Our final training camp show. And then I know the midday show is going to be out there with some 10:30 practices in the weeks ahead.
It's Anderson and Ryan.
Oh, yeah, Mark Ryan will be out.
The next Tiger call-ups.
That probably will be, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Max Anderson, River Ryan. We'll have...
Jansen hasn't worked out.
No, not really. Although he's still here.
He is still here. Yes. But
it's a nice thing we can say about him. He's still here.
Yeah. And I mean, the nice thing I can say about him is he pushes me higher in the rankings.
All right, we are going to talk Tiger baseball coming up at the 9 o'clock hour. This renewed energy. Also, Hate Watch 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers have now won 4 straight games after an 8-0 dismantling of the Mariners last night. Detroit got contributions from everywhere as the offense tallied 13 hits with 3 homers, while Troy Melton threw 7 scoreless innings before the bullpen only allowed 1 hit with no runs and 4 Ks. Rookie Max Clark didn't contribute much at the plate, going 0 for 4 with a walk, but A.J. Hinch said he's starting to settle in at the big league level, and his defense was key last night.
I didn't see it.
The Tigers are now 4.5 games back in the division and 1.5 out of a wild card spot. They'll play Seattle again tonight at 9:40. The Free Press says Red Wings assistant GM Sean Horkoff is handling the day-to-day operations of the team as Steve Yzerman is no longer GM but a senior advisor. This is a pivot from what the team originally reported, saying that Yzerman would handle everyday happenings until a successor was named. Tarek Skubal donned a Dodger uniform on the mound for the first time last night, and it didn't go too well. He only allowed 4 hits but gave up 2 runs, including a homer as LA lost 5-1. And Zaire Hope was over 3 with a walk and 2 lineouts in his Double-A Erie debut yesterday. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Great night for hate watching last night. Hey, real quick, should I read anything into the update that Yzerman was going to be doing the day-to-day in the interim and now isn't?
I don't think that's a shock. I think more of the shock is, they're relying on a search firm.
It's not that uncommon, right?
No, it's not. It's very common in college athletics. I think more so than in professional sports.
Ilitch did it to get Scott Harris.
I was just going to say, I think they did it with the Tigers deal too. No, I don't really bat an eye at that. I mean, the timing again is maybe the biggest stressor, but I don't know. I raised an eyebrow at the Yzerman thing. I mean, it's not a surprise. They don't want him making decisions. That's why he's no longer the general manager.
Right.
But it sounds like any interim duties he has taken off his plate.
Yeah, and I think from Yzerman's perspective too, like, okay, if you don't want me making these decisions, then it's either all or nothing.
Yeah, say I can go put my toes in the sand if that's the preference. I'm a senior advisor. My phone's on. Let me know if you need anything.
Yeah. You want to bounce any ideas off of me? I'm here for you. If not, the phone's not ringing.
Right. I don't know. Last night, Tarek Skubal's first game as a Los Angeles Dodger, and it paired beautifully because it led into the late night Tiger game.
Yeah, I mean, they first pitch was 8:05. Tarek Skubal on the mound, and I know early on, it was kind of one of those things where like, the rich just got richer, and they did, but 6 up, 6 down, 3 strikeouts, and then you have the home run. And then, he comes out after 6, which we have seen so many times, 85 pitches.
Only 85 pitches, huh? You don't say. And they lose? And they haven't won since they traded for him, and we haven't lost since we traded Skubal?
Were you hate watching?
Well, absolutely I was. Can we put this to bed, too, by the way? I mean, I'll put the call out. We're not doing Detroit Dodgers, right? Like, there's the Detroit Rams and people rooted for Stafford. We're not doing the Detroit Dodgers, right?
No, I don't think there's anybody that is actively rooting for the Dodgers or for Tarek Skubal. Yeah, I'm not going to wish any ill will.
I'm not rooting for Skubal individually.
No, I'm not rooting for him, but I'm also not sitting there rooting against him. I may root against the Dodgers just because I want the Dodgers to lose, and I'm enjoying a 5-game losing streak. I hope it gets to 6 and 7.
I was happy when they gave up that second run last night.
Yeah, to take the lead?
Yeah. Previously they got a ground ball, and they went home to keep it tied, but then like kind of a weird ball in the infield scores the second run. I was happy.
Yeah.
Happy to see him give up the run. No one's rooting for the Dodgers, and I'd say this about Skubal, and it's a difference between him and Stafford or him and JV. When Stafford and JV left, it's because the team was going south and into a rebuild, right?
Yes.
Those guys didn't do this farewell tour that never really felt genuine. They didn't hide injuries. They didn't have one foot out the door while asking their team to buy and add. It's just a different circumstance. Like the Tigers made the playoffs the last couple years. Like it wouldn't have been outrageous for him to truly want to be here, but he wanted to hit free agency. It's different than what happened with JV and Stafford.
So the Detroit Rams thing, part of it was the Lions sucked that year.
Right.
That was Campbell's first season. They won 3 games, right? 3-13-1.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a huge factor, and some of those people getting those shirts because the Lions were irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you this question. And you were watching the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Tucker gets up, and they are booing him because he was with the Cubs last year. And I know he signed a big contract, and things didn't work out, didn't have the season, and so now all of a sudden he's back in Chicago.
He's a villain.
What happens when Skubal, because they're going to come to Detroit at the end of August, and it does look like it it lines up that he is going to be pitching. I believe it's on that Saturday.
I thought I saw someone say the 28th. I don't know what day that is.
Maybe that's a Friday.
I don't know.
It's the opening game.
That
of the
is the
series.
Friday.
I think it's going to line up for him to pitch that weekend, though.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're so far out. There's rainouts. There's all kinds of things that can happen.
Right.
But
if he does, I know where your question's.
Sure. Are Detroit fans going to treat him the same way that Chicago fans treated Kyle Tucker?
Paul's nodding his head. I don't know.
They should. They should boo him.
That's different than
He's
Will.
the opposing player.
That's different than Will, though. I think you have every right to boo him. Will people actually do it, though?
So I'm just curious. Okay, then what is the reason for the boot? Just because he's an opposing player, or because
He's
there's
part of the
added
evil
juice?
empire.
Well, but it's also, hey, he wanted it, rightfully so. He wanted to get to free agency, but the two-a-day Detroit, the everything that had happened
injury,
here, and his comments, and even his
Yeah.
comments yesterday or 2 days ago when he's asked about being with the Dodgers, and he talks about, well, they do a great job of adding players. Yeah, because they could pay more than everybody else.
I got no sympathy for complainers was part of his quote.
Yeah. Is there going to be a reaction, a negative reaction?
It's just
because the last time he left the mound, it was a standing ovation.
I was just going to say that. And is it going to flip that quickly for those fans?
I don't know.
I don't think he's going to get booed, right or wrong. I don't think, but I can't speak for an entire city. We can take a few calls and...
Are you going to buy a ticket and
boo him? 248-539-9797. It'll be a hot ticket.
Oh, I would anticipate it'll be a hot ticket, especially if they're in a position, they're in a wild card position at that point.
Just going to say that game and a half back, renewed energy. We'll get to that at 9:35. But right now, a little hate watch talk. Scuba last night, Dodger game. Did you watch? Did you root against him? And is there anybody who's team Detroit Dodgers? Are people going to root for Scooble and the Dodgers, or is this different? Because I think it's different.
I think it's way different, especially since it's mid-season. Like the whole Stafford thing, that happened after the season, and there was a lot of people that, understood why he wanted out.
Scooble is similar to Scherzer. Detroit had no love for Max after he left. Scooble will get the Fedorov treatment for a decade, but then we'll warm up to him after he retires. Tom in Flat Rock. Detroit Dodgers? Hell no. He hasn't earned that right. Stafford earned it. He had love from the fans. He went out and played with a badly separated shoulder in meaningless games. Scooble can't throw more than 6 innings in season-defining games. No chance in hell we root for him ever again, Kyle in Ann Arbor. I'll give you the stat again. In the last 2 years, postseason included, Scooble made 50 starts. Only 4 of them did he throw 100 or more pitches. So when we get people, he gave him everything he had. Well, up to about pitch 95.
Right. Was there any part of you yesterday as the pitch count started to go up thinking, okay, he's where he ultimately wanted to be? Was he going to go 95 or 100 pitches for them where he wouldn't for us?
Ink's not dry on a new deal, John. So 85's all I got.
So he's giving them the same treatment.
85's all I got. I don't know. Isn't that part of it? Don't you wonder that that's part of it?
Sure.
Until he gets
the security, then all of a sudden, hey, he's going to go 105, 110, 115 pitches. I don't know. Maybe he's just a limited athlete.
Not root for Scooble, but I will root. I will root for Casey Mize. Not the Padres as a whole, but when Mize pitches, I will watch and root for him.
I think there's a very different sentiment for Casey Mize than there is for Tarek Skubal. And Tarek Skubal was a 2-time Cy Young.
Exactly.
You're throwing a flag on that.
I mean, Casey Mize, I would probably, would be all positive, but not the ovation that I think Skubal should get. I don't hold the stuff against Skubal like some people do. I don't hold Seattle against them. That was mutual. And
they locked eyes.
It'd be nice if you could score runs in the next 8 innings.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did.
But you hold it against him that he hid the injury, and it caused him to miss May.
I have a mutual respect for Skubal. Look, first off, I'm a little jaded because I went to the game in Cleveland when he beat him in the Carpenter home run, and he did that to their crowd. I love that, and I miss that to sports. When he got the strikeout in that inning, he put his 2 arms up and said, "Bring it." That's like a wrestling move in the professional sports world. I loved it.
It's awesome.
I saw it happen with my own eyes. I didn't see the replay, and I'm like, you know what? Let's go right now. I was so fired up. And to win the 2 Cy Youngs, and I actually have a respect for what his ultimate agenda here is. He's a high-ranking union official, and he is trying to set the next line. as a Major League Baseball player and pitcher, the next bar. I'm not always for unions. I'm 50-50 on him. But his representation and what they're trying to do here, I always believe the number one goal from Skubal and Boras is we're setting the bar.
Right, but I don't think he cares about setting the bar for other players to then be able to go over. I think he just cares about how much can he make himself.
I don't agree with that.
Which is not wrong.
He's on the executive committee of the union. That 8-man committee goes right to the director of the union. They're trying to set a new bar in terms of pay structure going into the lockout. I respect that if you're a union guy. Like, you got to realize that's one of the things I'll call out about this city, and nobody ever talks about that. Yeah. Okay, this is a union city, right?
Absolutely.
And I don't know how if you're a union guy, you're a union guy. You should have mutual respect. Just because it's ridiculous, absurd money
but Tom,
at the baseball level, the principles of the debate are the same no matter how much you make.
But I think you're missing a key element. So, yeah, fan for life moment when you were at the playoff game in Cleveland and the Cy Youngs and the dominance, and he certainly had moments that made you feel good. He also had moments like hiding an injury, which caused him to miss a pivotal stretch this season.
Right, which could create issues for the union.
And it felt like every time he opened his mouth, he became less likable. Like, these are factors.
Yeah, I agree. He's not flawed, okay? But if I'm going to choose to cheer or boo him, I'm going to cheer him for the good. He's the number one reason why this team created memories the last couple of years. Not anybody else, right?
He was their best player each of the last 2
Yes.
seasons.
But I do think that there is an underlying disdain for how he went about his business.
It's a sour feeling.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that translates to boos at the end of the month.
Look, Scherzer's a Boras client. When Scherzer, in the 2013 ALCS, he kind of brought himself out of that game. Guess who fought last year to stay in the game? Why? Because he made his bank. I mean, I think Skubal would do the same thing.
I won't know until he does.
Tex says, I watch the Dodgers every chance I get now. I want him to do well. I also want the Tigers to beat the Dodgers in the World Series. To quote the Joker, you get what you effing deserve. Joe and Fenton. Last night was glorious. I hate watched. I hate gambled. I took the under on his strikeouts in the Cubs money line. Made a few bucks off my hate. There you go. Congrats, guys. We've found a way to make Skubal a story for another day. Walleye, walleye, walleye. He pitched on national TV. There was an interest in him. I think what's important, though, is today is a big day in turning the corner. We can separate Skubal fatigue from maybe some fatigue that was setting in with the Tigers. I actually find the Tigers to be refreshing now.
There's a huge relief that he doesn't have to be a part of a black cloud of a conversation of anything that's going on with this team now or in the future.
I would say this, we got the Twitch feed. Skubal's suffering from Boras taint. I agree with that. I think I think he's taken some bullets for the things that Boras has done.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of why you pay an agent is to take those bullets. You
can take that word either as image or the way you just took it.
Right. 9:35, we are going to get into this renewed energy around our baseball team. We won't mention, what's his name, the left-hander who used to pitch here. We'll talk about Troy Melton, the new ace, 97 pitches and a shutout. We'll get to that at 9:35. John, you had an interesting note from the college football a poll that came out yesterday.
Yes. Yeah, and we'll get a chance to talk about that next.
97.1. Man, how about Troy Melton last night? 97 pitches, 7 innings, shutout baseball in the win.
It's nice to be able to move on from one ace and move right to another one.
Cozy on up.
It's what it feels like.
Look, we'll get to it at 9:35. This mindset, this shift that I feel like we're all going through, where now we're moving on.
Yep. Excited about the future.
And excited. Excited about college football?
Yeah, it's we were getting there. Finally we've got practice going pretty much everywhere. I know Michigan State, Michigan are both in. I'm sure Western, Central, they're probably all practicing. And we were out at Lions training camp. So we know football's in full swing. We now have the first preseason college football poll. And I think these are laughable, but it gives us an idea of what everyone else is thinking about the college football season. And there's a couple of interesting things. Coaches poll is out. Ohio State's 1. And I'm just going to give you the top 6. Ohio State's 1, Oregon's 2, which I think those should actually be flipped. But Ohio State got 38 first-place votes, and Oregon only got 6. Georgia, Texas, Notre Dame, and Indiana round out the top 6. All 6 of them got first-place votes.
Is that a record?
I don't know if it's a record, but I do know that it is very different than it's been in the recent past 10, 15 years, where it was Alabama, Clemson, or it was Alabama, Georgia. Throw LSU in there every once in a while. So there's been every single year the first place vote getter in the preseason poll usually gets 35, 40 votes. And then you see the second place, maybe there's a few votes there. And then there's always that third outlier. Somebody gets 1 vote. Now there are 6 teams. And in an era where college football is taking a lot of hits with the transfer portals, with NIL contracts and conference expansion, the college football playoffs itself, like there is a lot of things that are taking away what we used to love about college football. But one of the things, maybe a byproduct of what is now becoming maybe a benefit of everything, and the transfer portal is a large part of it, is the unknown and the fact that maybe there is a leveling of the playing field. So instead of a competition between maybe 2 teams throughout the course of the season, who's going to win the national championship, you're going into a season now with 6 teams that are getting first place votes. And does it continue to trickle down? Maybe next year there's 7 or 8 teams that are getting first place votes for who everybody thinks should be the best team in the country going into the season.
And the trade-off of more teams can win it. Because there's a stretch there where it was Bama, Georgia, Clemson.
Yeah.
In some order, every year, one of them was going to win it, and they were going to play the other one for the title. And only 4 teams made the playoff, and it was just the same teams over and over again.
Now we've got 3 national championships in 3 different years, and they're all out of the Big Ten instead of the SEC or Clemson coming out of the ACC.
And Indiana, of all teams to do it, I think only reinforces this. And by the way, it's weird. They have quite a few first-place votes.
Yeah, Indiana, it comes in at 6, but they have the second most first-place votes with 14.
Team that they don't know what to do with.
Well, and so it tells you that, okay, there's 14 people that think they are the best team in the country going into the season. To counter that, to make them 6, there are a lot of other voters that think maybe they're 13, 14.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the unknown going into the season because, again, they are going to have basically a brand new roster. Quarterback goes, he's a first overall, and now all of a sudden you're trying to figure out, okay, well, what does this roster even look like going into the season?
Yeah, I want to be careful that I don't Clemson them, but I actually think Oregon should be the number 1 team in the country right now in terms of the roster on paper. They got to answer the questions late in the season, but man, is that roster,
agree with
D-line, the receivers, the quarterback.
Yeah. Dante Moore.
Yeah. Also, Michigan 16th.
Michigan is 16th. And so the top Big Ten team is obviously Ohio State, Oregon. You got Indiana at 6. Michigan comes in at 16. Penn State right behind them at 17.
You skipped somebody.
Who did I skip over?
Southern Cal.
Oh, yeah, USC. Yeah, where is USC?
14th.
14. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, so Michigan is, quick math, is that the 5th team in the conference preseason?
Yeah, there's 8 Big Ten teams in the top 25. There's 9 SEC teams. And, when we start looking at the schedules, and we've talked a little bit about Michigan's schedule, Iowa comes in at 22, and I think they're the sleeper in the Big Ten right now with the way that they ended the season last year. That is Michigan's first Big Ten game. So there should be some excitement going into this college football season, not just locally of what are our teams going to be under new head coaches, but also what are what are the conferences going to be, and who is ultimately going to be. You look at Miami, who was playing for a national title, and I think they came in at 7th.
They got the big quarterback transfer from Duke, Mensa. People think NFL arm. Look, I'm getting there. This has been a slower process to get invested in college football, but we're getting there, and this is one of those.
The excitement's starting to ramp up a little bit.
Those benchmarks, you get the polls, and they are stupid, but
yeah, because it'll change. I mean, it's only maybe I think it's the dumbest poll to look at because you have no idea what these teams are going to be. The second dumbest might be actually after week 1 when you have Ohio State or you have Michigan or you have any of these teams playing absolutely nobody. They'll blow them out, and all of a sudden, hey, somebody raises up 6 spots.
It shouldn't matter, but unfortunately it does because people put stock into, you beat a top 25 team. Yeah, but it was in September. You beat a top 10 team. Yeah, but it was in September. They'd be better off waiting a month.
Yes. Yeah, but 6 weeks.
Yeah, sure. Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Good morning. So I've been watching the results of the primary election.
Oh, yeah.
And it hasn't been called everywhere, but it appears that Abdul El-Sayed is declaring victory in the Democratic U.S. Senate primary. So
the gap is small.
Very small, and there's still Wayne County votes that remain uncounted. But certain NBC has declared him a winner. He himself at 7 a.m. declared himself the winner, but on other sites, they're still watching those Wayne County votes.
Yeah.
So
I'm
it's
seeing,
not
13,000 people is the gap right now.
Yeah, you're probably right. The last I looked, it was 14,000. That was CNN. So it's super, super tight, but there are areas, different publications that are declaring him a winner. We do know who will move on to the Michigan governor's race. Jocelyn Benson secured the Democratic nomination, and John James secured the Republican, and you can find the results of everything else online. If you're looking for something to do this weekend and you love cats, Jim, this could be for you. The DIA has a film for you to go see.
Okay.
Cat Video Fest 2026.
Oh, geez. That sounds like a grand time.
It's returning to the Detroit Film Theater on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And they say Cat Video Fest is a hand-selected, curated collection of the most entertaining, surprising, and enduring cat videos of the year. And also together with some unique video submission directly to festival organizers. And what's great about it, though, it's not this, you get to enjoy some cat videos. A portion of the tickets, the proceeds will go to animal welfare associations, shelters, and cat-focused charities.
It looks like it's sold out. I just went to the website.
Oh, man.
I thought you had that one favorited.
Tickets start at $11.50. You can get them cheaper if you're a DIA member or senior student. Apparently, you can't get them at all. Every single showing is sold out.
I'm not on the DIA website.
Because they've got a Friday night. They've got an afternoon, two afternoon times and evening on Saturday.
Maybe there's more show times, but on Cat Video Fest, looks like their websites, it's an hour and 10 minutes of cat videos.
Wow. I mean, edge of your seat videos.
Could be right up your alley.
Yeah, bring your own hairball.
I mean, there are some entertaining cat videos that I have seen, come across on YouTube. Where they're trying to leap across to the window and then they miss and they hit the wall and slide down.
No, I could get after that.
Those are they're okay, but they're like the funny cat videos where they don't quite make the jump they're trying to do. Those are hilarious.
Oh, no, they still have spots.
Okay, there you go. Check it out.
There you go.
Something to do. Jerry Jones says there's one person who could potentially convince him to sell a piece of the Dallas Cowboys. That's Mark Cuban. Yes. Jones says that he has tremendous respect for Cuban and what he did as the owner of the Dallas Mavericks. He says if he ever brought in a minority partner with the Cowboys, he'd want somebody who loves the game and wants to make an impact. So that's about the only person he says at this point that could potentially convince him.
You think he'd do it? He got out of the basketball business, but he's a sports fan.
Oh, Cuban? I think Cuban would do, but I'm not sure when push came to shove that Jerry would actually do it.
Yeah. So some Gen Z and millennials are skipping the traditional idea of investing in a house or putting their money into something.
It's because they just want to live at home.
Well, no, you know what they want to do? Well, I get what you're saying.
Well, they want to live at home. I think they'd like to.
They want to travel, John. That's what they want to do. And they're investing their money in timeshares. apparently.
What?
So there's a new report from the American Resort Development Association that found millennials now make up for almost half of all timeshare owners, and Gen Z accounts, they say, for 54% of recent purchases. And the appeal is, of course, travel. Many young buyers like the flexibility of points-based timeshares that kind of work like airline miles do, where they can be used for a different destination, different experiences. And there's one couple in this article, 28 and 31 years old. Instead of, putting money into a new house, into car payments, they bought a timeshare in 2023. They paid $38,000 about upfront, and then there's the annual fees of almost $4,000.
Don't people view timeshares as like a bad investment? Isn't that kind of the
I always hear the commercials.
reputation?
If you want to get out of your timeshares, you always hear those, and you need help, contact yada, yada, yada.
Or like in TV shows, they'll show you like sitting through a presentation that you want to get out of because you don't want to be in one.
Well, apparently
they do.
These young couples are investing in that because they want to travel more than they want to create a home base.
Okay. It's Heather with the news. Tigers have won 4 in a row, game and a half out of a playoff spot, and suddenly they're fun. This is renewed energy. We'll talk about it next. How about our Tigers? 97-1. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg. Not Greg.
No.
Gov and Paul Serra behind the glass today.
Paul Serra from Hollywood, Florida.
Home of the nude restaurant.
Uh-huh.
They're famous for.
You'll never get. It will always be. I will always remember where you're from, Paul.
I just don't know why it always has to be a Florida thing.
It always
does.
Well, yeah, it's a Florida man. This happens to be, for couples. Do you know where that restaurant is? Like, have you the location?
I didn't look up the address of it, so no.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if there was enough identifiers in the story for you to say, oh, I know where that's at. Check it out next time I'm home.
Tigers won last night, 8-0, 8 runs, all legitimate, no tack-on runs, needed all of them. 8-0 win last night. Did I do that right that time?
Yeah, I think you covered your bases.
All right, cool. I feel really good right now, and I'll only speak for myself, but I think other fans can relate. There's this refreshed, renewed excitement around the team. They did what they should at the deadline. Sell Skubal, maybe sneak in. There's a weight off your shoulders, and it's a young group, 7 players, 25 and younger. Let's see if they can make some noise. I stayed up to watch a West Coast game last night, even though my team sold, because I am reinvested in this baseball team.
There's different landmarks throughout the course of the year, and one of them is obviously the trade deadline. You would much rather be buyers than you are sellers. So there's a disappointment leading up to the trade deadline when you are selling, especially when you're selling a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. But because of all the drama, because of everything that was leading up to it, and the fact that we had no idea what Scott Harris was going to do, there's a huge pressure relief. You call it a weight off your shoulders. I've used the analogy of the pressure relief valve has been opened up. And now all of a sudden, for the rest of the year, you're playing with house money. There's some excitement about the young players. Max Clark, Kevin McGonigal, Valencia. Like, there's some great excitement there. Melton pitching yesterday.
Yep.
There's some really genuine and it backed up by evidence, excitement about the young players moving forward throughout this year, but also going into the coming years. The way that Scott Harris has done the job of building this roster. Now, okay, there are clear flaws, and there may be flaws with Scott Harris in being able to build a bullpen, of being able to add bats, but that's not the concern right now. It is let the guys go out there, enjoy some exciting young baseball players, and don't look now, but they're only a game and a half out of a wild card spot.
If they had kept Skubal, it would have been the wrong decision. Harris said it would have been irresponsible. It also would have put this, you got to win it all now.
Yeah.
Well, you better win it all now if you're
Pushing
going to
all
keep
the
them.
chips to the table, especially if they kept them but didn't add.
And now instead I feel like a sense of like freedom. Not that losing's okay, but if they lose, I'm not going to be all that bummed, and if they win, I'm going to be excited. It's house money is, I guess, the dynamic I'm describing.
Yeah, there's a benchmark that you hit, and you came up short.
Mm-hmm.
You did what you were supposed to do at the deadline, or the ownership and the front office did what they were supposed to do, and now there's a renewed excitement about what this team can be in the future.
Like if they were grinding it out with Skubal and Mize, which they were for most of the year, only to miss the playoffs, that is a painful way to watch the last 50 games. Instead, I'm watching Job on national TV this weekend, and I'm watching Melton. By the way, people in baseball need to start talking about this guy more. I get to watch those two guys shove every 5th day.
Yeah.
And I get to watch a pair of 21-year-olds take the league by storm in Clark and McGonigal. It's a much... Hyu Lee and Colt Keith are a couple guys under 25. Riley Green, by the way, still only 25 years old. There's a nucleus here, unlike 2024. And by the way, it's not a 0.2 chance like 2024. So I just think there's a few things going in your favor as a fan moving forward.
Yeah, and one of the things going in your favor is that the rest of the American League is terrible.
Right, so last night was a good night for the Tigers. Not only a win, but some of the other teams around them losing.
Yep.
I mean, it's crazy because there's still all these teams jumbled up. A game and a half back does not have them. You know, there's how many teams are still ahead of them in that, that wild card
the cut
race?
line is still 500. So they're 3 below getting to where Cleveland is right now at 57 and 57. They're the last team in. Then you've got the Twins, the Rangers, and the Orioles all sitting right in front of the Tigers. And it is they're a game back of half game back of being right there with the Guardians.
So forecast this: they just passed Seattle by a half game with a win. Now you got to continue and win the series here. Yeah, they get the Giants next. One of the worst teams in baseball, right?
Yes.
And then that sets up, we got some division games right after that, right?
Yes, and right now Texas is at 56 and 58. The Twins are at 56 and 58, and the Tigers are right there at 55 and 58. So they're literally a half game back of tying or jumping 3 teams.
Like, Tom, you've really highlighted the 6-game homestand coming up when they come back.
Yeah, well, first off, if they win 4 out of their next 5 games, they return home 500, and they get to face the team that allegedly ruined and ended their season in May, the Guardians, who have swept the Tigers this season. I think that's the team they played in the playoffs the last 2 years. It just sets up for them to make their move here. Now they got to this week. They still got to get through this week with the pitching because you're gonna have Job coming for his first start. He's going to be limited, so they're going to need the bullpen to be available that day. Tonight I think would be the expected loss when you have Anderson going against Wu.
Mm-hmm.
If that happens, absolutely monumental start for Valdez tomorrow to become who he was supposed to be.
I feel like we've said it a few times
Right,
this year.
and when we talk about, hey, Anderson is on the mound tonight, you're probably only going to get, 4 or 5 maybe out of him, and then you're going to be in the bullpen. When Job comes out on Saturday, he's going to be on a pitch count, and you're going to have to then tax the bullpen. So for Valdez on Montero, who are going to be starting Thursday and Friday, you need innings eaters.
Yeah, I really think they at least need to go 4-2 on this road trip, or this with the Seattle and the Giants series.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to go 5-1 and be home 500, but I still think you're methodically picking away. This is the closest they've been to 500 since they went on the swoon
into the tank in May. I want to. Maybe I'm nitpicking. You said they need to do this, and they don't need to do anything. That's part of what's freeing for me here. Is if they lose the next 2 games in the series, they'll go, well, they sold. They did what they had to do.
Yeah.
They don't need to do anything. Like it's all upside to me from here on out. Need puts the pressure. I don't think they need. We've been playing the need game leading up to the trade deadline. They didn't do it.
Okay,
Right.
If we're saying need, I agree with you. This is house money.
Yeah.
If he threaded that needle to where he only sold,
man,
and he got 3 of his top 5 prospects, and they make the playoffs, that's going to be incredible. Like, what's the narrative going to be about Scott Harris in this town? Because he has an eye for young talent. There's no doubt about that.
It's
Hire somebody that can evaluate pitching.
pro talent. Look, it'd be chestnut
Eiserman?
checkers. Oh no. It would be chestnut checkers of what we'd be saying about the guy, right? If you sold in 24, made the playoffs, made it in 25, sold this year, still made it, all while cultivating this crop of players. It's not 1 or 2 people now. I mean, it's if you throw in the 7 guys I mentioned, 25 and under, and then you add Zaire Hope.
Yep. River Ryan.
He's older, but yeah, you throw him in as a piece for the future. You start to build a group of 8 to 10 players that legitimately give you that nucleus for years to come. And while you were doing it, you weren't tanking and losing 100 games. You were making the playoffs.
Right.
I think he kept Torres and even Jansen because they would never get anything worth it in return compared to being what would be worth it if you kept them and you got in. When he said the other day, we're not throwing in the towel, I think he wanted to say more. That was just my read, but he can't get away with that at that point.
Because it'd feel kind of both sides of your mouth.
Right.
Yeah. I had
we
to
sold
sell
these 2,
but
we didn't sell Gleyber Torres because we still want to make a push for the postseason.
They knew Job was coming. So if he pitches well or decent, this surge in hitting can help the pitching a little bit. Wow, think about that around here. Last night they had top 8 hitters in the lineup, now have 700 or higher OPS. They have a pretty decent lineup right now.
Right.
So that same thing applied when they got hot in early June, and then Torres got hurt again.
So I saw this tweet, and I guess I will take it for face value. Detroit, since the start of June, has the second best record in Major League Baseball behind only the Red Sox. People know that, right?
Yeah.
Detroit has scored 110 more runs than they've allowed, and no one's close, including the Red Sox. Plus 110 since the start of June.
And look, I'm not trying to be a hater here. A little bit of that's inflated with the last 4 games. They've scored 8 runs in the last 5 games, right?
Mm-hmm.
You did play the A's.
I'm
not saying it's not real.
In a ballpark that's easy to score runs. I think some of this is the heart of the issue. They have a plus run differential with a losing record, which means they have a lot of blowout wins and a lot of agonizing close losses.
It's that bullpen.
Someone told me that once.
Just once?
maybe a dozen times.
Are you going to make your pledge again before the end of the show? You have a pledge, and John's along for the ride.
Yeah, but I know how this is going to go. I'll make the pledge next. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, Ram Truck should be right there at the top of the list, and here's a few reasons why. Ram Truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are exceptional right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks, and I've told you about mine. I've got the 420 horsepower Hurricane engine, and I absolutely love it. And since we're talking about power, I'll tell you about the other two options that Ram has. They've got the legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. They also have the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. And for the competition, I'm just going to ask you one question. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, and Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. For comfort, just go sit in a Ram, and I know you're going to feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. So what are you waiting for? Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
The pledge. The Tigers are in this still. They're only a game and a half out of the final wild card spot. And I have pledged that if this team misses by a game or two, I am not going to complain about the fact that they sold.
I don't think you should.
No, I agreed with the decision to sell. If they miss by a game or two, I'm not going to do hindsight revisionist history and use it as a way to score points against Scott Harris and shake a fist in the air and why did he sell? He did the right thing. He sold at the deadline. If they miss by a game,
so be it.
So be it. Will you sign the pledge, John?
Yeah, I don't think I need to, but sure. It's because on the flip side is if they didn't sell and they get in by a game, what do you actually think that this team would do? Is it right. an out at the same time as last year, or is it a wild card out?
Right. No, I think Rieger was asked this question last night. He says, man of his word, made the right call, won't bitch if they miss by a game. I will, you will. I'm sure Doug and Gator. I mean, everybody was on board that they did what was right for the organization over the weekend and into Monday. So if they get in, great. We'll root like hell for it.
Yeah. On Twitch, it says, do not say disco, whatever you do. All caps. They're shouting at you.
No, nothing like that. Brian at work says, when the Tigers pitching coach, when is he going to be held responsible for how bad the bullpen has been all year? That's what's holding them back.
I mean, so it's the same pitching coach in Chris Federer and his staff that we have praised when it was pitching chaos.
7, 8, 9 hitters, probably the most refreshing thing with this baseball team. Says that's with Max Clark infusing the lineup.
Well, Max Clark and Javi has been much better than he has been in the past. Now, it's a very limited sample size because he missed what was 65 games.
And Torque and Keith OPS are at the highest point they've been all year. Yeah. They both had pretty solid Julys. So the depth
really
of this lineup
it's getting better.
Around. Is that trustable with those two? Who knows? They're getting protection, though, from the other things. So they're getting to a point where somebody's got to pitch to somebody.
Yeah.
Can Melton get some props? Says a 1.75 ERA his last 11 starts. The kid's pitching lights out. His stuff is nasty. Maybe this will push the next man up mentality. They fill the big shoes left by Skubal and Mize. That's Jeff listening in New Hampshire.
Melton's been doing it all season long.
If he qualified, he'd have the lowest ERA in baseball.
Yeah. And so it does ease the pain for all of those that said you had to keep, you shouldn't have sold at the deadline. It eases the pain for them. It should, because you could look and say, well, we've got an ace in waiting. Now ace in position.
I was rooting for the Tigers to win last night, but I was also rooting for him to go 7 after Skubal only went 6. Skubal throws 85 pitches. He throws 97. Shutout baseball. Yeah, we have been talking about him as the ace in waiting, and now it's time for him to take the reins.
We got a Twitch comment. Do not say disco, whatever you do.
Yeah.
I just mentioned
that. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You're doing a million things back there.
What was I going to say here? I totally forgot. Go ahead.
Well, this is an interesting text. This says, everyone wants to cry about Harris's deadline last year. What if I told you he actually won the deadline by not trading Troy Melton? I'm not going that far. He had a first-place club, and he could have added other ways.
Yeah.
Nobody said they should trade Troy Melton for Suarez. I know that was the big debate.
Right. And, I mean, you look at what Suarez did for Seattle, and I know he had a big home run against the Tigers, but he wasn't lights out.
Yeah, I don't want to let him off the hook for last year's deadline. The arms they added made them worse, and many of them aren't even in Major League Baseball anymore.
Yeah, and Finnegan did pitch well last year, but it's been rough for about 2 months.
No, I think there's room for praise and criticism of Scott Harris, and the criticism is well documented. The praise, I think, is starting to come out more now, because this could be a situation where they've restocked this system with promising young players in the nucleus while not bottoming out and losing 100 games, but making the playoffs 2 of the last 3 years. And who knows, as this texter says, they could sneak in and make it 3 years in a row. That's another one that says baseball's weird. You just never know.
Nope. You never know. And it's on with what we can see in the future. We have no idea when we're going to have baseball next. It'll happen at some point next year, but it may be delayed.
Boys, they're a game and a half out.
Right.
They're only a game and a half out.
I mean, I don't know.
As expected.
I don't know what to tell you.
We had listeners say, will you promise to not, if they miss by a game, say, why did they give up Skubal? Why did they give up Mize? I think they made the right decision, and I'm not going to hold it against them if they miss by a game.
So wait, you
Personally,
are not going to second guess. You are not going to go back.
No. With the benefit of hindsight.
Okay.
I like Doug being very specific. You are not going to second guess. You are not going to backtrack.
I know second guessing happens a lot with what we do, but no,
It's true.
I agree with the decision they made and will live with the consequences. That is my pledge.
Okay.
Fair enough.
I like it. You know what this says to me?
He's grown
Because
up.
I talk about something that we do on our show, and I think it's important for consistency's sake. You have planted a flag, and you were standing by your flag, and good for you. I'm proud of you, Jim Costa.
Well, you know what, Doug? Thank you.
Yeah, he's growing up over here.
Right in front of our eyes.
I know, man.
Look at that.
One day at a time.
Yep.
Yeah, he's planted a flag now that they're on the graphic, and he's said his 51. Did I hit all your bits?
Yeah, you did.
I got them all.
Those are all.
That was well done.
Gator, would you eat that?
I would.
Oh, we're taking the one you guys had today and using it.
Oh, okay,
Are you
good.
going to eat that? We got already going to eat that.
Awesome. Just for a teaser, what time?
Probably 12:30. We have in studio taste test too.
No, I didn't hear it.
Oh, okay. All right. No,
You
good.
bought
That's
it?
perfect. Yeah.
I just heard that Paul Serra used to go to a nudist camp or something. What was that thing?
Yeah.
He did what? He went
Hollywood,
to news
Florida, what was
camp?
it?
Nudist.
Oh, nudist.
Oh,
I thought you
was
said
like, wait a second.
news.
Yeah, that's what I thought he said too. I'm like,
News
news
camp.
Is that
camp.
what you guys said?
There's a restaurant in Heather's News that's
nude
offering
restaurant.
Oh, new restaurant.
nude
No,
dining.
nude.
Nude.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's in Paul Serra's
Paul
hometown.
used to go there all the time, apparently.
Yeah.
It's right by where he grew
Nude
up.
dining.
Nice.
Get your reservations now.
Yeah, right. I've always wondered how I'd get to see Paul Serra naked. Now I know.
Incredible.
Said no one ever.
Ouch. Paul, there's someone for you out there.
Paul. I'm sorry.
man.
There's a buyer for every home. Come on.
Room to roam.
Oh, boy. Anyway, Carson Anderson coming up next, 97.1.
I owe a personal apology to Paul Serra. I'm sorry, Paul. Paul, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sure there's plenty of people that have wondered what you look like naked.
I feel like I should apologize too because I started the whole thing.
Yeah.
But the story. The only link is that Paul's from Hollywood, Florida. That's it.
Paul, we love you, buddy.
And he likes to eat naked.
I didn't know, but I didn't know that.
That's like John with his shirt policy. You know about that when he goes number 2?
He takes
Takes his
everything
shirt off. I mean,
I like it.
well, you know what? I mock it. But I've never tried it.
Never?
No.
Oh, I have.
Have you?
Oh, yeah, man. You feel free.
Do you?
Yeah.
I mean, in the morning,
I don't do it every time. Does John do it every time?
But I think with him it is every time.
I think it's
like the bottoms come off and the
Could
top.
you imagine like being at a wedding and you have to go and you like take off the suit coat, the tie, the dress shirt?
I mean, if you got an afternoon moose, I mean, I'm not taking the shirt off. In the morning, like you wake up and get ready to take a shower anyway. I want to take care of business beforehand, and sure, but
Oh, there you go.
And I'm in Hollywood, Florida.
Yeah, look, Koi Boy 1 on Twitch says disrespectful. Looks like Doug chose violence this morning. I didn't chose violence, but I was definitely disrespectful, and that's why. I say it every day, and it's what I strive for every day, and I don't accomplish it every day. But I think it's an applaudable goal, is it not?
It is an applaudable goal, and Paul deserves respect. Some people don't.
Yeah.
And if you let something slip during the show between segments that I hear,
yeah,
I get it. It's fine.
There's every once in a while.
You got to earn respect too. It goes both ways.
Yeah, I guess. How are you today?
I'm great.
Yeah. Oh, great.
Hey, man. When the team wins in the fashion like they did, and then Scuba loses in the fashion that he did. Oh, did you throw a great game and you still lost? Did you because you gave up that one extra run you probably shouldn't have? When I got into work today, I double checked this, but dating back to the night that Tarek Skubal debuted for the Dodgers, the Tigers haven't lost and the Dodgers haven't won. Those are facts. Just saying. It's just facts. Yep. That's what you do on this show. You spit facts and rhymes. So you're happier today because of last night's baseball results. Yes. Yeah, because look, once the trade deadline comes and goes, and the Tigers trade away arguably their top two pitchers, although Melton pitching better than anybody, but I'm not even sure they traded their top pitcher. Right. Dun, dun, dun. But they trade away two of the top guys in the team for nobody who's major league ready just yet. So I mean, the white flag went up, right? They signaled they're done. No. And I'm just saying this from the standpoint that they didn't add anything to the roster. They can still compete, and I've said all along this team can still compete. I don't know if they can compete for a World Series. I doubt that's the case, but they can compete for a playoff spot despite dropping those two pitchers. I would have preferred to see them add a couple of bullpen arms of some kind, but they didn't do that. So I'm still watching. And the one thing that hasn't changed, the bullpen arms don't affect the offense. Is it 5 straight games now of 8 runs or more? Something they haven't done since 1927? Oh my God. It's almost 100 years ago. More facts. It's that's impressive what the Tigers have been able to accomplish offensively. And you go since June 1st, the team OPS is like well over 800 since then. They are killing it right now. And the fact that they're doing it with a younger roster is also quite impressive. It's a patchwork bullpen that is not good. Starting pitching that has proven to be quite good. And now a lineup that is also stepping up and being quite good. So now you got the lineup working. You got the starters are still working. And you've also got the defense working, which is something A.J. Hinch wanted to emphasize over the last couple of weeks, how much better they played defensively. Those are 3 pretty good aspects to have. If the one you don't have is the bullpen, that can hurt you late in games. We saw it in May. We've seen it all where the bullpen does hurt you late in games. Yes. But that's the problem with the bullpen is that ends up costing you games. So can they stay ahead of things? Can they stay afloat? And right now they are. They're playing a really nice brand of baseball. It's fun to watch the ball go over the fence. 3 more times last night? This team has been prolific since June. So yesterday, Gleyber Torres put out an Instagram post. Did you see this? I did not. Okay. He posted, "Let's finish this together and make it special." And it's refreshing to see in an era where there's an undercurrent of rejection. The rejection coming from Skubal. No matter what was said, the Tigers were reacting to the fact that his camp
and I believe this because of Boris's track record, they weren't going to negotiate with Detroit. They were going to free agency no matter what. And that's his right. It's his life. It's his business. He is making what he thinks is the best decision for him and his family. And that's fine, but it leads to an undercurrent of rejection. And it's not like Glaber, if there was a right offer, Glaber might have been out of here. But I like that the veteran, the steady veteran at the top of the order who just goes out and finds himself on base all the time, post that. Let's finish this together and make it special. Sure. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, as of today, on August 5th, they're right in this blanket thing. I mean, they're right in it. And, you know, Scott Harris, we pulled some Scott Harris sound from a couple days ago, anticipating that they would stay in it, and we're going to play it today because he was adamant about it not being a white flag. And he also addressed your bullpen questions about why not help out the bullpen. But it is a team that, simply put, for a month plus is playing by far its best baseball of the season. And if nothing else, this era of Tiger baseball has been streaky. I mean, my God, has it been streaky. They have gone from the best team in the game to the worst team in the game, back to arguably the best team in the game for periods of time in the last year and a half, season and a half. Yeah. I mean, you know, the funny thing is there's a lot of people that, I mean, the doubters are the people that really want to second guess the Skubal trade, and we get this all the time, is they should have traded him at the trade deadline a year ago, back when they had the best record in baseball.
Right.
And teams don't do that. And if you are mad at Scott Harris for not foreseeing a collapse, I think it was fair to foresee that they weren't the best team in baseball. What wasn't fair to foresee is that they would turn into the worst team in baseball. And they, you know, the argument that from basically the trade deadline last year to the end of May this year, they were arguably the worst team in baseball. Like, they were terrible for long swaths of time. They woke up enough to have an interesting postseason run. But that is, I mean, those are kind of historic swings in terms of how good is your good and how bad is your bad.
It's crazy to look at it. And this year, I think you can directly correlate it to injuries. That's what happened. May comes around, you're missing 3 huge starters out of your rotation. You've got big-time injuries to big-time players like Gleyber Torres and to also Kerry Carpenter at the time. You missed out on a lot. And the record reflected it, and the bullpen was terrible, and everything, you know, just went right in the toilet. And then June comes around, guys get healthy and back out onto the field, and now the team, all of June, all of July, and now here we are a few days into August, and this team looks good again. This is fun to watch, and I know that it's going to be difficult. The road ahead is not easy, you know, that they still have to keep winning at this pace to ensure that they get to the playoffs. But they're going to have a real showcase here. Was it next week when they play Cleveland and the White Sox? So, you know, buckle up. This is going to be an interesting ride here.
Well, last night as I was watching the game, I came up with a word that I'm like, this is what we got now. This is what we got now in one word. We will get to that today at 10:16, Tiger fans. Plus your phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson. 10:30, Scott Harris talks about staying in this thing and why he didn't add bullpen arms. Hear what the guy who runs the Tigers had to say. All that coming up. We'll mix in your texts as well. It's Carson Anderson on a Wednesday. Are you going to eat that at 12:30, by the way? 97.1. So I'm watching this game last night, Tigers in Seattle. And, Seattle doesn't have the best reputation defensively, makes a brutal error that leads to the Tigers getting a early lead. And ended up being one of those shutouts that you like so much.
Another one.
Yeah. And I realized, with all respect due, we're watching The Leftovers. We're watching The Leftovers. And I want these leftovers to make the playoffs.
Oh, I knew better. For a second, I thought you meant like the TV show, The Leftovers.
No,
I know better.
What we have left. I want to know if what we have left is good enough. It is going to be awesome. But this really comes down to two things, because I think tonight is where the vulnerability of the Leftovers really shows. Because tonight we're getting a Drew Anderson start. So this is like an example of, okay, tangibly, here is where not having Casey Mize and Tarek Skubal matters. Is we're getting a Drew Anderson start. And there's also, so Drew Anderson is suddenly a guy that we need to have consecutive out-of-body experiences to not have this hurt. We also, I mean, take it for what it's worth. Yilbar Diaz, okay, struck out the side in the ninth. He touched 99 on the gun. He hit 98 on the gun 4 times.
That wasn't without some.
Oh, yeah.
peril.
He gave up a hit and he gave up a walk.
Yeah.
But he also, in 30 pitches, coaxed 9 swings and misses out of Seattle, which, a 33% whiff rate. There are 16 pitchers in baseball that have that. So it's not.
There's talent there. Can you harness it? Can you harness it?
I'll say this.
Which is true of every major league pitcher in baseball.
30 pitches is by no means enough for me to claim, well, the Tigers should be doing a victory lap over claiming this guy from Arizona. But these are the guys from the Leftovers that need to have out-of-body experiences.
Yeah.
And then there's the reinforcement of Jackson Jobe. Jackson Jobe could make it not hurt as much.
Listen, I certainly hope so. I don't have high expectations for Jackson Jobe this year. I don't. And I don't know what his real future is because we haven't seen anything. And when he was pitching in the minors years ago, it wasn't like he wasn't just a Verlander in the minors. He had his ups and downs in the minors. So I don't know what to really expect. And again, this is another tale of incredible arm talent. This guy reaches triple digits on the gun. And he's got good other pitches, secondary pitches as well. But does he know how to pitch? Can he harness all that talent and put it together? It takes a long time to be able to do that. And I hope that he can hit the ground running. But my hope level for that is way higher than my expectation.
Yeah,
I don't have high expectation.
Look, what did I just say?
I'm not yelling at you. I'm stating my case.
I understand, and I'm making sure that people understand what I'm saying.
Why treat me like Paul Serra? I don't understand.
Oh, come on, man. I'm calling for out-of-body experiences for Drew Anderson and Yilbar Diaz. I'm calling for it. Now, I might be falling too much for what my eyes show me, but watching Jackson Jobe's minor league rehab starts, I think he looks filthy, absolutely filthy. So
against single A players.
Yes, but I'm not talking about. I don't care. I'm
looking
at pitch movement. I'm looking at hitting triple digits and pitch movement and changing speeds.
I just want to temper your enthusiasm.
And in being in the zone, the result is the result. Like one of his, I think he touched 101 and a guy hit a line drive into left field. And I'm like, hey, at least he's comfortably throwing triple digits. So 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris and Novi. You're on 97.1. Hello, Chris.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm so proud of Milton.
He was really good.
He looks
We're
great.
almost 100 years in. And I'm not going to feel bad for Skubal. You wanted to walk away. You didn't play for Detroit. You played for the dollar.
Chris, did you say
you didn't play because you didn't love Detroit? And no, he's showing up.
There's no question he showed up, and he has
I'm
been.
going to tell you, Curtis Granderson told the Yankees, don't play me. Because he wanted Cabrera to get the Triple Crown. He could have played. And he walked away and he cried when he left. He played for Detroit.
Chris, did you say you're almost 100 years in?
No, I'm saying we're almost 100 years in. Milton did this because he did. The last time was 1927. We got one more year. He's 99 years and he did this.
Did what? I'm sorry, I'm not following.
What'd Milton do?
Well, it wasn't. I think the 1927 number is that the Tigers as a team have scored 8 runs or more in 5 straight games, which hasn't been done since.
What'd Milton do?
Milton pitched well.
Yeah, he threw a shutout, 7 innings.
Yep. I mean, we can do that. We might not do the World Series, but you know what?
No.
We're showing up every day.
Let it go, Doug.
Chris, thank you. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback.
Let it go.
Oh, come on. Why'd you do that?
What?
I had to break the ice at that point, guys.
Oh, no.
Remember when Doug said that?
Said what? I'm sorry.
Is Chris still there? Hey, Chris.
Oh. All right.
Good Lord. Other things last night. Max Clark, well, he went 0 for. Do you know how many pitches he faced last night in 5 at-bats?
I don't, but I will guess 29.
Yeah, it was 25.
Okay,
yeah,
so five per at-bat.
This is the player that fits the profile that Scott Harris wanted as far as quality at bats, swinging pitches in the strike zone. He's fouling off tough pitches to hit.
When till he starts swinging at the first pitch? Because pitchers are like, oh, this guy's going to take some.
Right.
And then he'll make his adjustment. This is going to be, I hope that they really have one here. And it looks like they've got the makings of one. I'm not ready to declare after, 4 games that he's the guy, but I like what I see.
Sure.
Really like what I see out of him. And I'm encouraged by what this team can be offensively because of all of this younger talent that they have. Valencia is not younger, but I mean, the guys that are under the age of 28, they got a ton of, Riley Green's a 3-time All-Star and he's 25 years old.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox from KJ. I want to know what you think of this. Drew Anderson will be better as a starter than a reliever. Mental makeup is more suited for starting.
Well, when they signed him, I thought that was going to be the case, that he was supposed to be a starter, and then they went out and got Framber Valdez and Justin Verlander, so that changed things up. I'm curious to see if he is better suited to be a starter, but I'm not sure how stretched out he is at this point, how many innings he's supposed to give you tonight, or how many pitches he's going to be able to throw. I suspect that if he's pitching well, that maybe it's 4, but we'll see.
I mean, we're asking. I think what happens is when somebody leaves, you go, well, everybody's got to step up and do a little bit more. That's great to say in theory, but I'm sure Dylan Dingler and Howie Lee and Javi Baez and Riley Green have been trying as hard as they can up until the trade deadline. The question is, who can give you more? I'm not sure Drew Anderson can, but this is the tangible impact of not having the pitchers that they traded away is we're going to get a Drew Anderson start. Diaz kind of reminds me of Rafael Soriano.
Rafael Soriano.
Okay, but the person wrote Rafael Soriano. I think that's who it was last year, or Montero. Wait, cancel. What is this? I'm sorry. I have no idea what that's.
Well, we just leave it at it. Says he reminds of Rafael Soriano, who was a hard-throwing relief pitcher.
I love when teams in this town give me a glimmer of hope, and everyone give a glimmer of hope to everyone, only to let everyone down. You love that? This person loves when the teams in our town give us a glimmer of hope.
That's just a hater. It's
and only let everyone down. I don't know why you would love that.
Because that's how people are programmed.
Might get a truck. When the Tigers make the playoffs, they're going to be a dangerous team to play. Well, I don't really think of them that way. But hey, look.
Not yet. But listen. Troy Melton's only 12 starts in, right, for this season. But what a 12-start stretch.
sure.
An ERA of 1.5. His whip is below 1.0. He just threw 7 shutout innings last night. He's been awfully good, and let's knock on wood that he can stay healthy and continue to do so.
Matt is next on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hey, good morning, Doug and Gator. I'm happy Scooble's gone. I was watching the Dodgers game last night, and it brought me so much joy to watch him crash and burn. And I hope there's more games like that in the Dodgers' future, because screw them. They're over-advantaged, and that's possible why they're going to be a lockout. For the Tigers, we're only 1.5 games back, so I do think they'll clinch the wild card spot.
Whoa.
Division, I don't know. But, I see a Tigers playoff run this year.
Well, I hope you're right. It certainly would be fun and a weird formula they will have executed twice in 3 years, sell and make a run, which doesn't feel like it would logically follow. And they're a long way away from doing it. You are confident they're going to do it. I am not, but there is a path there, and it's reliant upon some perhaps out-of-body experiences. It's reliant upon maybe Jackson Joe, but
well, the offense has to keep doing what they're
doing. And maybe not this much, but they can't be as dead as they have been at times. 248-539-9797. All right, Scott Harris said a couple things about this team making a run. Hear what he had to say starting at 10:32 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, always appreciated here on the program. And we got a Tiger team that continues to hang around and continues to chip away. And one day after the sell-off, well, I guess they sold off Scooble on Saturday, but post-trade deadline, an impressive 8-0 win. And we'll see. I mean, odds are probably still against them, but they've probably, I think they've made this thing way more interesting than certainly we thought it was going to be, go back a couple months. With that said, Scott Harris spoke a little bit about the idea that the trade signified that any chance of a postseason was over and that they were waving the white flag. And here's what the Tigers president of baseball operations had to say. What do you make of that?
I understand where he's coming from. I mean, he's the president of baseball operations. He's speaking in front of the media, in front of cameras and microphones. He's going to be a little bit of a cheerleader at this point, which he should be. But I think when you get rid of some of the fluff stuff out of there, what you realize is that, okay, this team is starting to look like the team that he has envisioned when he's talking about quality at bats. You know, you go back to the first day that he had the job and he talked about the strike zone and commanding the strike zone from a pitching standpoint, from a hitting standpoint. Don't swing outside of it and make sure you know what a strike is. And now he's starting to see that with additions of players from the system. This has to be really exciting for him. That, you know, it's a system where he's instilled a lot of these coaches and managers and scouts and everything else and everybody that in the analytical world, that everybody's working together, that they're developing these guys. So when they come to the Tigers, when Hao Yu-Lee comes and makes his debut back in April, when people are like, who the hell is this guy? When I was literally texting you, who the hell is playing, you know, in the infield for the Tigers right now in Fenway Park?
You're like, oh yeah, I remember him.
I remember the name Hao Yu-Lee, but I didn't expect that he was going to be the first call up, not for a guy who was hitting like 220 when he got called up, but you know, as you see him grow since then, he's been up and down a couple times since then, he's actually turned into this guy that I like watching take at bats because it looks like he's got what Harris is looking for. Kevin McGonigal hit the ground running. Max Clark hit the ground running. Valencia's hit the ground running. You know, these are young players that he should be excited about. And then you got some pitchers in there too. Obviously, Troy Melton. The development of Cater Montero over the last couple of years has been fascinating to see how good he has become. There's a lot to like with this team, and yes, there are glaring problems with this team that they'll have to address. But I think he has to defend his moves of trading Skubal and Mize, and he's got firm ground to stand on, and he has yet to really say what everybody knows is the reason. We're going to lose this guy anyway, right? When it comes to Skubal. When it comes to Mize, there was a report that Casey Mize, I guess, had said that the Tigers never made an offer to him for an extension, which I find surprising. Does that mean the Tigers won't be reaching out to him in the offseason as a possible free agent extension? I don't know. But
I think it does.
I think it might, and that's a little disappointing. But at the same time, I could also internalize that and say, well, he's been injured the entire time he's been a Detroit Tiger, including this year with stretches on the IL for a groin issue. If it's not one thing, it's another thing. Fine, I get that. But this team right now, this is a scrappy team, and it's a team that it kind of shows it and exemplifies exactly what he's looking for.
So last week, as they were approaching the trade deadline, an insider wrote a story. I can't remember who it was. I apologize. But it was that teams tend to think of themselves, the buy-sell line of delineation. It was a run differential of plus 30. If you're below that, you think of yourself as a seller. And I think the playoff odds were like plus 28 or 29, 28%. If you're below that you think of yourself as a seller. The Tigers' run differential in the last week has soared to plus 71. The third best in the American League. Their playoff odds on Fangraphs have improved to 23.8%. And they're sort of hitting some of the metrics that lead you to believe that they could be a playoff team. Now, all of this resume, the plus 71, was built on the back of really good pitching from Skubal and Mize, keeping the other team's run total down. And so sustainability is a legitimate question. But there's some characteristics here that you can workshop your way into the playoffs. We could sit here. You don't have to squint as hard as you used to see the Tigers making a playoff run in terms of the distance they have to make up. The squinting comes from, okay, how good is Jackson Jobe going to be? Cross your fingers. Can Drew Anderson shift to a starting role, help this team out? If not, is Ty Madden the answer? Like they're going to have to find a way.
Well, they've got the compound games coming up against the division, right? Because they're still chasing three teams within the division. They're still chasing Minnesota, the White Sox, and Cleveland. And they're going to be playing those teams here in the second half and the last 49 games, no longer the second half, it's the last 49 games, and including 2 of those teams next week. So, I mean, it's one of these things we can see them right in the thick of it, or you can see them way out of it, depending on what happens. And this is where it's going to be defined.
Okay, let's address the thing that you've kind of stated since the bullpen. You are okay with the sell-off. You do wish they would have perhaps given what's left over here, the leftovers, a little bit more chance at the back end of games by maybe getting back into the buyer's market and getting a bullpen arm. That topic came up with Scott Harris, and here's what he said. Well, we know who that was because they called him up, Diaz, last night, and he got the job done, struck out the side, did allow 2 base runners. I think young arms he's talking about is Jackson Jobe, who sounds like he's going to start, which pushes somebody maybe into more of a bullpen role. But he just said the price was too high, that he would have considered it, but the price was too high. It's something you would have liked to have seen. What do you make of that answer?
I mean, I think last year, that's a better answer for last year than it is for this year. When you saw some high-end bullpen arms get dealt, and for a lot, there were good bullpen arms that were dealt this year. And we talked about Mason Miller several weeks ago, and that became something that clearly was not going to happen as San Diego was buying. They weren't selling. So with him off the market, it just became you're looking for good bullpen arms. And I don't know what the prices were, but I know that there were a couple bullpen arms that went, and I don't think the price was that prohibitive. I would have liked to seen them go ahead and deal some of their prospects, and it didn't have to be the top-end prospects. I mean, teams were giving up prospects in the teens to acquire some of these guys. So he knows what he's looking for. Clearly, he knows more about baseball than I do, and that's I concede that. I don't have any issue with that. I do wish that they kind of were thinning out the herd a little bit with some of these prospects that they have, because there are only so many prospects are going to get the chance to really play in Major League Baseball. Take a chance. Look for the arms of pitchers that still have many years left of team control. And I was looking at Eric Miller and Ryan Zefferjon, which were a couple guys that I thought that they could target. Both ended up getting traded, and the rest is going to be history. We'll see what happens with that.
Mm-hmm. And San Francisco gave up Carlos Gutierrez, a minor league outfielder. I don't know what his ranking was. Did you look that up to see if was there a comparable player in Detroit's system that would have made sense that they could have got him? Gutierrez was the number 14 prospect in the Red Sox organization when he got dealt to San Francisco. So, would you have given up I guess not every 14th prospect is created
No,
equal,
but if you're asking me if I would have given up, somewhere around between 12 and 15, would I have? When you look at who that is, Tyron Lorenzo is number 13. Yeah,
you would have.
Yeah,
okay.
Because I think it's redundant. They've got Briseño. They've got other catchers in the organization they like, and oh, by the way, Valencia is here now, and Dingler's here for the foreseeable future. So if you've got a glut of catchers, go ahead and get rid of one.
There's a chance that those catchers are going to end up playing first, but there is.
Fair enough. Okay, but Dylan Dingler is an all-star catcher, Gold Glove winner, and he's in the embryonic stages of his major league career here.
Well, there it is. Scott Harris talking about where this team is right here, right now, still alive, the leftovers. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. There is a moment when a home stops being a someday and starts being a plan. University of Michigan Credit Union can help you get there today. And if you're ready to buy a new home or refinance your current mortgage from another lender, UMCU should be your next phone call. Make your move by the end of August and you'll save $750 on closing costs. Plus, enjoy flexible, fixed rates, free pre-approval, and no application fee. Seriously, let's get you into that dream home today. Visit umcu.org, insured by NCUA. Karsh. Scott Anderson, 97.1. Let's get to your phone calls. We got a Bridge in Farmington Hills. Hello, Bridge.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Hey, about the Tigers, I'm excited about two things. First one is Max Clark. Obviously, it's a small sample size. He went 6 for 12 in his first series, struck out 3 times last night, but he did draw a walk.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm really impressed with is that in the very first major league at bat, he drew a walk. Rookies don't typically do that. They come out swinging, trying to get a hit. But to me, it's more impressive to draw a walk in your first major league at bat than to get a single. So I like that, and it's good for our future. The second thing is the trade. People are saying, you know what, they should have waited till the end and maybe gotten more, but all prospects are a crapshoot, no matter what, how good they seem at the time. So if we could have got something else, some other prospects from another team, you're trading crapshoot A for crapshoot B.
Well,
but it's still a crapshoot.
I don't know. Here's what we don't know, Bridge, and this is something I assume happened, and Scott Harris talked as though it did. I don't really care that they made the trade 48 hours ahead of the trade deadline, but what I do care about is when the Dodgers came in with their offer, and Scott Harris said, okay, this is an offer I would take. I want to know. I
like the trade.
Yeah, I do too. I do too.
Don't get me wrong.
I think it's important that then Scott Harris or whoever the GM is goes back to every team that called and said, all right, we have an acceptable offer. We're about to accept it. This is your last chance. This is your last chance to sweeten the return for Tarik Skubal. And this is it. We're going to trade him tonight. It's up to you if it's trading him to you or we're trading him to the Dodgers. Your call. Yeah. And if Milwaukee said no and Tampa said no and everybody else said no, then I'm comfortable with them trading him when they traded him. But I hope that happened.
I like the deal, but the thing is, I like the deal. I'm cautiously excited about the trade. That was my second point on where I was going to be excited. And if the Hope and Ryan come in at even at 80% of where we think they'll be, I'll be doing backflips, you know. Wow. And so you think of the future lineup with McGonigal, Clark, Green, Dingler, Keith, and Hope pans out. That'll be quite a core, that young core that we have in the lineup.
They have a chance. They've been hoarding young position players. It has a chance to be really, really good.
Yeah, and guys are ripening on the vine, getting ready. They want their chance. Max Anderson's been killing it at AAA Toledo. He wants an opportunity.
Dave is next on 97.1. Hello, Dave.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
I'm a first-time caller, but I wanted to make some comments on the trade deadline, what happened.
Sure.
One thing I keep hearing is that we had to do it now or we get nothing in return. And what I think we get in return is a lot for the fans, a lot for the city, and a lot for the club. I mean, I think with Mize and Skubal still there, they have a very impressive starting lineup of pitchers and a team that probably nobody likes to play in the playoffs. The biggest defect on the team was that for most of the season, the bottom third of the order wasn't hitting their weight. And I think that's been addressed now. And the real glaring thing at the trade deadline was the relief pitching. But thinking forward to the playoffs, if you make it with what you have now, relief pitching in the playoffs would be a lot better because we have frontline pitchers that could end up being.
You can repurpose some guys. Yeah, I mean, Dave, the one thing that that is still true, okay, and one of the reasons why I think that the Tigers were comfortable with selling is the bullpen was undermining any chance they have, and I don't know that has changed at all in the last 3-4 days, and so they would have to get all these correction factors of all of a sudden Finnegan turning into last year's Finnegan and Waguespack to keep this up and maybe this Diaz character that they got from Arizona who had control problems is not that whatever the Tigers tweaked with him is going to work. It's still an uphill battle. Like the bullpen didn't change. They had a better roster and the bullpen was undermining him, and now they have a worse roster and the bullpen's still there to undermine him.
Yeah, there is recency bias, and there are things you saw with your own eyes in certain games and you can't forget it. And then there's reality, right? You look at Kenley Jansen, for instance. He's had some horrible outings and it's destroyed him. But the reality is in 26 of his 33 appearances, he's gone scoreless. In 18 of those, he hasn't given up a hit.
And those scoreless appearances include like that one in Chicago the other night where he loaded the bases with one out and escaped.
Which is why I said there are 18 of those where he hasn't even given up a hit in those games. So he gets it done. But we remember that he gave up 4 runs in one game or 3 runs in another game because those stand out and they blow it up. And then you're like, oh, crap, here comes this guy coming in the pitch again, when actually he's been reasonably good. Finnegan, it's remarkable the different pitcher he is with runners on base as opposed to coming in clean.
Mm-hmm.
Batters are hitting less than 200 against him if there's runners on base. He's really good in that situation. When you need somebody to put out the fire, call on Finnegan. He comes in and gets the job done. Starting an inning, not so much. Batting average is over 300 in that case. So it's finding out what's the best situation to utilize these players. Now, ultimately, your relief pitcher, you should be able to pitch no matter what the case is. Pretend somebody's on first. Mental trick you got to do, whatever it is.
Throw over there.
Get it done. Yeah, right. Exactly. But they do have the bullpen still is a work in progress, and the previous caller's right, and so are you. There's going to be guys that are left out of the rotation. They're going to have to pitch somewhere. Maybe it isn't coming out of the bullpen, and maybe that'll be the saving grace for this team. But in the meanwhile, we get to watch this team hit at a prolific level right now, and other guys are starting to bounce back. Zach McKinstry, who had a horrible first start of the season. Through May, he was absolutely positively pathetic, has now, started to find his feet a little bit. The month of May, he had a 372 OPS, a 123 batting average for the month. Then in June, he hit 243 with a 731 OPS. In July, he hit 240 with a 670 OPS, nothing special. And now, in 3 games in August, he's hitting 500 with a 1200 OPS. His numbers have gone up, getting back to the respectability, and hopefully he can get back to simply league average, which is right around, 705 or 710 for OPS. If he does that, if he gets back to that, it means he's still on a tear to get there. And, he belongs in the everyday lineup right now.
William on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hello, William.
Hello, Doug and Gator. The trades, time will tell, right? My frustration and disappointment as a fan is not with the players on the field. It's with this front office, and it's not the trades themselves. It's the broader context of I don't remember a team in modern Detroit sports history that's tried harder in the last 2 years while being on the verge of being able to do something special, not saying win the World Series, but get to the World Series, try so hard not to contend. The not doing anything last summer when we knew this team needed help, the offseason of, hey, the names are the same, but they're different guys. And then even this year when we struggled in May, just not doing anything to better this team. For me, I'm a 60-year-old human. I don't know how many days I'm going to continue to wake up on this planet. I like the players on this team. I'm disappointed that the front office over the last 2 years didn't do more to try to help. I hope the trades work out. I really do. But we're right there right now, right? I mean, Minnesota, Cleveland, Chicago's really untested. Can they go a whole year? I think we can win the division. We got to leap a lot of teams to get that wild card, but I think we can take this division, guys.
Well, what if last year the asking price of the trade deadline was Kevin McGonigal or Max Clark for some of the players that everybody seemed to want at the time?
Melton.
Or Troy Melton, for instance. Those are 3 guys, the three of the better players in their team, young prospect type players that every team would want. And if that was the asking price to get Eugenio Suarez, would you have done that?
In hindsight, no, that would have been a bad move.
Okay, well, I'm not asking about hindsight. I'm just, at the time. I mean, because those are the discussions we would have on this show. Like, okay, I'd like to go out and get the best bullpen arm they can get, or I'd like to go out and get that right-handed bat that can hit for power and all that. But it comes with a cost. Are you willing to give up the cost for a rental player in a lot of these situations? It was a rental.
I do hope that if this young group can get back to where the last couple teams have been competing for the postseason at a trade deadline, that they would consider adding. But yeah, I hear where he's coming from. But it's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. Tigers and Mariners Game 2 is coming up tonight as Detroit looks to make it 5 straight wins. Last night's victory helped the Tigers leapfrog Seattle in the wild card race. They are now just a game and a half out behind the Guardians, who hold the last wild card spot with a 57-57 record. It's a bullpen day for the Tigers, with Drew Anderson starting the festivities tonight. He has 24 walks this year, but only 1 in his last 6 1/3 innings pitched. Brian Wu gets the call for Seattle. He is struggling this year with career worsts in ERA at 4.56 and hits per 9 at 8.4. First pitch at 9:40, pregame at 9:15 here on 97.1. The Free Press says the Red Wings are using an outside search firm to find Steve Yzerman's replacement. In the meantime, Sean Horkoff is handling the everyday duties. Freep also says the Wings are prioritizing an analytics-driven candidate to fill Yzerman's shoes. Live Golf CEO Scott O'Neill announced today that the league has a deal signed with a major investor. O'Neill did not say who the investor is, how much they are investing, or for how long, but Live released a statement that says, quote, Live Golf has an agreement in place with a lead investor signed by the investor and approved by the board to anchor the transition and play a key role in supporting the path forward for the league's next era, unquote. They did not say whether the Michigan Team Championship at the end of the month is still on schedule or not. Live is at Trump Bedminster in New York this weekend for a tournament from August 6th to August 9th. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
There is some fresh reporting today on Jahmyr Gibbs. 2 stories that are kind of in conflict with one another. We try and sift through it and figure out what's reality here. Coming up in a few minutes. 248-539-9797. So Lions talk on deck. In the meantime, feedback still coming in. And phone calls as well regarding this Tigers situation. From Dickie, first off, I'm a baseball fan above all else, and I'm very happy with the Tiger team right now. I think Harris is doing a fine job. Also, I'm looking forward to, are you going to eat that? What time does that come on? 12:30. That's when it comes on. Flip the script. The only reason the Tigers made it in 2024 was because the Twins collapsed. I don't see 5 teams collapsing this year. That's from RJ driving his Impala.
Yeah, the only reason I guess that Cleveland made it last year is the Tigers collapsed.
Yeah, maybe.
I hope it's 162
160.
games.
Every game counts. You got to win as many as you can, and when it's all over, you usually get the correct teams in the postseason. Troy Melton makes it look like pitching in a Major League Baseball game like a Sunday stroll in the park. That's from an unnamed texter. From an unnamed texter, I have not been a Harris supporter, mainly because his team has not fit the strike zone mantra. But finally seeing McGonigal and now Clark actually live, it's great. I have hope. Well, those were the guys. A lot of guys, they've been he inherited, but were still the best in the organization, so they played. His brand of baseball player and pitcher is sort of starting to work their way into guys that can get swings and misses in the strike zone and guys who swing at the right pitches. They're starting to graduate to the big league level, and this is what the owner's manual says it's supposed to look like. We'll see over the course of time if he's done a good job at identifying those players and if his theory works. Let's go to Dan on Acelia on 97.1. Hello, Dan.
Hey, Scott and Doug.
What's up?
The weather is still hanging in there for us, right? This is a good week, and I'm still confused. As you know, I'm a Cardinals fan. I don't know why they traded 2, good pitchers in division, and they got back from Milwaukee 2 really good prospects.
You're talking about the Cardinals.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And so I don't know, when you look at what Scott Harris got back from the Dodgers, do you feel like more was on the, there was more on the offer from Milwaukee that he walked away from?
So that's obviously Milwaukee, what's being reported is that Milwaukee put together a very impressive collection, apparently, of players. So are you talking about what's being reported that they offered?
Correct. And then, but in the end, what St. Louis got for, a starting pitcher who's having a surprise season and then just a major league, bullpen arm, they got, 2 of Milwaukee's, not maybe their best products, but 2 very good prospects. They didn't get any starting pitching or any pitching in return.
Well, here's the thing with the reported offer was that the Milwaukee was giving up 3 position players. and one of them was their 18th overall, the 18th overall prospect in baseball. There are two things about this. One, that guy's in A-ball, whereas Zahir Hope, who is the 25th overall prospect in baseball, if you're just looking at the numbers and you say 18 is better than 25, well, Zahir Hope is at AA, closer to getting here. The other thing, which was clear, is that the Tigers wanted pitching back.
Yep.
And the Milwaukee offer wasn't going to give pitching
Three
back.
hitters.
So if Milwaukee had included, was it Logan Henderson? Is that the pitcher?
Yes, that's a pitcher, the rookie that looks really good
Yeah,
for them.
if Henderson had been included in the package with a couple of their position prospects, I think the deal would have been done. But that wasn't included.
Yeah.
So if you're talking three position players that are prospects versus what the Dodgers gave up, which was a couple of pitchers and a top 25 player in the prospect rankings, the deal is easy to say, we'll take the Dodger deal.
The other thing to keep in mind is that MLB Pipeline's rankings perhaps aren't the same as the Tigers'
Of course,
rankings.
100%.
The Tigers might have Zahir Hope as a player they like more than Luis Pena. And so, three position players and two of them potentially being infielders.
That's another thing. Infield prospect different than outfield prospect.
A shortage of outfield prospects in the Tigers organization. Now, shortstop sometimes can be, you can go get a shortstop and make him an outfielder. They often have position flexibility. But, Milwaukee's offer was pretty competitive.
It was.
But I don't think it's clearly better than, and if you wanted pitching, and the organization seemed to want some young arms, and they got 3 young arms in this sell-off. So it's pretty obvious they wanted young arms. So,
well, 2 young arms and a prospect. I mean,
I guess River Ryan.
Yeah,
you're right. He's not young, but he's
his inexperience in the major league.
248-539-9797. Bill's on a cell next. Hello, Bill.
Yes. Good morning, Scott and Doug.
What's up?
Just wanted to respond to the remarks by the MLB Network correspondent on Sports Final Edition and also on the Ryan Show that the Tigers are not as good without Skubal as they were in each of the last 2 years. 2 years ago was achieved by one game, one inning, and one matchup at a time.
It was pitching chaos a couple years ago.
15 different players. That group, 15 different, only got one full day rest from this time of year, mid-August, until they reached the playoffs the last week, and that was a 3-hit shutout by Keter Montero, that was not Skubal. Last year, despite the historic collapse, they were entertaining last chances from familiar faces who had been to the show, been to the World Series: Rafael Montero, Charlie Morton, and the guy who was on the mound.
Bill, we got to get to some others. So your point is, what are you building up to here?
It has yet to be seen, but we could very possibly be as good without Skubal right now as we were each of the last 2 years. And he was pretty insistent that we're not as good as we were in 24 and not as good as we were in 25.
It's interesting. I mean, it's just choices of words. I would say this: they'd be more formidable with Tarek Skubal.
I think they have a better chance to win the World Series with Tarek Skubal.
Yeah, I mean,
but
can they still
make the
team.
playoffs? Can they still make the playoffs? I suppose. I still am concerned that the bullpen undermines any legitimate shot, but they keep chipping away, man.
I mean, here's the thing: it's about this year versus the future. And for this year, this team would have been better off this year if they had Skubal and Mize. There's no question. You can't argue that because the players they got back in the trades are not likely to contribute to the major league team, save for River Ryan somewhere down the road if he's able to, get himself healthy enough to pitch by the end of the season. But the likelihood of them signing Skubal or Mize to a contract in the offseason was seemingly next to nothing. So they decided to go out and get something. Let's build for the future rather than just trying to compete for a playoff spot right now with those guys. Why don't we trade them, get something for the future, and perhaps still compete for that same playoff spot right now?
Nicholas in Kalamazoo is next. Hello, Nicholas.
Yeah, I'll take your comments off the air. There's 2 phrases that really made last night's game enjoyable for me. First one was Dan Dickerson has characterized Skubal's forthrightness about discussing his pitching as holding court. He's used that a couple times in the last couple of years. And the other one is what Scooble said. I swear I heard this about how he's fitting in with L.A. after he just got out there. And he said, he feels right now like a chameleon. And those two phrases, holding court and chameleon, I'm just glad that that isn't there and I can hear a game.
Why are you glad? What bothers you about those things?
I think the guy's a genius at what he does, his changeup and everything, but it's the total scrutiny all the time, knowing the end, what he wanted. It's been said so many times. Yeah, he wanted Scott Boras. He wants the biggest contract, and everything else is what he says at the moment. But we all know that to be true.
No, he is a guy who's going for the money, obviously. There's no question about that. As far as holding court is concerned, I mean, something that can be a good thing. If you're holding court with other pitchers and they're all trying to learn from you and you're one of the best in the game, I get it. It's good for me. It's at this point, it's good riddance. He's no longer a Tiger. It was clear he didn't want to be a Tiger in the future. And all right, here we go.
Latest on Jahmyr Gibbs at 11:30. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, your garage door works harder than you think. It goes up, it goes down, and after thousands of trips, it deserves a little TLC. And that's when you call the pros at M&M Garage Door right here in Michigan since 2011. I've called them as a paying customer. Can't say enough about their customer service. And right now, they're offering complete care tune-up for just $59. That'll save you from the more expensive repairs like we needed. Give them a call at 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit GarageDoorRightNow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional license. 210-220-6147. Karsh and Anderson here on 97.1. Jahmyr Gibbs, some kind of conflicting reports or opinions on what's going to happen next. We'll get to that today at 11:30. In the meantime, more of your phone calls. Craig and Livonia. Hello, Craig.
Hey guys, just want to let you know I'm still watching. I'm skeptical, but I'm watching. Doug, I got a fact check. I got a fact check for you.
Sure.
And I got a comment about the wild card. So, I'm able to watch the video on the TV and match up 97.1 The Tickets broadcast with Dan Dickerson. Last night, Dickerson said that the Tigers have scored 8 runs or more in 6 straight games, not 5. And the last time they did it was 1996. Believe it or not, the exact same dates, July 28th until August 4th.
Yeah, that was going into last night's game.
Pardon me?
I said that's going into last night. That was the number after they'd scored whatever it was on Sunday when they had the big game Sunday.
Correct, but it's 6 games now instead of 5.
Now it's 6, and now it's since 1927.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's what he had said last night on the broadcast. The other comment is about the wild card. That game against Baltimore put us 2-4 against them for the season head to head. That gut punch that we lost 9-10 in extra innings when they blew that game.
Yeah.
It could come down to a tiebreaker for the wild card at the end of the season, and we're going to rue that game.
So could any other game they lost.
Yeah, I mean, if the truth is, Craig, that game had a lot, perhaps long-term ramifications. If they win that game, I don't know that it means Skubal doesn't get traded. But Scott Harris did say it was after the Baltimore series that they made that decision.
I understand that. I mean, you can say, of course, any other game that you lose, but when you're up 7-0 in the 7th, I mean, come on, that's a gut punch.
Yeah, it's a bad loss.
Yeah, very bad loss. So, anyways, I'm still watching. Remain skeptical because of the starting pitching in the bullpen. Thanks, guys.
See ya. Josh in Flint. Hello, Josh.
Hey there. I have an apples to oranges comparison. I get that, so
Let's
it's not
go.
like a perfect comparison.
Sure,
but
let's hear it. We do it all the
think about
time.
this for a second. Yeah, like I love the NFL, right? And so I was thinking, like, imagine like going into like the trade deadline for the NFL, and for some reason, like we were considering trading Amon St. Brown, right? Which wouldn't happen, but nonetheless, and then some team offers us like I don't know, like that year's number 1 pick in the 2nd round, a 4th round pick in the 5th round. Like we would never make the trade. And my problem with this is like baseball, especially, you never know what you're getting in these prospects. We're trading away like someone we know what we've got with this player, and we're trading away even for a year. So and I get that he's a rental for the rest of the year. I get that. But we still have a chance in the playoffs. And then on top of that, and I grew up in Cincinnati, so I'm a Reds fan too, and so like I just know how this goes, especially with like Ellie De La Cruz, right? Like there's no way the Reds are paying him. We're gonna have this great player and do nothing with him, and then he's gonna go away, and then we're gonna rebuild every 4 years. And it's just a frustrating thing about Major League Baseball is like these small market teams do not have a chance. We will never be the Dodgers. We will never be able to pay players the way that they do. And so it's almost like we're, in essence, a farm system for these teams that have the money to pay them.
Not until they change the rules.
Yeah, the difference,
Right.
like the one thing, and you're right about the apples to oranges, because it's really hard to compare business practices and decisions that are made in a cap world versus a non-cap world. And and given the fact that let's face it, there's only probably a handful of teams that are going to be able to afford what Skubal wants. And, people say anybody could go get him and all that stuff, and anybody could go get him in theory. But the problem you run into is, what the Dodgers can absorb that other teams can't absorb? They can absorb wasted money. And what I mean by that is they go out and they make a big splash signing in Kyle Tucker, right? And Kyle Tucker's he's doing okay. He's doing all right for them, but they're not hampered or handcuffed by any bad contracts because they could just throw more money at the next guy. Kyle Tucker is in he's a 4-year, $240 million contract. And I'm going to guess they were expecting more than a 243 batting average with 10 home runs. And, he very well may be worth it in the end. But the other teams can't absorb bad contracts and then go get a Skubal. And the Dodgers very well may end up with Skubal. And, this has always been the case. And, Yeah, it is what it is. The Tigers are trying to find the workaround, though. And it's something to watch. Are they going to sign Max Clark when they don't need to? Buy out a bunch of arbitration years and give him a longer-term contract? Are they going to sign Troy Melton? Buy out a bunch of arbitration years, give him money up front when they don't have to, but get him on a long-term contract? Save money long-term.
Dylan
Dingler. Like, are they going to be able to, is that going to be their workaround? And it comes with some risk because not everybody pans out. But I do wonder if that's their workaround here.
Because I think they should, because it benefits both parties. I mean, the players get way more money in the early part of their career than they would if they just waited to get all through the arbitration years and all that. And finally
6 years
hit free agency. Yeah, because they actually will get paid significantly. And then, when these deals are typically 7-year deals, I think is what they've signed with Colt Keith and McGonigal. So you're sacrificing your first year of free agency, but you're getting paid a lot prior to that. And then if you're good enough, hey, after 7 years, you're going to get your money cannon contract.
Paul's on a cell and next. Hello, Paul.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Let's go.
Hey, first thing, so my call isn't misinterpreted or claimed different. We all can acknowledge two things. That Derek Skubal is a fantastic pitcher. We all know that. And our bullpen this year has been absolutely terrible. Okay. That said, I saw some like funky statistics. Like the team is 4 games under 500 in Skubal Mize starts, 1 game over 500 in non-Skubal Mize starts. Make that of it what you will. The Tigers have if I'm not mistaken, they have a better record in the playoffs in non-Skubal starts the last 2 years than they do Skubal starts. In particular, against Seattle last year, 0-2 Skubal starts, 2-1 non-Skubal starts. Again, make of it what you will. But and the reason I'm saying it is this notion that the team is absolutely dead in the water without him, I think it's at least not statistically or analytically correct. Would you always rather have him? Of course. Would we have wanted him to sign? Of course. But to act like the franchise is dead because this guy didn't want to be here and moved on and they made a trade, I just think is faulty logic.
I can't think of a logical reason that would support why they are over 500 in starts that didn't come from their 2 best pitchers this year. I guess Melton's better than Mize.
Well, it's run support. It's those guys are typically facing the other team's ace.
Doesn't that kind of go out of the window early in the year, though?
No, I think generally speaking, when you look at it, you see pretty good matchups, but it's like a run support. And now they're getting tons of run support. But factually, they're 11-11. Those Skubal and Mize were 11-11 with the Tigers this year.
Sometimes I think it's just sports. It's just bad mojo. It's unexplainable. Like something like I don't think you ever get better by getting rid of your best players. But if your record shows you win more games without them, you can't explain that.
No, you can't. I can't explain.
You know what I mean?
Let me be clear. Their record was 11-11 because he said in starts, so they didn't always get the decision, right?
Correct. I'm just saying that their record, the one-loss record between the two of them, was 11-11.
Well, we can go through and
with
check
an earned run average of 2.75, roughly.
Weird. We can go through and check the guy's math, Paul's math. 4 games under in Skubal and Mize starts, 1 game over in non-Skubal and Mize starts is weird. And Kang, you're right. Sometimes sports.
Yeah. Well, look at the last 3 Casey Mize starts. They lost 3-2, 3-2, and 4-2.
It's like you just came back from Vegas, Gator, and you played the tables a little bit. You can follow every quote-unquote rule to playing blackjack and lose every hand.
And you'll still lose because the dealer just sometimes gets the cards.
You could sit next to a guy who's playing completely wrong how you're not supposed to play, and he could walk away with $1,000.
Yep.
It doesn't necessarily make sense all the time, but that's why they play the games, right? That's why I go sports. That's why.
Sports. But I mean, this is the trend. These are the results of the losses with Casey Mize. I mentioned 3-2, 3-2, 4-2, 4-3, 4-2, 3-1, 2-1, 5-2, 1-0 in 10 innings, 7-3, and 7-5. So out of all those losses that the Tigers lost, only 2 of them did they score more than 2 runs. I mean, it's just they didn't support them.
That's just Casey Mize. I mean, look through Skubal, but I'm going to assume it's the exact same with Skubal.
Let's go to Bill in Lake Orion. You're next. Hello, Bill.
How are we doing, guys?
Okay.
I was at the end of last year, and still am, and glad they did trade Skubal. As far as I'm concerned, he's a great pitcher for 6 innings. And unless the Tigers were going to go out last year and pick up what they need, a lot of good arms in relief, and they didn't really do that, you have a 6-inning pitcher. And this is why they lose 3-2, 4-3, whatever you want to call it. They can't finish the game without relief pitchers. And Skubal, I mean, I saw him the game Philadelphia before the All-Star break. He literally couldn't wait to get out of there. I know it's hot.
Why do you say that?
Oh my God! Because when AJ was walking out, it was like basically throwing the ball. You know, I've seen a lot of good pitchers. Going back to McClain, going back to Morris, going back.
It's different.
Is it possible, Bill, that you're misinterpreting that he was mad that he couldn't get out of the inning?
Well, they were still in the inning. Nobody had scored yet.
Is he mad that he was being taken out?
He was. I thought he was happy to be taken out.
Okay. I mean, you might be right. You also might be completely misinterpreting what he was feeling in that moment.
Last year, there were 5 pitchers that threw more innings than Tarek Skubal in the regular season.
In Major League Baseball?
In Major League Baseball. And out of all of those 5, they all had at least one more start than Tarek Skubal.
So
Tarek
Skubal's
Skubal pitches just fine. Right? If you want to say he's only a 6-inning pitcher, you know who else is? Every other pitcher in baseball.
If you part of your context is what used to happen in the 70s and 60s.
You can't do it. I was literally thinking about this last night, all right, and why things are different. Because I'd love to see pitchers go 7-8 innings, right, like they used to do in the 80s all the time. These starters would go 8 innings or 7 innings. Closers used to have 2-inning closes. Willie Hernandez had he pitched 150 innings, Willie Hernandez, in 1984 with the Tigers as a closer. But it's so different now because pitching is specialized. Does it benefit the hitter or does it benefit the pitcher? Averages are down for hitters, and I'm like, well, why is that? Because they never get to see a pitcher the third time through the lineup because they take them out. They're always having to relearn, and yet batters have every advantage now because you've got the tablets, you've got the analytics working for you. It's such a different game now than what it was even 10 years ago. But if you go back, if you're going to go back 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago, it's light years different, and it's not worth comparing.
Okay, what's going on with Jahmyr Gibbs? Is he close to signing or not? There's some conflicting opinions from insiders. We'll get to that at 11:32 on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1. I do want to hate Tarek Skubal. It's a lot easier.
Yeah, it would make things
That
a lot
guy,
easier.
I wasn't there in Philly, so I don't know. But for him to say he couldn't get out of the game quick enough because he tossed the ball to AJ on his way out as AJ was coming out to the mound, he might have been mad at AJ too. I didn't see the whole walk in. I didn't see what he did in the dugout. Or if there is a knock against Skubal in Detroit over and over again, is that people think he's a six inning pitcher. And what was he last night in LA? It was a six inning pitcher.
Which this is what every pitcher in baseball is.
Well,
yes, you'll have your games where you throw 7 innings, which, by the way, he had several of those this year. Okay? But things get skewed. I was just telling you during the break. It gets skewed because Yamamoto in the playoffs last year, particularly in the World Series last year, was insane.
That was amazing.
He had a couple of 9-inning starts, and then he made a start in Game 6, and then pitches the next day out of the bullpen, throws 2 more innings. Why? Because it's the World Series. This is it. There is no tomorrow, right? Second round of the playoffs might be a little bit different. And yet in the regular season last year for Yamamoto, he made 1 fewer start than Tarek Skubal. He made 30 starts, Skubal made 31, but he threw 173 innings compared to 195 for Skubal. This is just baseball, man. Pitchers are only pitching 6 to 7 innings a game at most now. Yes, you'll see 1 or 2 starts a year where somebody flares up and throw 8 or, God forbid, a complete game. Those are rarities. But for the most part, this is what they're doing, 5 to 6 innings.
They don't even let you finish out a no-hitter or perfect game anymore.
No.
You know what I mean? They don't even think about it. No, he's had enough. And I think a lot of this, Doug, and you mentioned this, I think, before this week, is coping. People are upset, and it's fine. You have
it's
every
a lot
right.
easier to hate on him, and I want to as well.
Yeah.
He's not a Tiger anymore. Go ahead and hate him. That's fine. But maybe he is only a 6-inning pitcher. But 2, that's why you have a bullpen in baseball. It's not like he's the only guy out there that can pitch, and then it's like, all right, well, bring in a position pitcher now. No. And thirdly, the guy's a back-to-back Cy Young Award winner. He's a back-to-back Cy Young Award winner.
Yeah, but he came out of the game after throwing 99 pitches against Seattle in Game 5.
I just did a quick count of his 38 starts for the Tigers the last 2 years. How many of those 38 starts do you think were for more than 6 innings?
Wait, say that again.
38 starts for the Tigers the last 2 years. How many do you think were for more than 6 innings?
38 starts from Skubal?
Yes, in the last 2 years.
Well, I think it's in more than 38 starts, but
20. He had. You're right. He had. My bad. 48 starts.
Out of 48 starts, how many? How many
Yes,
are asking?
my
How
bad.
many innings? How many times did he go?
More than 6 innings.
Out of 48, 10,
More.
15,
More.
20,
More.
25.
24 times.
Wow, it's more than I thought.
Yes.
Obviously.
Now some of them were 6 1/3, 6 2/3, but that's. I think it's more than probably everybody thought. But I just did it very quickly, and so maybe I'm off by a start or two. I just was counting up game logs, how many times it says more than 6.0. But okay, we said we get to the Jahmyr Gibbs thing. So what's going on with Jahmyr Gibbs? Is he likely to sign quickly or not? This is from The Athletic today. League sources who spoke on the condition of anonymity because no deal had been finalized told The Athletic's Jonathan Jones there is optimism a deal could be reached within the coming days. Meanwhile, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, wrote today, it's possible that having Robinson's terms in place will make it easier for Gibbs. There's an even better chance, as we understand it, that Robinson's contract will become an impediment. What? He later writes, from the franchise's perspective, the Lions won't want to blow up the running back market. Beyond the realities of the salary cap, other teams will frown upon a contract that makes it more expensive for them to sign their own running backs to new deals, since those players will say, the market's the market. It's an example of sometimes subtle, sometimes not, collusion that absolutely exists in the NFL. Teams that do unconventional things aren't simply ridiculed by other clubs, they're resented. An outlier deal makes it harder for the results of the league to do business on their terms. I'm sorry. I don't know what Florio's talking about here, Would the Lions be signing Jahmyr Gibbs to $1 more than Bijan Robinson really be some sort of contract that would make the rest of the league resent them? Do they resent Atlanta right now?
I don't think so. But if that deal gets significantly more than Bijan Robinson, would that be something that's resentful? And again, I would hope not, because I think there are certain players in the league, and running back specific, that are special.
Mm-hmm.
Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs are two of those players. I'm not sure how many more there are, but those are two. And if they set the market, if the fear is that, okay, next time, somebody else comes up for a contract, Kenneth Walker comes up for a deal, and he hasn't done anything near what these guys have done, and he commands the same salary because it's just the cost of doing business as the years go on, then I can understand where that sentiment comes in. But for right now, these guys should get paid more than any other running back because they've earned it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just like Saquon Barkley earned it when he set that bar last year or whatever it was. So for right now, I agree with you. I disagree with Florio if you're going to make this statement about the running back position and specific to arguably the two best running backs in football.
Kang, what do you make of what Florio was speculating on here?
I don't understand what Florio's doing sometimes. It doesn't make any sense to me. Everyone sets the market. And by the way, that would be an advantage to the Lions if you're forcing other teams to have to pay running backs more, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that means their cap situation would be worse than what the Lions is.
Which maybe that's his point. That's why other teams would resent it, because now that they have to step up in the future and pay their guys more, even though they're not the same player.
But they don't have to if they don't want to. And if they do, good on the Lions. It's like the Amon-Ra St. Brown situation. At one point, he was the highest paid receiver at $30 million or whatever. What is he now, 8th?
Yeah, then that goes into the cost of doing business in the league.
Exactly. Is the rest of the league mad at them for setting the example for Hutch or Sewell or anybody else? No.
No.
I mean, or maybe they were, but they still had to pony up because that's the market, right?
Just seems like a strange argument. And he thinks it's more likely that it's an impediment. I don't know. I guess I'm just not buying what Florio's selling there. More from the Athletic article regarding Gibbs. They say, as for what Gibbs might be seeking, there are different ways to approach this. He could aim for a higher average annual value than Robinson, $22.25 million, perhaps checking in at $22.5 million or $23 million per season. He could sign an extension that surpasses the total value of Robinson's deal, $75 million, or he can opt for more guaranteed money while taking a back seat in average annual value. When the Lions were in extension talks with star edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson last fall, they knew the number to beat was Micah Parsons' 4-year, $186. Hutchinson ultimately signed below that, agreeing to a 4-year, $180 million extension. However, Hutchinson earned more guaranteed money, $141 to Parsons' $136. It's all a matter of preference. We'll find out soon enough what Gibbs prefers. I think the Athletic is probably more realistic than Florio in this case.
Well, I would agree with you. And part of this is just it's a problem with the NFL and their salary cap rules, because it's not just simple hard cap, easy math. They don't do that.
No, when you get into guarantees and you get into incentives, and
it's like a 4-year, $100 million contract should be just that. You know exactly what it is.
Well, it would be easy for us to interpret it, whether it should be that.
Well,
or
that's what I
shouldn't.
want, Doug.
Yeah,
I need the easy math, please.
Simple math, yeah.
Not voidable years. Not we restructure and made this, and only so much of this counts against the cap. Make it easy.
Yeah, and if it is an impediment, I'm not panicked about the Gibbs thing. I don't know when we're supposed to panic. I feel like there's already some interpretation of Gibbs not being in camp that some people are panicking or getting upset about it. What is the date that we should be worried that changes that?
I mean, for me, if we're at this point next week and he still doesn't have a contract, I'd be a little concerned, because now we're getting into the day before the first preseason game.
But still a month and a day away from
I
the
got
opener.
it. But it's also missing 2 weeks of practice, missing a very important week of practice where they're in pads. You're instilling a brand new offense, and he's not there. Now, is he there in the meeting rooms? Yes. Mm-hmm. But he's not there on the practice field running through the drills and getting some of it's a benefit to not get banged around.
So you got a week. You give him a week.
Yeah, before
you'll start to worry.
Yeah, because I think this should be an easy one to get done. I literally thought it was going to take hours.
Kang, what about you? When will you start to worry?
Yeah, I said I fully expect him to be signed with the new record-setting contract by the end of this week, so I'll start getting worried next week because I just feel all the signs point to this getting done, especially with Bijan getting his deal done. Gibbs is in camp. He's present. So I think there must be pretty productive talks going on for him to even be here. Like I said before, they've war chested for this. All the moves they made up leading to this was to bring back guys like Jahmyr Gibbs, to not bring back Taylor Decker, Anzalone, moving on from David Montgomery. Wherever they shaved money off, it's to pay guys like this. So I just think it's going to get done this week. I would be a little worried if it's not done by the end of the week.
All right, Kang couldn't wait to tell me about this and said he thought I would do it.
Oh.
Let me tell you something. I don't think I'm ever doing this.
Wow.
We'll get to that today at 11:48. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Hey, you've heard us talk about how great Shana Roofing is for a while now, but don't just take our word for it. We've got actual testimonials and reviews that we found online, like this one. I had Shana Roofing replace my 25-year-old roof, and they did an outstanding job. The whole process from initial contact to final walkthrough couldn't have gone any smoother. It was flawless. Their specialist inspected my roof and gave me an estimate right there on the spot with no high-pressure sales pitch. Communication from our project manager during the whole process was very helpful and regular, including updates of the work that they did. The roof looks great, and on a scale of 1 to 10, I would rate Shana Roofing an easy 12. They are a great company, and I highly recommend them. Look, for over 30 years of trusted service, this is what Shana Roofer provides. It's a proven track record serving Michigan homeowners, and now they bring that 5-star quality to roofs, windows, and siding. Make sure you get your quote today from Shana Roofing by visiting mymichiganroof.com. Remember the name, Shana Roofing Windows and Siding. It's the name Michigan trusts. Visit them at mymichiganroof.com.
By the way, the University of Michigan football program opens fall camp today. Michigan State University opens fall camp tomorrow. Practice, Scott. Practice.
Practice. Not a game.
So one thing that I am wondering is, will the new coaches release one of my favorite things, depth charts?
Oh, boy.
I love depth charts.
I enjoy the depth chart as well.
Yep.
But I feel like in college it means nothing.
It probably doesn't, and it's been a long time. I remember when you used to get the weekly release, it would have a depth chart, and I'm like, oh, yeah. Now, those depth charts might have been put together by John Lewandowski and Bruce Motti at Michigan State and Michigan, respectively, and not necessarily each position coach.
But they were fairly accurate.
They were fairly accurate, and
then you get the occasional, so-and-so or so-and-so.
Oh, there was a lot of ors.
And then you might get the or so-and-so or so-and-so.
Yeah, there was a lot of that went on. I didn't care.
No, I'm with you. I like to have that in my hand to see, and particularly from a broadcasting standpoint, you kind of want the depth chart. You need a depth chart.
There's a lot more than you need than just that.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is no question that it excites me, and I'm not optimistic. The official school press releases haven't had depth charts in a while.
Have you done your research to find if that's something Whittingham has done in the past at Utah?
I haven't. But let me go look and see if Utah's last release.
Because that sounds like something that would really interest Doug Karsh. If this, I'm surprised you haven't looked at this up.
No, that's fair. I hadn't thought of that. So let me go.
Because this may be his jam. Maybe
he is a depth chart
Kyle
guy.
Whittingham's all about this.
Could be. Previous seasons, Media Center, last game against. Okay, we got the notes. Am I going to get depth charts? Scroll. Maybe not.
By the way, I was listening last week towards the end of the week, and I forget which show it was. I think it was on the afternoon show, and Paul Serra was running the board.
Mm-hmm.
And Paul made a comment that I thought was hysterical.
Yeah.
He said it's got to be really refreshing for Kyle Whittingham to go into a season for the first time in like 20 years to not have Cam Rising as a quarterback. Because Cam had been there for like 7 years or whatever.
Seems like it. I'll have to search a little bit more because what I'm finding is post-game notes. I need the pre-game notes. All right, so Kang said, you're going to do this, right? And I can't envision myself ever doing this. Today marked the first day that the path on the Gordie Howe Bridge for pedestrians and bikers was open. It's open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. in the summer. The last entry is 7 p.m. And Kang's like, you're going to ride your bike over the Gordie Howe Bridge, right? And I was thinking I don't really have that much interest in doing so. And so I don't ever see myself loading my bike up, driving down to a parking lot and riding it over the Gordie Howe Bridge.
Yeah, I just thought, obviously we know you like riding your bike.
I do.
You like being outdoors.
Yep.
You like throwing on the helmet.
Yeah, he does.
Yep.
You like Gordie Howe.
I like Gordie Howe.
Right? You like Canada.
I do love Canada.
But there's one key component there, though.
Yep, Gator, we know what it is.
Bridges.
Yep, he's scared of bridges.
I'm not. So, look, this is, as we all know, and you guys are hysterical. Ha. I only have a problem with one bridge. I don't even like driving over the Zilwaukee Bridge, let alone riding my bike. That would take forever. I'd feel doomed. I don't have a problem with bridges. It just seems kind of boring to me. Because I like riding trails more than I like riding in the road. So
riding over the
Detroit River, the scenery.
That's boring.
You know, when I'm riding, my head's usually watching the trail and the next challenge that's around the corner.
Okay,
is
this
there
isn't
a feature?
a challenge.
Is there a rock? Is there a log? Is there that?
But you can't just take one ride and just to enjoy the scenery?
I mean, I can, but I just don't envision myself. If I'm going to load my bike into my car and drive somewhere, I'm driving to the DT Foundation Trail or I'm riding Torn Shirt or something.
Because every time I go over to Zilwaukee Bridge, I want to see the Saginaw River there. I want to see both sides. And I'm always like rubbernecking, looking around to see what do I got? Do I got any kind of view? And not quite high enough to get a good enough view to see it, which is unfortunate because you are so high up. I want to see that kind of scene. I think it would be fascinating.
You like to walk?
Yeah.
Are you going to walk over the Gordie Howe Bridge?
I'm not opposed to it.
It's a 45-minute walk, apparently.
Yeah, good game on. There and back sounds fun.
Well, you can report back and let me know how it goes.
It's a 20-minute bike ride, Doug.
I can get over that thing in less than 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's still got 20 minutes.
We'll see. Hey, by the way, if you
Depends
are
on
going
the traffic, though. Right now, there's a lot of traffic.
There's a lot of people. A lot of shots of the
literal
bridge.
foot per traffic. They had to cut it off, I
Did
guess.
they?
Yeah.
Really?
There were too many people that were waiting to walk across. They had to kind of make a limit here.
Okay.
If you're going, by the way, people, bring your passport. This is not just a regular, it's still international.
Right.
Honestly, I'd hate for you to get there all the way and be like, wait a second.
Well, what's the worst they're going to do? Tell you to turn around and go back. Well,
I
that's
didn't
my
know
plan
this
anyway.
bridge went to Canada.
I just thought, what? No. And I did a quick Google search, Doug, and it says, yes, Kyle Whittingham historically put out official 2-deep depth charts ahead of the season opener at Utah.
I'm trying to find a press release from a pregame. I got all their postgame stuff. I'm striking out. I will keep looking. 248-539-9797. Julian in Windsor, you're on 97.1. Hello, Julian.
Gentlemen, thanks for having me on the show. Good morning. Good afternoon.
What's up?
Well, Doug, I just drove across the Gordie Howe about 50 minutes ago. I commute to the U.S. for work, so I've been one of the people that's been in the 15 to 20 year group of waiting for a new span to offer something other than the ambassador. And I got to be honest, it was pretty wild for the first time since I've been crossing the border to see a lot of cyclists and pedestrians on the path today. It was absolutely packed.
It's going to be interesting to see if people keep doing this, because today was the excitement of day one.
Yeah.
Will there be a shelf life on said excitement?
Well, I wonder that too, because I know in the aftermath of COVID, one of the changes they made is they canceled the tunnel bus that would ferry people from downtown Windsor to Detroit via the tunnel. And there was massive backlash, at least from the Canadian side, that I assume people that don't have vehicles or that don't have, can't drive across the border, they relied on that mechanism to get to the U.S. So this is an alternative where, yes, you're not necessarily downtown in the most ideal way, but you have the ability to travel to the U.S. without the use of an automobile, which I think is quite fascinating, because we haven't really had that in the area aside from the tunnel bus in the, again, pre-COVID era.
So the question is, if you're going, thank you for the call, Julian. If I were going to walk from Canada to the United States, where would I be? And I'm going for a purpose. Where would I be walking to? Because I don't suspect that the Gordie Howe Bridge, based upon its location, pours out to an area that a lot of people would be walking to. The tunnel pours out to downtown Detroit.
Can you walk the Ambassador Bridge?
I don't know that.
Because if you can, that basically dead ends right in Mexican Village.
Yeah, and that might be a little bit more. But the people that were using the bus, as he told, they were ending up, I suppose, in downtown Detroit, whereas the Gordie Howe Bridge is, 2 miles from there?
Sure, but I mean, I guess Uber takes you wherever you
Could
need to
Uber,
go.
and on a bike 2 miles isn't that far.
Right.
But I don't know. Maybe I'll change my mind on this, but right now it doesn't sound all that particularly appealing.
It's a good looking bridge.
It's a great looking bridge. When I'm
Looks
going
like it's
to
very
Canada,
well constructed.
No, and the thing
No dips.
Yeah,
Doesn't look like
right.
there's any dips.
Safe.
As most bridges shouldn't have dips.
I'm pointing this out.
Yeah. I will use the Gordie Howe Bridge in our trips to Canada a lot, mostly because it feeds directly into the 401, and you kill that 5 miles of stop and go traffic and all that coming off the Ambassador Bridge to get to the 401. Now, unless I'm going to downtown Windsor, in which case I'm a tunnel guy.
You're a tunnel guy.
Yeah, but do you think you'll use the Gordie Howe Bridge?
Yeah. I mean, next time I go to Leamington, sure.
Nice.
Which sounds like never, but that's not true. I actually would go. It's been I usually make at least one trip a year to Canada.
Yeah, okay. All right, coming up next hour, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:30. In the meantime, a lot of Tiger discussion today. Can this team of leftovers actually make noise. We'll get to that today at 12:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. The Tigers are set to face the Seattle Mariners for Game 2 of the series tonight. Detroit has won 4 straight games and is looking to make it 5, with Drew Anderson starting what will be a bullpen day for A.J. Hinch. Brian Wu gets the start for the Mariners, who are now a half game behind the Tigers in the wild card race. Detroit is tied with Baltimore, half a game behind Minnesota and Texas, and a game and a half back of Cleveland for the last wild card spot. First pitch is at 9:40 tonight. Pregame starts at 9:15 right here on 97.1. A report from the Detroit Free Press today says the Red Wings are in search of an analytics-driven candidate to fill their open GM job. The franchise has hired an outside search firm to help find candidates to fill Steve Yzerman's shoes. In the interim, assistant GM Sean Horkoff is handling the day-to-day, but that does not include trades. The Wings have officially been without a general manager for 3 weeks. Live Golf CEO Scott O'Neill announced today that the league has secured an investor to help fund the tour beyond this season. He will not disclose the identity of the investor or or how much money has been invested. When asked if it is enough to fund LIV through the 2027 season, O'Neill replied, quote, in 2028 and 2029 and 2030, unquote. No comment was given as to the status of LIV's final event of the season, the Michigan Team Championship. Previous reporting said the event was expected to be canceled as no infrastructure is in place at the course yet. As of right now, the tournament remains on the schedule August 27th to the 30th at the Cardinal in Plymouth. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, thank you, Update Kid. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hope everybody's doing great on this Wednesday. See the Tigers coming off a victory over Seattle, keep their winning streak alive, dating back to the night that Tarek Skubal made his debut for the Los Angeles Dodgers. The Tigers are undefeated and the Dodgers are winless. I will say, Gator, I had a surprising emotional reaction to seeing Skubal in a Dodger jersey.
Yeah?
I was pissed. Just straight fan in me hated it. Hated it. Couldn't stand it.
I found myself, I didn't like it. I was rooting against him. There was a point where I think it was a 1-1 game, and the Cubs had runners on